elements doesn't go down towards the middle.
I have a thought.
It's the complete opposite of what they
Okay,
mean. It's like
so-
the opposite.
I have a theory. Okay, so
Uh-oh.
there was air that we breathe. There was air inside the earth. Now, there is something that holds that air inside of the earth, right?
Welcome
All
to Flat
around.
Earth.
But
Yeah, welcome.
but see, why isn't there air in space? How do we know that there isn't air in space? Have we never
No one's
been
been
to
in space. We have gas pressure here. It requires a container.
Yeah.
Can you prove otherwise?
Your whole idea of space is an idea that they have created that has no relation to reality. In reality, we have pressure, we live in a pressure, and gas pressure requires containment. So there must be a container. There's not an open system into the void.
I'm willing to bet that you're one of those flat planet in the middle of the heliocentric model kind of people, right? Anaconda,
What do you mean?
do you think that flat Earth means that we're a flat planet that's orbiting the sun, like for the other planets, but we're just the only flat one?
What?
Okay. Do you believe that flat Earth means that we live on a flat planet and all the other planets are spheres? Is that what you think?
Be that they look round, but they're just
No. He's asking you what do you think we think Earth is? What do you think? Yeah. What is it you believe that we? Do you have a concept in your head of what you think flat Earth is?
Do you think flat Earth is a flat planet floating around in space? I mean, you can never find the joke meme when you want it. With the flat disk floating around. Anyway, that's what most people think. They think that flat Earth means that there's a flat planet and all the other planets are round and we're just special, I guess. That's not what it is. Okay? The planets are not bodies of gas or rock to go land on millions of miles away. Earth is not an other planet. Earth is not a planet. Planets are lights in the sky. That's it. They're luminaries. Just like the sun and moon and the stars. Okay? They're all here. They're all close. They're all right here. We're not one of them. We're not a light. Okay, so the heliocentric model that you believe in, that's meaning that the sun is at the center of the galaxy and all the planets orbit around it. Okay? Flat Earth does not exist in that world, in that whole paradigm. Okay? Flat Earth is, to me anyway, it's the ground floor of the universe. Okay? The ground doesn't curve. The water doesn't curve. The ground we live on and inhabit it's not flat. Yeah, that's the meme I was talking about. That's what most people believe. Okay? Flat Earth doesn't mean it's literally flat. I posted a meme a little higher up. I'll do it again. Okay? Earth is not literally flat. Okay? You got valleys, you got hills, you got mountains. Okay? But water seeks level, requires containment, does not curve. You cannot have 70% of the known world covered in water and still have a curving ball. Water does not do that.
Gravity doesn't allow it to.
To use the words of Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you shrank your globe down to the size of a tennis ball and ran your fingers over it, it would feel super smooth with no bumps or crevices because of scale. So, scale matters in this context. The highest mountain is very tiny in height compared to the whole size of the Earth. To give you another example, I would look at, I'm about to post it here, it's about Kansas and how they measured Kansas to be flatter than a pancake. So pancakes are pretty flat, but they're not as flat as Kansas.
Well, how can you have an entire state, a large majority of a state in the U.S., not curve? Wouldn't that disrupt the geometry of the ball Earth?
Yes, because you have a full 10% of the ground above Earth are plains.
Yeah, so I mean, where exactly is this curve when
you only have 10% left? I mean, 20% left. to make up all the curve. If
Yeah,
you include 70% water and another 10%, that's 80%. You only have 20% left.
Yeah, I only see one solution to that, and that is to turn the Earth into a dice.
Yeah, if
Dice
maybe play
Earth,
D&D, it would be a D20 basically. Kansas would be
Is that a
one side.
D20?
Dice.
Kansas
that's
would curve down like California would be another D dice, and then down in Florida would be another triangle, which we know doesn't exist. So we're talking about curving over a ball versus a flat plane. That's what we're talking about.
Is any of this getting through to you, Anaconda? What we're throwing at you here? About, if Earth is a ball, it must curve, and turns out this one doesn't. Are you understanding at least our premise? Sounds good.
And this happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Does anybody know if we're live streaming? I went to YouTube. I couldn't find the live stream.
I don't think we are.
Yeah, I thought there was 6 watching. Let me see.
The last YouTube I have is 12 hours ago, but that's just me. I don't know how to find it.
It still says it's live right now.
Do we need Helio to start the live stream?
Hold on a second. I'm looking.
Me, I don't know how to find it.
It's on. It says it's live right. It's
Can
on
you
right
link the
now.
live stream in the live stream for us? Because I can't find it.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, if it goes down, generally that's just because Helio's resetting it, so he's pretty much on top of that.
Thank you. Is that Sonny?
Yeah.
Odd hearing your own voice.
It is. It's kind of strange.
Like, who's that dork? Oh, wait.
What the hell? Who's that? Who let him in there?
Talk
Yeah,
about
that's the
flat
same
Earth,
link I got.
stupid Texan. Dirt.
Back. Oh yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Are you all southern people?
No.
Oh God, just go away.
Okay. The
Okay.
geographic ad hominem. Geographic ad hominem.
Did you know that NASA is headquartered in Houston, Texas? Do you know that? Do you know that they launched their little rockets from Cape Canaveral, which is in Florida? It's
Really?
also in the South. Yeah, for real. Do you know that SpaceX is going to be moving to Texas as well, and all these other space
Yeah.
agencies? They're all going to
Isn't
operate
that-
out of Texas.
That's like
I
deep south, isn't it?
I got a great video for him to check out, or her, a NASA pig guy. Yeah, you should watch this guy. He's definitely the expert you want to listen to.
Send me a DM the YouTube channel.
It's just in the live stream.
You kind
I
of
mean,
checked that.
Don't get me wrong. I'd like to listen more. Like if you have like videos on this stuff, I would watch it because I am curious.
Go watch 200 Proofs. Shit.
Go to creator. Isn't there? Isn't we have a content creator channel here? I think so.
So, Anaconda, you kind of checked out there for a second. I was asking you a question, is hoping I could get an answer from you. Are you at least comprehending what we're trying to tell you about why Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you reconcile that in your head? I'm telling you that the Earth is flat because it doesn't curve, and I can prove it. What do you do with that?
Prove it.
Okay. Long distance photography, anyone? The BMLBS, you want to do?
We have a 13-minute video of the 21-mile laser test, 5 feet observer height.
Can someone paste the Black Swan?
Which thing are you putting this stuff into?
There you go. All right. So Anaconda,
Yes.
do you see the last image that was posted in the live stream voice chat channel? With the couple of the oil
Live
rigs.
stream. I don't think she's there
About
yet.
the live stream.
I see a couple of ships.
Okay, those aren't ships. Those are oil rigs. Okay, so if you look, You can read it if you want. It's kind of hard to comprehend any of this unless you know what you're actually looking at, even though it's in plain English. Still, it's difficult. What this is showing, okay, is a photograph of oil rigs from 1 foot off of the ground. Okay, and it's showing those oil rigs, the one on the left is 9.41 miles away. Okay, so you understand that if Earth is a ball, it curves, right? We've established that. Well, in this particular picture, there should be almost 60 feet of curved water standing in front of that oil rig on the left. 60 feet. Okay? That oil rig not only should be hidden, most of it anyway, by a bulge of water, it should be leaning away. It should be leaning away as it is now on the other side of a curved surface. Okay? But that's not happening. Okay? This right here proves, at least it disproves the radius of the Earth. Okay? Because by the sheer geometry of the sphere, again, there's a rate of curvature, okay? And you can calculate how far you should be able to see, okay? Given the Earth dimensions, you can see no further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, okay? This picture disproves the ball Earth math. It proves that where the radius should be, and it should generate a specific amount of curvature, it generates zero curvature. Okay, so if Earth is still a ball and this image is real, then that would make the radius of the Earth, what is it, like 2 million miles? Something just absurd. Okay? So here's 9.4 miles of non-curving water. When exactly should we expect to start seeing that water curve?
Sorry, I'm gonna just...
What are you scared?
Real quick. If the horizon was 10 miles away, then the size of the globe would be so big that it would reach beyond the moon in their fantasy ideas. But the problem is, if you look at the video and the videos from that time, there's an island just off to the side of the oil rigs, and you look how far that way that island is. It's 29 miles. So that would make the ball so big that it's about the size of the sun.
Right, because we can't see any of that water curving. So if Earth is a ball, that water's got a curve, and you can't find the curve. It's not there, okay? And that picture was taken at 1 foot of viewer height. 1 foot, okay? So, let's see. Let me plug this into this other calculator. I hate Metabunk. Let's see. 9.41 miles, 1 foot. Okay, 1 foot off of the ground. Well, I mean, it's in the basic math. Duh. If your eyesight is 1 foot off of the ground, your horizon must be no further than 1.225 miles. Can't go any further than that. That's the absolute maximum because the Earth is a curving ball. Okay? That's the curve right there. The distance to the horizon at a 1 foot eyesight level is 1.22 miles. Okay? As you saw in the Discord, the horizon is much, 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 much further than 1.22 miles. The horizon is beyond that platform that's at 9.41 miles. The horizon's behind that. So, the horizon is not a curving delineation of a geometric ball. All right? It's just perspective. Earth is flat. You follow?
Yeah, I guess.
And I suck at this explanation. I'm sure others can do it better than me, but
no, you did a good job.
It's not complicated. If Earth is a ball, it's got a curve. There's no curve. Earth's not a ball. You can claim whatever you want. NASA did this and Grandma did that. It doesn't really matter. The things that they've told us are true are not true and can be proven not true. By you. You can prove this. You don't need a spaceship or $1 million telescope or anything. All you need is your 2 eyes and the sense that God gave you.
I'm actually blind in one eye and cannot see very well out of the other, so...
Apologize. I didn't mean that as an insult in any way. My brother also has one eye, and he's got really bad vision in his other eye, so he's almost blind. So probably legally blind, but yeah, he's not.
Right.
So, but with his one good eye, he could see the water not curving. It's easy. My camera has a little viewfinder screen, or big one, the LCD screen. Right? You could see that pretty clearly. That water should be curving. The boat should be hidden behind the bulge of water, but they are not.
Does he believe that also?
Does he believe that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't care, though. He's at that stage. So, not really. Because once you truly realize that the Earth is flat, then it does matter to you. I can't explain it, but you realize that the entire system is nonsense. We've been lied to. You've been lied to. You've been lied about the very place that you live. And you accept it. You accept it without verifying literally any aspect of it.
Oh man. One day I'll probably accept it.
Yeah, one day, go to the beach. Go to the beach, that's all it takes. It took me about a week.
A week?
Yeah. I'm not an uneducated child either, okay? I've had a career in IT for almost 30 years. I have 3 children.
So you never rode the short bus or nothing. You were literally taught a bunch of things like science. You were taught about biology, evolution, all those things.
Yes.
And you still came to this. Do you believe in biology?
Of course I believe in biology. I can observe biology.
No, but do you believe in evolution?
No, I do not.
You say believe an awful lot.
You cannot. Hold on. She asked me a question. You can't observe evolution. It's never been.
But you can go to the library and look up evolution books and see.
I understand. I can read a book that says unicorns fart hamburgers too. That doesn't make it real. I
can read a book that says that the world is flat, but doesn't mean it's true.
Correct. That's why we measured it and proved that it's flat. Okay, I don't choose to believe anything. I choose to know things. You want to believe you live on a ball, that's fine and good. Okay? But I don't believe that. None of us here do.
But you can never prove it.
Do you not see how we resemble apes and monkeys?
No, we don't. In fact, the human body has more in common genetically with a pig than they do a gorilla or a monkey. So that argument is nonsense.
They have nothing in common. 0. Do you know how many chromosome pairs all primates on Earth have?
23?
No, I'm asking Anaconda.
Saw a TikTok that said we have a bunch of tiny monsters.
So you just ignore that, huh? Do you know how many chromosome pairs all primates on Earth have?
No.
No, really? Well, they have 48. Do you know approximately how high a percentage of the entire chromosome chain that primates use on Earth?
I'm going to take your answer as a no before you answer.
Okay, so no. Do you know how many chromosome pairs humans have?
Chromosome
pairs.
DNA.
What's that?
Oh my God, you're talking evolution and you don't know what a chromosome is.
You can go to the library and read a book and prove all this stuff, but you don't know.
Yeah, so listen, the point is this, I'll make it quick. Humans have 46 pairs. We only use less than 8% of our brain capacity. We use only about probably 10% of our chromosome almost every other thing that lives here on Earth use almost nearly their entire chromosome chain. Humans have 60% or something like that. They're saying that is not activated, or they call it junk DNA. We're nothing like primates.
We're not. And plus, you've never seen one species turn into another species. It's never happened. I mean, isn't that kind of like behind the core belief of evolution, is that species evolve over time? Right? But it's never happened. Why would you believe something that's never happened? Why would you believe this nonsense? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Why would you believe you live in a ball when you can't see it, you can't observe it, you can't test it, can't verify it? Nothing.
So why are all these chimpanzees and monkeys still around? Are they the retarded ones?
Hey, Sammy, monkeys don't have junk DNA like we do.
I don't think it's anything like what we have now. I bet they use 90% of their chromosome
I have a
chain.
question. What do you think is the smallest animal on this planet? Mammal.
It's not a planet.
Dolphin.
A smallest brained animal? A glow believer.
No,
The smallest mammal.
No, not smallest. The smallest. What is the smallest
the
mammal walking this
smartest.
earth? Yes.
Dolphin.
Dolphin's
What is
supposed to have the
mammal?
biggest brain, right?
But we built, like, the internet, we built roads, we built buildings.
Humans aren't animals. Humans
We're
are
not
animals.
mammals.
Yeah, we
We're
are
not
mammals. We are
No, we're
mammals, dude.
we're
Yeah.
mankind. No, we are not. Prove
Yeah,
it.
we're human, but we have animal-like instincts. To have
Oh
sex,
my God.
No, we don't.
eat, to
We
drink.
don't.
No, we
have,
don't.
We have urges that we
How would you
Negative.
prove it?
We do not
How would you
have
prove
animal-like
how would you
instincts.
prove what urges animals have?
Have you seen dogs humping each other?
Oh my God,
Have
bro.
you seen porn?
Dog-
Have you seen
look,
Have you seen
animals-
pornography?
I know she's kind of got a point here, guys.
Okay, we're human, but we're also mammals at the same time. We're animal-like. Yes. You
What
can look
happens
at a
when you leave
beautiful.
a baby out in the cold by itself?
You can look at a beautiful woman and you get a hold on and you can go. You feel like, ooh, I would totally smash that, right?
That's lust.
You-
It's a
Yeah,
sin.
it's lust.
Happens when
Yes,
you
but that's
leave a
because you
baby-
have an animal instinct that got activated within your brain when you saw that beautiful woman. Yes.
So what's your point?
Because,
What
but
happens when
because,
you leave a
but
baby out by
because,
What's
itself?
but
your
because
point?
my point is that because we are human, we have morals and a religious aspect and things that make us separate than that of animals.
You have no proof of. You have no
could choose,
proof.
You could choose not to lust after and go toward that woman and pursue her and go, I want to fuck you and get in bed with her, right? You could choose
Okay.
that.
Does an animal do
But
that?
what's the
Does an
case
animal
then?
ever?
Then we're not animals. then. Animals can't
Animals
choose,
cannot.
can they?
Dogs cannot control their sexual urges. When a dog sees a female dog, it has no choice but to hump the fuck out of it.
So we're
It doesn't-
different.
So then we're
Yeah,
different
we
then.
are different. But
Okay,
that's
we're
what
not
makes us.
animals. Good.
That's what makes. Okay, no, but we're still animals though. But that's what makes us separate from animals. We can choose right
Yeah,
from
you still
wrong.
have no
Yeah,
proof
but
of
we-
I
evolution.
agree.
No
If
proof
animal-
of
animal-
evolution.
Okay, so animalistic tendencies don't prove that species can turn into other species still.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean,
Oh.
man could have been in the caves, just like you think, and
Have you seen pornography? Have you seen porn?
Hang on. Can animals
Is that
sin?
not? Is that not animal like? Is that not an animal thing to do?
Can animals sin?
Isn't it still human beings doing the dirty deed, though?
Mhm.
They're not animals doing it. They're
Can animals sin?
Do you
people.
see
might as
animals?
well
Do
be.
you
I
see
mean,
animals?
if they're
Wait,
humping
wait.
the fuck
Do you
out of
see
each other and
dogs?
having
Do you see
threesomes,
dogs?
then
Wait,
obviously-
stop. Do you see dogs gawking at other dogs making out?
Dogs will
Not
hump
making
the
out.
fuck out of other dogs.
Mating?
Anaconda.
Do you see
Can,
dogs gawking at that?
anaconda. Can animals sin?
I fail to see how behavior dictates or shows any proof that
Oh,
a
I'm
species
asking.
can turn into
No,
another
okay.
species.
Can animals sin?
Take the idea of sin out of it and just look at the way that we all
Hang on.
behave as
Hang on.
living beings.
Can
Okay.
animals pray? Can animals pray?
Big bean.
No, animals might pray to God in their own ways, but they're not knowledgeable like we are. But they might
Can
even-
animals pray?
Not necessarily, no, but
You
they
just
but they
admit
do,
knowledge of God.
but they
Okay.
Funny.
do seek
So we're not
but
animals.
they do seek like validation and praise and
What do you
attention.
mean we're not animals?
And so do we. They have emotions just like we do. Yes, they have urges. They need to eat and drink like we do. Yes, we need those things and want those things as
The
well.
funny thing
animals.
is her name's Anaconda, which is a serpent, and then it's sin.
Yeah, this argument
You
has
don't need
no
to be a
validity.
genius to see through spiritual eyes.
The serpent wasn't a snake, bro.
This argument has no validity because insects also have sex and they also eat and do all these things. So you're not going to argue that we're insects now. It's so dumb.
Yeah, because we're not insect-like.
I didn't say insect. I said mammals.
Can I just point out that this chick has successfully diverted you all from flat Earth?
Well, yeah, because you can't answer it. You can't figure it out in your head. I've told you that the Earth doesn't curve, and you still believe you live on a curving surface. You can go prove it yourself today.
I had an ex-boyfriend that told me that we are animals before we are human. What does that mean? Yeah.
Okay, on the authority of the
Your ex-boyfriend was in a cult.
Your ex-boyfriend's a god?
In a cult. Mm-hmm.
I mean, are you appealing to your boyfriend's authority on the subject? Is that what you're doing? Because that's a logical fallacy. And my grandma told me that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth in their head, right? It's not because of their medulla oblongata.
And ain't got no toothbrush to clean them.
Yeah, that's the joke. That's the joke. So, I mean, is my grandma wrong? You know? Because something tells you something doesn't make it true. Just because we have tendencies doesn't mean that we came from another species. It's ludicrous. If we came from another species, why is that other species still here?
But monkeys and apes masturbate. So do humans. So do women.
No, bonobos masturbate.
Wait, hold on a second. What species is still here that was from a human? What are you talking about?
Okay, monkeys and apes masturbate. There are videos on YouTube, and even dolphins.
Okay, hold on. We don't need to talk about the jacking off monkey.
Yeah, and men do it too. Do you not jerk off?
That's very disturbing.
Okay, but that's an animal-like instinct. You are behaving in an animal-like behavior.
No.
So the fact that I jerk off is proof that I came from an ape?
Yes,
come on, guys.
That's what you monkey see, monkey do. Humans evolved from monkeys.
Like you're a fan.
Oh my god! Because people masturbate, they're related to monkeys.
No, that's not the only reason.
Okay, what's it related to dogs?
Where are their opposable thumbs, lady?
Monkeys can walk shit too, like we can.
Hang on, guys. If you realize what's happened, she did a great gish gallop from Flat Earth.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
I think everybody contributed to that.
I just said
we were on the surface. Last I heard, we were on the surface.
She asked me if I believed in evolution. Since I'm
how do you not know that Adam and Eve were monkeys?
Can we go back to Flat Earth, please?
That is the best question I've ever heard in this server.
Because Adam means man, dipshit.
Yeah, but what looks like man?
Because Adam
looked at apes and monkeys.
Man.
They kind of look like us, don't they?
Dipshit.
You gotta be careful when we say that too.
Man.
Can you prove that apes and monkeys didn't come from man?
That's a good one.
Did you look at their hands? Did you look at the way
answer my question? Answer, but you're throwing a bunch of bullshit here in the last 10 minutes. Please answer my one question. Can you prove that apes didn't come from man? Because we're so similar, and we both jerk off. Can you?
That monkeys and apes didn't come from people?
Yeah, prove it.
I don't understand how it's funny because
we share DNA with them.
Animals react by
some of our DNA.
Humans do not.
Okay, so
when you look at biology and DNA aspect of it, humans and apes or monkeys or whatever it is that are similar to us have similar.
Animals react.
So that would make sense.
Okay, there's a difference between sense and proof. Okay, you can make sense out of all kinds of nonsense. That happens every day. Okay, can you prove any of this? Anything?
Hey, how do you know that Okay, what if a dwarfism is
Can you
actually
prove it or
another
not?
type of
Can you
human?
prove it or not?
What if there were other species
Answer.
of
What if? What the hell does it matter? How many what ifs are you going to say? Hypothetical what ifs. Can you prove any of these hypothetical what ifs? No, because we can what if all damn day. It's not going to mean anything.
just like with the flat Earth and the
You keep breaking up. I don't know why. Maybe
No, she's getting muted.
She's getting muted by me. It's really fun. But yeah, so sorry about that. Yeah, some people need to be muted.
I mean,
the big question I have is if humans came from monkeys, then why the fuck are there still monkeys?
Yeah, where's the intermediate monkey? Should still be there somewhere. If they're continuing to do it all the time, wouldn't there be?
Did you know that Lucy thing that they tried to scam the world with? The missing link. That's been a proven hoax now.
False. Yeah. Exactly.
Proven, scientifically proven. So that's all bullshit. I hope you weren't holding on to that.
I do gotta admit, she duped everybody. She came in here first acting like she was interested in listening and asking questions, and then it just completely escalated to something else.
I mean, into Darwinism.
I don't necessarily mind that personally, but I mean, we got to have a logical discussion here. If you're going to throw logic out the window, what the hell's the point? I ask for proof of something. You say, "Well, what if?" That doesn't mean anything. Okay, you're just making shit up. The people before you that you got your ideas from, they made shit up, and you believe it without any investigation, and you can't prove a single word. Nothing. It's a fantasy story that you've chosen to believe in so you can feel good about yourself. That sound about right?
I blocked that out. I was too busy trying to prove how when you look at a man masturbate on Pornhub and then look at this ape on YouTube, you must be the ape.
Your link got Josh in it?
You have a fascination with masturbation or something?
Yeah, this is got some kind of something happening.
A human male masturbating and an ape masturbating has nothing to do.
Well, obviously he or she is watching that.
Oh, that's proof of evolution.
Can I have a second here, guys? I've just banned her for posting monkey porn in here. Anyone else want to join her?
I didn't click on the link, dude.
Let me ask you this, Anaconda. So if you came from a monkey, why the hell should I listen to a word you say? You're ignorant. You're a monkey. You how can you trust a single thing in your own head if you're just an evolved monkey on an accidental spinning rock?
So are you.
Well, according to
She got you there.
According to you, I'm a monkey.
You're just a higher intelligent monkey.
Well, thank you for recognizing my higher intelligence.
In some levels, but not all. Not with the flat Earth theory. But
with my advanced intelligence, do you think I should be able to?
No, you got a degree in college, so you have a higher. You got a degree in college and 3 kids, so you obviously have a higher IQ than me. You're just a higher IQ.
No. Education has absolutely no correlation to intelligence whatsoever. Okay, memorization is not intelligence.
IQ.
IQ is not intelligence.
Do you want to know what my IQ is?
Not really, but you're going to tell us.
Did you say 72?
Yes, 72.
Well, you're getting close to what the monkeys. You're close to the monkeys there. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean I'm close to the monkeys? Well, see, that's evidence right there.
The IQ of monkey.
Retarded people is evidence for us evolving from apes.
No, because humans can accept.
You know why? Evolution, you idiot.
Shit.
Okay, someone boot the troll. I'm not going to listen to this shit.
Gosh, I can't believe you really.
Let's go back.
Yeah,
to the monkeys.
Long ride. You got to take
That was the deluxe spiral that time. It was the deluxe one.
That was a good ride, guys.
Which monkeys were the superior monkeys?
That was weird.
I can't believe this individual thinks that we actually came from fucking monkeys.
It's beyond weird. What are you talking about?
Now I just want to go watch monkey porn. See what this is all about.
If we're not from monkeys, where do monkeys jack off?
You watch the monkey porn. Therefore, evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't possibly be using that as a real logical point. You're just making shit up now. You're just being a troll when you say things like that.
Bestiality is okay.
Sure, if we're just evolved animals, why not?
Yeah, why would it even matter? No one would even care. No one would even think about the rules written inside
Having
of it.
sex with animals would be totally fine with you. That's what you're saying, Anaconda.
Come on, guys, bring it back to this proper subject.
I'm just saying that's exactly what she's saying.
No,
He's not saying have sex with animals. What are you talking about?
Can we
change the subject? God damn it!
Okay.
Can we stop giving it airtime and get back to flat Earth for fuck's sake?
Okay, Earth, is it flat or globe? What is it, guys?
So, Anaconda, we've already measured. Earth doesn't curve.
She's still muted, by the way, if you want her to respond to you.
Okay. You think you're falling towards the sun in the morning and falling away from it in the evening. And you also think that you're breathing air with no pressure, because the globe would have no air pressure. All of the gas would escape to the available space. The vacuum of space, but that doesn't happen. Air stays here, we breathe. So Earth is flat, motionless, and enclosed by observation. So that's the default. Now, if you want to claim that the Earth is curving, well, provide evidence. If you want to say that the Earth is spinning, provide evidence. If you want to say that space is a thing that exists where no matter is, and it goes on forever and ever, and our pressurized system is sitting right next to it and doesn't lose any air pressure, please provide evidence. I doubt you understood half of what I said, so go ahead.
What?
Should I translate it to monkey? Ooh, 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 ee. You get it now?
No, because I don't speak monkey. I speak English.
Well, I don't understand that.
Sure about that.
Wait, I'm unmuted?
You should be able to speak
Apparently,
monkey
Earth
if
is
you're a
man-
monkey.
So, Anna, what shape is the Earth?
Human.
Well, she already answered that earlier, so I just like
round and flat. How's that?
It's which part's round? Is it the ground, or is it the ground or the water part that's curving?
The ground is curving, the water's flat.
It is. The ground is curving, the water's flat. Okay, show me curving ground.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right?
No, the world's round.
Yeah,
but
The world is round.
Can you prove it is?
I've seen space.
Have you?
In the space?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an astronaut amongst us. All bow.
When did you go there? When did you go there?
I've seen people traveling there on live feed and shit.
That's a different.
So you believe that Earth is curved, right?
I saw the rock journey to the center of the Earth. Was that real?
I also believe that Santa Claus is real and the bunny rabbit is real. But you believe in Jesus Christ. But how do you know?
How do you never see the person holding the camera?
Not everyone here believes in Jesus Christ, so let's get that clear. So you're wrong on that count. But if you still believe in Santa Claus, then you're right in line with the globe. They go hand in hand.
I was being sarcastic, you idiot.
Yeah, you don't call me an idiot. When you're the idiot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you already admit
The Earth is my mother.
Imagine a numpty calling someone an idiot.
Yeah, you gave us your IQ, and then you're calling somebody else an idiot. Please.
I think you were lying about that too. I don't think your IQ is 72. I don't think you've actually ever even been tested.
Yeah, probably not.
I have.
Her IQ is probably 98.
I've been tested as well.
Me too.
Yep.
I haven't.
I passed. Haha.
I passed and shocked them all.
I failed the IQ test.
All I know is I passed the ASVAB, so there's that.
IQ tests are a scam.
I remember when they started showing me those fucking ink blot test things, and they go, "What do you see here? A mess?"
Yeah. Rorschach.
No, you don't see anything. That's strange. Pareidolatry has an effect on you. Huh? No, I see a mess.
They want you to see what they want you to see, so they can put you in a little box and say, "This is this kind of person."
So they did like 2 more of those things, and I said the same thing, and I go, "No, I don't see a butterfly. Do you see a butterfly? That's interesting. What makes you believe that there's a butterfly sitting there?" Then he goes, "Okay, we're done with these."
Oh, I guess someone's playing the YouTube in the background.
Yeah, Job, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry, man.
The earth is my mother, therefore it's Mother Earth. Therefore the earth is human, guys.
Could be true.
The big human.
Yeah, and all the hills are breast. If you go look, you'll find a nipple on every single hill.
You find the curvature over there.
Yeah.
I like my earth like I like my women, nice and curvy.
Dude, if you have an earth, you're an animal, dude. You're an ape.
Yeah.
I thought it goes, I like my women how I like my earth, curvy.
Yeah.
I see you've been hunting for those caves.
More of the dips.
Oh my god. Holy shit, that's not real.
Flat earth pussy's the best pussy ever.
What the heck?
Fucked up. I came up with one of that earlier today. Was it this morning? I said, I like my women like I like my coffee. Forgotten, cold, and bitter. Yeah, because like when you make a cup of coffee and you forget about it, and then it goes cold.
Right.
Yeah, forgotten, cold, and bitter.
Sounds about right.
How did the toilet paper get stuck in the road?
Yeah, that cannot be real.
To I don't know. Get to the other side.
It's a hoax.
Got stuck in the crack.
Ah, good dad joke. What do you call an elephant that doesn't matter? Irrelevant.
If you helped your Uncle Jack off an elephant, would you help your Uncle Jack off an elephant?
Yeah. Old school. There's one I heard. It's pretty funny. There's 100 guys in a bar lining up to get punched in the face. Yeah, that's the punchline.
Oh.
Sounds like the Glovers that come in here, actually.
Yeah, right? So, Anaconda, are you still here? Did she take off?
I think she's gone.
Gone.
Oh, she's gone. She disappeared.
Boom, boom, boom. Another one bites the dust.
Okay,
What
now I can.
she going on about? Masturbating monkeys and
Going on
shit.
about Darwinism.
Give her credit. She hasn't got going for about 45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the viewpoint of people that believe they live on a ball, and they think they're right, and they think we're all retarded. Right? I get it. So, I mean, she left
Apparently,
thinking...
she thought we were fucking monkeys. Not retarded. She just thought we were monkeys.
Yeah. Maybe because that's why we think the earth is flat. Yeah.
That is fucking ridiculous. I can't believe she literally said that she thought we. Oh my gosh!
It's Brenda's sister.
Proven fact that Darwinism is false. You do not come from monkeys. It's already been proven. She's gonna sit there and tell us, but I can't believe she believes that.
I mean,
who was the one that was going on? Humans have 46 chromosomal pairs, thus the 46 and 2. Were you trying to imply she may have an extra pair?
Oh. Rose, I mean, retard. It's mean.
Yow.
I mean, perhaps that's the missing link, you know? I mean, think about it.
I never heard a girl talk about like that.
Yeah, when she started talking about masturbating monkeys, I kind of checked out. That's just a little too much. Yeah.
Oh, she was talking about monkey see, monkey do.
Okay.
Look, if you believe in evolution, you believe that not everybody evolved equally. So that therefore, monkey man.
I'm surprised none of you guys said, yeah, but monkeys also throw shit, but we don't throw shit. So what's the deal here?
Well, we evolved. We've evolved past that. That's why we don't jerk off in public anymore. Thanks a lot, Obama.
Thanks a lot, George Bush.
It's in the Hangover movie where it's like, yeah, it's also frowned upon to masturbate on a plane, but you can't do that anymore now. Thanks a lot, Obama.
Oh.
I think that was
it wasn't Hangover. Robert Downey Jr. Yeah, Zach Galifianakis.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of the movie. It was Date Night. No,
Date Night with
Date Night.
Robert Downey. I'll look it up. Yeah, Due Date.
Due Date. Yeah. Due Date. Date do. Do the date. All right, sorry.
Evolution is all about not changing. They keep forgetting that. Platypus is not changed, but then changed into everything else. So it's about not changing, while also changing.
And curving while not curving.
Pretty much.
I mean, and it's only natural she brings up that kind of question because they kind of do go hand in hand. The evolution is a satanic lie. It goes right along with the globe and the Big Bang Theory and all that nonsense that we came from nothing. We're an insignificant accidental speck that just so happened to evolve from monkeys. You know, lucky us that we got the chance to exist and all that by pure happenstance. That's what she wants to believe, that her life is a complete accident. None of us should actually be here, statistically.
Not really. She believes that Darwinism, like a selective,
natural selection.
Yeah, natural selection.
Yeah. It's all nonsense.
Holy shit, I think it's going to be a full moon either tonight or tomorrow.
Seems to be the case.
The lunatics are gonna crawl out of the woodwork. I guess we got our first one.
Yeah. You read my mind. So I guess it is a full moon in Australia. Hey, mate.
Time is it? I can start seeing the moon around 8:30 where I'm at.
Really? Yeah, I can see the moon right now just above the horizon.
I live in the middle of the damn woods and I got a high tree line. That's why.
I live in the middle of the desert with like naked mountains. They're not really mountains, they're like hills. And no trees.
Naked mountains, huh? Mm.
Yeah.
I bet you masturbate with monkeys to those naked mountains, you dirty, dirty boy.
No, but it makes it easier to find the minerals up there because you don't have the dirt and the trees and the grass and all that shit.
Masturbating to minerals, that proves evolution. I'm sorry, that was stupid.
That was really, really stupid. So, all right, guys, my dinner is cooked and ready, waiting for me downstairs. So it's been a great day.
Better go. Awesome. Good to
I'll
have
you. Talk to you all later. Yeah, man.
Dan in Texas. Good job today, man. All right, 97%. And that's what the time and date says.
Take that what you done. Anybody else want to talk about masturbation on here? Sonny, how about you?
No, I'm done.
Anyone else? Well, I've got the S-Band keyed up, guys. If you want to carry it on, it's no problem. If you want to go and talk about it in Pornhub, please feel free to fuck off there, eh?
I literally did get banned or something. I can't chat in the live stream chat channel. It's gone for me now?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct, mate. That's because you were told to stop talking about masturbation.
I'm
Take
sorry.
it up with an admin or a mod, will you?
Sorry. Will do.
I'm kept in a cage in Scotland for a fucking good reason, guys. This is a flat earth server.
Yeah, the moon was pretty cool tonight. It was chasing the sunset pretty close.
So here's the problem with believing in evolution. We're just basically animals and our worth has been diminished. Or we're basically complicated rocks. So, there you go.
Yeah, which is worse, actually, because, we step on rocks.
What are those things called where it's like a complete ecosystem sealed in a glass bottle?
Yeah.
Terrarium.
Is that what it's called? Is that what a terrarium is?
Yep. It's like a Terra aquarium.
And these things are like sealed for like many, many years, like tens of years, and things are still living inside of it, and there's no change in species, no speciation occurring. See, that's what I think Earth might be like, is one of these terrariums that's sealed off from the outside. So there's no influences from outside.
Crushing nesting jars of Earth.
By definition, a creator cannot be part of the creation.
Exactly. When you create a simulation, you are not part of the simulation. The simulation exists outside of your reality.
Maybe you should say world instead of simulation, because I'm pretty sure the word simulation refers to, something existing as an example or template, if you will, of something that already exists. So like Grand Theft Auto, the video game, is almost like a little bit like a simulation of real life. But real life is not a simulation.
Oh, I know that, but I'm saying if you create a simulation or a program, you exist outside of that program. Like
yeah, indeed.
Your
like
reality is not. Yeah, it's not the thing you constructed. So you're right. The creator is not a part of the creation. By definition, it cannot be.
Sure seems to be some precise mechanics going on. I can't help but see in all that clockwork-like movement and precision and the resetting every year and all of that, that it stays the same way for as long as we know of. that it could keep doing that without some sort of mechanism. And I suppose if someone's going to, say, okay, what kind of a mechanism would a creator, which boggles the mind. So then you almost have to start asking the question, is there such a thing, or could there even, I don't know even how to contemplate this, but mechanics without actual mechanism. So, I mean, like, for instance, lights moving, like, I don't know. Like if you have a light show, right? You have something behind it that's moving these lights. So if there's some other mechanism that's moving these lights, I mean, we have no idea. I mean, we don't know what even the source or energy of these lights are, let alone the motion.
They are unverified lights in the sky, and they may remain to be unverified lights in the sky, even with any amount of technology or effort in the future to verify them and what they are. Because after all, you can't have gas pressure without a container, and we don't know if those lights are inside the same container we are or outside of it somehow. But either way, one way or another, they could potentially, for one reason or another, be unverifiable ultimately. So better get comfortable with that, all you Glovers out there.
Yeah, because see, the thing is, like, okay, so if they can't tell if the experts are wrong, which they are, then we know for a fact that this place is so much more fantastic and amazing than anybody could possibly imagine. That scares people because they don't like the unknown. It's like flat earth is like the dark. People who are afraid of the dark come in here and they yell at the dark.
If you remember, it scared the scientists that we were in the center of the universe, and they said, "This is, this is not good. That means we're special." That just throws them off.
I heard someone in here a little while ago say, I'd rather, I think it was you, Sonny, I'd rather have questions I can't answer than answers I can't question.
Yeah, and I plagiarized that. I heard it somewhere else, but yeah, that's a really good saying. I mean, it's true.
People are comfortable with the mystery.
Answers I can't question is what's happening right now, all over the platforms, all over social media.
Yeah.
They'll ban you if you have the wrong answer, if you say stuff, challenge the status quo.
Did Jake on the plane come back to talk to QE again?
Yeah, Huey's scared to talk to me, so the minute we start talking, he starts muting me because he can't handle it.
That's not the way I heard it, bro.
Well, you're going to hear it through your bias, right? But the bottom line is he can't answer simple questions. He'll just try to obfuscate, change the subject, and then mute me when I don't stop asking him to answer those questions.
Okay, why don't you ask me one of these simple questions of yours?
You act like we're not here when it happens.
Sure, what creates the pressure gradient on the flat Earth?
What creates it?
Yeah, why is there
I'm
a
not
pressure
sure if
gradient on
that's
the
an
flat Earth?
answerable question. I mean, I acknowledge that there is a pressure gradient, but you're asking what creates it. I'm not sure if that's an answerable question. How would you prove what creates it?
I think he's saying gravity.
Pressure gradients only exist within a container, period. You can't even measure it or detect a gradient of gas pressure unless you have the assistance of the container.
Also,
Yeah, but that's not even what he's talking about. He's asking what creates the pressure gradient. I'd like to ask him, like, okay, what do you think created it, and how did you prove that? Or how did anyone prove that? Caused it to happen like that.
Basically, you have light stuff on top and heavy stuff on the bottom. There's no downward bias. It's equal balance. How's that?
Well, yeah, but it's not light stuff and heavy stuff because it's technically air up there and air down here. But, you know, again, you can't have gas pressure without a container, and you can't have a pressure gradient without gas pressure first. So it's not like he's making any kind of argument that proves the Earth's a ball in space or anything like that. But I'm just wondering, he's asking what creates the gradient itself, what actually causes gas to behave its way itself. He's basically asking, you know, or well, I guess it's that electrostatic, incoherent electrostatic acceleration that Get Beget was talking about. I guess that's essentially the answer, like the real answer. It's not gravity, magical fairy dust gravity. It's a stupid fucking question.
So no gas pressure without a container yet, though. Yeah, you're right, Drace. There's so many unknown factors in that because it's such a dynamic system. It's swirling and, you know, swirling around. There's vectors. There's thermodynamics are happening all around throughout the whole system. It's not like the Globers try to say everything's static and it's just a perfectly round ball that was never measured, and we got a perfectly round sphere of gas that was never measured.
So when it comes to the steak and cow metaphor or analogy, I can't even remember which one it is, but you know, you can't have gas pressure without a container first, and you can't have a steak dinner without a cow first. The gas pressure gradient is almost like the color of the fur on the cow. So it's almost like that guy's coming in here and asking, why is the cow brown? Like, well, we don't care about what the color is. We're just telling you that there's a cow. And you're asking what the color of the cow is? What difference does it make?
Yeah, the color of the cow, but ignoring the cow itself. Like, no, only the color of the cow. No, not the cow itself, just the color.
Yeah, the cow's brown because of gravity.
Boy, that was quick.
You guys check out What's It last night, where the dude was like, that troll came and he was like, oh, hydrogen goes up, but it goes down. But then What's It's like, so does it go up or does it go down? It's like that dude was just, oh my god, it was just crazy.
All right, sorry guys, I had to take a phone call there. We were in our argument about how do you create the pressure gradient within the flat Earth container.
How do you create the pressure gradient?
Easy. We can create it in any direction we want. If we accelerate something.
Okay, show us in a demonstration.
Wait, his question didn't make any damn sense. He said, how do we create the pressure gradient?
Well, I mean, how does it work? How does it work on the flat Earth? Obviously,
how does it work on the globe?
How does it work? Or are you asking what causes it? Which one?
Both.
Okay, well, here, let's ask you, how did anyone figure out what causes the pressure gradient?
Because gravity acts as an acceleration.
Okay, show us that in a demonstration.
Scientific experiment.
Have you guys ever seen? Sure. Have you guys ever seen the demonstration where a helium balloon is in a car, and when the car accelerates, it goes in the opposite direction of everything else?
Car is a closed system. Stop it. We're not children here. Car is a closed system. Stop it.
Yeah, but it's a container that has a pressure gradient.
Stop it. Bullshit. Stop it.
It's a container like the flat Earth container.
No, you're going to have to just fuck right off with it.
What he's saying actually proves us right, as far as I can tell. So
hold on, what's the problem with it's in a container? It's just like the flat Earth container.
You're only proving us right because we're inside a container. Don't you get it? We're inside a container.
And in the car container, you have to create acceleration in order to create a pressure gradient that makes the helium balloon float toward the front of the car.
No, false.
How does that relate to a globe that's an open system?
But if what you just said was true, a vomit comet wouldn't work the way it is. A vomit comet is one of those airplanes where you go up really, really high and then you die for a while, so you're weightless on the inside for a few minutes. If what you just said was true, that would not happen that way. You're an idiot.
It does. Because the airplane, the people are decelerating or accelerating in the opposite force of gravity.
Oh my gosh,
what gravity are you talking about, dude? You're asking what causes the pressure gradient to exist?
Well, like
if you're waiting for evidence from you, because I'm not making any claims.
Wait, are you saying that there is no pressure gradient?
No, he didn't say that.
I didn't.
Okay, so why do I have to present evidence for pressure gradient if we all agree there's a pressure gradient?
It's your claim. So prove your claim. Prove your claim on a ball Earth. Then how is there? What causes a gradient on your ball Earth? And can you show a demonstration?
Yeah, the fact that air has weight.
That's not a demonstration. I want a demonstration.
Okay, I just told you the car.
Air has weight.
The car.
Did you say so? Because what comes out of Jake's mouth is a demonstration.
The car accelerating produces a pressure gradient.
Air. Does somebody weigh air?
What do you mean? How does someone weigh air?
You just said air has weight.
Of course it does.
Okay, so if I have a scale in front of me and there's some air above it, how much does that air weigh?
Okay. So, do you think that a scuba tank that's empty weighs the same as a scuba tank that's full?
No, scuba tanks. No.
Can you weigh gas without a container?
We just weigh the air.
Yeah, can
without
you weigh
a container?
Air without a container.
I don't understand what your question is.
Yeah, obviously. What happens to gas when you put it under really high pressure?
What do you mean?
Yeah, obviously you don't understand what's happening.
Doesn't it turn to liquid?
Yeah, like a propane bottle, liquid on the bottom and gas higher up in the tank. A gradient in the container.
So then I guess that wouldn't be weighing gas. That would be weighing a container with liquid in it.
Yeah, but you can have a container that's all gas, no liquid, and still measure the weight difference.
But you said you said air has weight.
Yeah. When you pump it into a container, the weight of the container goes up. It doesn't have to turn into a liquid.
Right.
But so when you put the air in a container,
scuba tank doesn't have liquid. A scuba tank doesn't have liquid air in it. Scuba tank is still gas.
Let me teach you something. Weight is not an inherent property of matter. It is a means to measure something in air. So if you take a scale, a mechanical scale, and weigh yourself in the air, you weigh X amount. You take the same scale, put yourself in a different medium like water, you don't weigh the same amount.
Yeah, it's because the water creates a buoyant force.
Uh-oh. What happened to gravity then?
Gravity is buoyancy is gravity in action.
But no, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It is not. Buoyancy is a force that is overcoming your gravity. So it's a higher. It's an actual force. You don't have a force. A force requires that it can do work. Listen,
they actually claim that buoyant force is caused by gravity pushing things up, but this is the most retarded thing you could ever say, because once you look at hot air balloons, you actually see that they're lifting tons away from the surface of the Earth, and if you use your excuse, then the attraction of cold air is overcoming the attraction on the tons of weight.
Yeah.
Your idea is oxymoronic.
Yeah. Also, he said that.
So let me ask you something.
Weight.
When you have a ping pong ball in an empty jar, and then you start to fill the jar with water, what is lifting that ping pong ball up?
Water.
Water, based on the square inches of the ball, that the water is displaced by that object.
Yeah.
Okay, and what's making the water
in the water? If you had a bolt of steel, it would not be lifting up to the surface. Oh no!
Do you think that the ball of steel would register? But you agree that the ball of steel would register a different weight, right?
Yeah, but you're
weighted in the water versus you weighted
trying to distract because it's a liquid. It's a different state of matter. So we're on gases here. We're talking about gases.
Oh, you don't think that if you pour a heavier gas in a container, it'll displace the lighter gas and push it up to the top?
That's not the topic at hand.
It's exactly the same phenomenon.
Pressure. That's not gas pressure.
Same exact phenomenon.
Gas pressure involves all directions, a container, holding the gas inward. So if you had a tire and you pop the tire and the air is flowing out of the tire, that's, a tire deflating. It's not consistent gas pressure.
I don't know where you're going with that, but bottom line is I came in asking, how do we have a pressure gradient on the flat Earth? And so far, no one has answered it. You guys have said, well, you explain it on the globe.
You haven't answered how you have it on the globe. How do you have it on the globe?
You asked the question right back, and you have a claim.
Okay, so you're answering a question with the question.
Stop interrupting me. You have a claim of the cause of the gradient. We're asking you to back that absurd statement. So please provide evidence, an experiment that proves the cause.
So you don't argue that if we accelerate something, we can create a pressure gradient in the direction of the acceleration.
Waffle on about something else?
I just told you how it's caused. It's caused when
you're doing exactly what you're doing exactly what you claim QE is doing. So now I'll just mute your ass. Okay. You're a numpty, man. I'll unmute him. Here you go. I don't want to deprive the people here.
Yeah, you did not
exactly what I said. You guys don't answer the question, and
you did not show that the gradient that we live in was being created by acceleration of a car. That's absurd.
Yeah, what if we said it was caused by fairies that are invisible? Would that make you feel better? Should we tell you a bedtime story and that would somehow cheer you up? It's fairies, okay? Fairies we can go down the pressure gradient. Are you happy now?
Okay, great. Well, let's go down a different course of reasoning. Why do things gain potential energy when we lift them up?
Oh my God! Because the last thing you said made no sense. Now you're going on to something else.
And then, how does that potential energy get extracted into kinetic energy?
This is
leaving gas. What is that potential energy?
This is more of a what is server. What is the Earth? Shape of it. Properties of it. Is it moving? Is it not? There's not really a lot of why questions around here. Your why questions are what the hell are we supposed to do with why questions?
So, for example, there's hydroelectric battery storage, right? Where they store energy by pumping water into a reservoir. Sorry, I'm breathing hard because I'm pushing a stroller up a hill. But when they want to extract the energy, they just let the water flow, and it puts a force on the turbine that spins the turbine, and the energy is extracted, right?
Holy smokes, bud! Maybe you should give up smoking. Maybe you should give up smoking, bud.
Dude, this hill is hella steep,
Hydroelectric
and I'm pushing a
dams
heavy ass
work.
kid up this hill. Trust me, you guys would be huffing and puffing. So anyway,
So yes, hydroelectric dams.
why is there?
And that does not prove that the Earth is a ball.
So, but why does it take energy to lift it up? And why can we extract that energy when we lower it back down?
With these silly why questions, dude, you sound like something your child would be asking you.
Well, we describe gravity as a force, which you have a big problem with, right?
Well, you describe it 106 years out of date as a force when modern science claims it's not a force, and that whole thing is just as conceptual.
Einstein still calls it a force, except in Einstein, it's a pseudo force, meaning that it's not a force in all frames of reference.
Non-force, you numpty.
Nope. In the scientific physics meaning, it means it's not a force in all frames of reference. Go look that up.
Crap. What a
Einstein
mess.
and Newton have two different geometries and frames of reference, so you can't mix and match these two. You're
By the way, you can crush things. You can even kill animals and people with centrifugal force. Centrifugal force is also a pseudo force.
Yeah, you can call this
frames of reference.
It comes from rotation.
He just contradicted himself in a really weird way.
And in physics, it's a pseudo force.
Oh my God! Pseudoscience requires pseudo forces. Yeah, we get it.
It's not a force in all frames of reference.
Yeah, so what frames of reference represent reality and which ones don't?
It's pseudo troll.
What do you mean?
No, he's a
all
real
frames
troll.
of reference represent reality. That's another thing you guys have trouble with. You guys confuse. You guys confuse reference frames,
bro. I don't like that. I don't like that. No, I don't like that. You tell us, try to tell us what we are. That's bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's super bullshit because he has contradictions and he's trying to tell us we have a problem when he has inherent contradictions within his belief systems. That's his problem, not our problem.
Try to say, oh, what you people have problem with or trouble with. No. Wrong.
Sounds like he might have fallen over, out of breath.
No, I was muted. I'm good now. I made it up the hill.
That's good. I don't want any bad things to happen to you, man. I don't hate you. I just don't want you to lie to us or yourself.
I can't believe people talk like that and can't see how many presuppositions they're making in a single paragraph. It's astonishing. These are supposed to be adults.
Why do you think you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
Let me guess. It's not just one thing, but they can't name one thing.
Sorry, what was the question? I have to step out.
Why do you think you live on a spinning ball in space, if you do think so, if you believe so?
Yeah, because all the observations debunk the flat Earth. That's why you guys can't talk about them.
Okay, like what's the best observation that you think does that?
Two celestial poles.
That debunks heliocentrism, so try again.
How so? How so?
Because in heliocentrism, you're going around the sun, buddy.
That has nothing to do with two celestial poles.
Yes, it does, because
How
you're
so?
actually supposed to be orbiting around the sun, which would block about 60% of your night sky. And so as you orbit, everyone on the equator would be looking at the exact same constellation, going over the heads of the entire equator, but that's not what happens. We don't live in a heliocentric model. We actually have a geocentric sky. I'm sorry if this is news to you, but that's just how it is.
You guys are just very confused. Well, why does the why
doesn't know that the sky is geocentric and is arguing for heliocentrism? That's so funny, bro.
Why do the constellations on the ecliptic change throughout the year?
Why questions? Why questions? Why questions?
The flat earthers just can't answer them.
Questions.
Answer
can't answer any question you'd like. Can't answer any question at all. Anything, starting with curvature. Not one question has been answered about. You don't have any proof at all to back your globe Earth.
What do you mean?
Not one piece of evidence has been provided to show curvature, a measurement
I got pictures
of
from space,
distance
from all the major space agencies around the world.
Dickhead.
Here, let me change my question a little bit. Do you have any reason for thinking that you live on a planet in the vacuum of space, a sphere? Do you have anything for thinking that doesn't involve pointing at the sky or images from NASA? Anything that doesn't involve pointing at the sky and images from NASA? Do you have anything that makes you think that you're on a planet in space that doesn't involve those two things?
Sure. You go up in a high altitude balloon, the sky gets black, and the horizon falls away.
Well, you said go up, and you didn't even say curvature. You just said the sun goes away. I mean,
the horizon falls away, which it would not on a flat Earth.
Well, okay, so you're thinking that we should be able to see forever. Can you see forever?
Well, then what we would expect is that the flat Earth horizon would turn into a haze. It would look like you're looking into a fog bank. Not a well-defined horizon, right?
When were you up in this balloon making this observation, buddy? Oh, you never did it? You just imagined it?
What, you've never seen Flat Earther Dwayne Kellum's balloon footage?
I've seen a bunch of balloon footage, and I don't see what you see, buddy.
Yeah, I've been on top of mountains and in aircraft, quite a few different types of aircraft. And
does the horizon drop? Does the horizon drop as you go higher and higher in the aircraft?
Drop?
Does it go well below eye level?
No, it doesn't. No, it actually rises the entire time.
It stays even. Finds its almost like, I guess you could maybe almost call it a place of equilibrium, and it stays there as you go further up, whether on a mountain or in an aircraft looking through a window.
He's actually trying to argue that the horizon is a geometric sphere edge now. So he just killed himself, because we can see through that sphere edge with better optics.
Yeah, but the way he's describing it is like a cylinder.
Yep. So where does the sphere edge start, Jake?
What do you mean? It doesn't start anywhere.
You're right. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, you're right.
When you place a camera, when you place a webcam over a ball, where does the edge start?
Webcam.
If you place it on the surface of the ball, the edge starts where the edge starts, obviously. Like,
Wait,
have you
is
never
it a
looked at a
GoPro?
ball close up to the surface?
Is it a
Like, you
GoPro?
think you live on a ball. What the fuck? Where do you think the edge is on your ball?
Yeah, same place it is on the ball with the webcam.
You're the one that thinks it's a ball, so where's that edge at?
Where you see the apparent horizon.
Oh,
And
so
why
it's
does
a
it move?
geometric horizon then.
Why does it move back and forth?
What's that?
Why is it moving back and forth from 270 kilometers or more to the 10 miles, to the 30 miles to the island in Santa Barbara? Why does it keep changing?
Because it's refracted. Refraction can do so.
Bagok. Welcome to Flat Earth once again. You just admitted it's not a geometric horizon, so welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, and if it's refracted, how can you assume that if you see any kind of change in it, that proves it's a ball?
Anyway, we could give you all the refraction you want, bro. Listen, it's only going to make the geometric horizon from 1.225 to 1.3. Good luck with that.
That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Prove me wrong.
Show the calculation. Show the calculation how you came up with that.
No, you are the one begawking refraction, not me.
Just increase the coefficient of
Show
refraction.
it to me. Show it to me. I need a citation.
Oh, you
Show me the citation.
Refraction? That doesn't exist in reality, buddy.
And if you knew anything about refraction, you're a numpty, because refraction doesn't do anything at all to the horizon itself, only what is above it, and sometimes below it. That's it. Doesn't lift up the freaking object you're looking at. You're not looking at a mirage. Lighthouses are not mirages, bro.
Hey, yeah, and how does it keep everything horizontal from left to right? Even a slight bend. Wouldn't, even if it's refraction and all kinds of stuff, wouldn't there be a bend somewhere if it were Earth curve? Somewhere.
Let me help out. If it was a sphere, it would bend at some point from point A to point B. If we're observing two objects at a distance, there should be a hump in the middle that will occlude the objects. So can you show us that happening ever without NASA?
Guess not.
I just want to know why the globe believers are afraid to measure Earth for curvature already. You guys don't want to even measure it once, real quick, just to see?
Yeah, not even one. In 5 years here, I've not even seen one.
Crazy.
Not one that was presented with known heights and stuff like that. Like, we all have that information of everything we've done.
Yeah. It's really, real strange here. We got guys like Sean Hawkins saying that spheres have edges. No, you're right. Nothing has edges, Sean. Nothing. Especially not things like three-dimensional spheres. No, no, no.
And that's what we have once again when we ask for some globe proof.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, why is that globe all of a sudden the globe is a cylinder? Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? I think it'd be so easy right there. Where they're trying to say that these boats are going over. Well, all they got to do is Go left to right. Show there's a drop. Right there. Right where the boat's doing it. Because if it's visible, then it should be visible in all of the axes.
But Master Priest Neil has already told me that the Earth is hamburger shaped, flattened, and it's not hot dog shaped. Prolate.
And after lunch, it gets a little chubbier the lower you go. Yeah. Now it's hamburger shape. Guy's food obsessed.
He also told us that because of centrifugal force, it's going to spin out and flatten into a pizza. But if you take that logic to its conclusion, then they say we're looking at the stars and we're looking way into the past, millions and billions of years ago, so we don't really know what they look like right now or what life could be on those planets. But if you take that Neil thing to this conclusion, then all those balls you think you see up there are actually flying pizzas, buddy.
Bunch of flying pizzas.
Flying pizzas. Sounds great.
We can see into the past because we have the cosmic background radiation.
That by itself is just absurd, but I mean, they had to make the distances so far that, like, that's the end conclusion they have to accept.
This is accepted by all peer-reviewed science.
Yeah, I don't see how they think they have a choice that they can pick and choose these experts. They have to take the whole ball of wax, in my opinion.
Ball of wax. Oh, I get it.
Mm-hmm. We're going to melt it.
Cal, we got a new guy, Cal, C-A-L. Says in his about me, I actually care about school, LOL. Okay. And we got, I think he's the only person in here with the, well, I have no idea who he is, you know.
Want me to unmute him?
Sure. I don't think he has speaking roles, but.
No, here's Cal. Cal, are you there? Is that too much?
Too much what?
I don't know. Too much like game show host.
I think you're good. No, I like the game show. You know me. Coming up next.
Cal, are you there? You're the next contestant. Okay, we'll have to temporarily put you back on server mute. If you want to get unmuted, go to the VC check-in and we'll help you there.
Oh, did you guys kick Jake or did he take off?
No, he took off. He was not muted, so he could have spoke.
Damn it. Wanted some of that. I mean, the conversation. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Godric was doing a good job. Sorry if I step on your toes, Godric. Don't mean to. Who else was that? Was that Orion? Sometimes I.
That was me, Drace.
Oh, I'm sorry, Drace. Yeah, Drace.
I wanted my pound of flesh.
Got a Brad R that just came in. Brad R. Rolls. He's new to Discord. Brad R. What's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm wondering why you guys aren't going into the VC check-in.
Well, there's get VC verified. If you don't.
We could try to unmute Brad R. I'll keep my finger on the trigger.
He just left.
Okay.
Seems like I don't want to say nothing just yet.
It's almost 5 a.m.
Brad's back.
Yeah.
So we got two guys, Brad and Pal, or Cal, Pal.
No.
Brad, are you there?
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up?
Hey, Brad.
Hey.
What's going on, dude? How's your night going?
Pretty good.
Cool. Sonny, do you want to talk to him for a little bit?
No, it's going to take a little break. Let the rest of the panel. Yeah, you guys handle it. Thank you, though.
So, hey, Brad, what brings you to the server, buddy?
Just want to learn about Flat Earth. You know.
How'd you find out about the old server?
I just put in Flat Earth on the Discord server search thing.
Okay, that's cool. So, did you just create your account?
Yeah, I just created one.
For the Flat Earth research, or just in general? Are you just now coming onto Discord?
Just in general, one of my friends at Discord. So, made a Discord.
Cool. Is this the first time you're looking into Flat Earth?
No, I've looked into it before, but I haven't really done my own personal, I haven't really done any field testing,
Yeah.
I haven't done any long distance level tests myself.
Okay.
So,
do you mind if I run through?
Because I mean, so
you're roboting a little bit, Brad. You might want to reconnect, my friend, and we can have a little better conversation.
All right, yeah, I got you.
Well, hey, no, you're good. Stay right there. Just don't move your body.
Good.
Don't move your body. Wherever you are, stay there. All right, cool. So, we'd go through a series of questions really quick just to kind of get a baseline about where people are at in their understanding of the topic. And then if you want to ask questions after these three questions, the floor is all yours. Do you mind if I really quickly go through those questions with you?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, super. Just remember, just be honest. Please try not to pull out in your mind answers that your teacher would have said growing up or whatever. It's basically appealing to something else somebody else said.
I don't
try
know
not to do that.
Answer. That's what he's saying.
What's that? Yeah, I don't know is an acceptable answer. That's correct. Yeah. So if you don't know, just say so. All right, and they're easy questions.
All right.
All right, buddy. Well, you're roboting, so we'll see how far we get. Okay. First question is, do you know of any time in history when someone or a group of someones measured directly the physical Earth curvature?
No, I don't know. I don't know that one.
Okay, that's okay. Perfect. Good answer. I don't either. I have no idea. If there was a measurement of curvature in history, I've been looking for quite a while, and I haven't found the evidence of that, the data from that experiment. So there you go. That's number one. And it's a belief that I had, at least, right? It's a belief that people have. They can't really validate it, can they?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. I don't want to lead you, though. I want you to answer honestly. So the second question is, do you know of any time in history where someone or a group of someone's detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis? When did they get the revolutions per minute, the RPM, of that Earth spin?
No.
Super duper. All right, me neither. The last one. This question is more like A science, well, I guess they're all science questions, but this one is a little bit, I mean, here, let me see if I can stop waffling. I'll just ask the question. Can there exist gas pressure without a container containing the gas?
No, you need a container for gas pressure.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you for answering honestly and putting up with me.
Yeah, I know. I did on the first question. I did see something before about but I forgot the guy's name. But
please, by
I've
all
seen
means,
some.
if you
Yeah,
remember
I mean,
it all, let's see it. Let's talk about it.
no, I don't remember it all. I'm just saying, like, I have seen someone talk about it before, like using shadows to measure the curvature. But like, see, I don't really know if I really believe that. I don't think I believe that though. You know?
Okay. Well,
You
he
know
was
what I'm saying?
called, yeah, and he was called, I think what you're referring to is Eratosthenes, or Eratosthenes. There we go. God, his name's a nightmare. Eratosthenes. And he used.
That's why I remember it, honestly.
Yeah. And, you know, so the story is he used sticks and shadows. So the shadow that the sticks cast on the earth as he put sticks a specific length from each other, to him, is unequivocal proof that Earth is a ball, given how those shadows behaved. Now, if that is a direct measurement of Earth curve, wow, how easy. I can go out and make a lot of money measuring the Earth curve, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, see, because like, I mean, you can recreate that small scale, like get like a flashlight or like, you know, like a globe light, and then put it on like a top of a table. You know, I mean, you'll get like a similar effect, but I don't think, you know, I mean, my table's not curved. You know what I'm saying? Like the tabletop is flat. You know, like so.
Yeah, you hope. I mean, you hope it's not curved because it'll make dinner a little bit difficult. So.
Yeah. I mean,
I hear you, man. It's what?
I have a circular table, it's flat.
Circular
like
flat table.
Yeah, like the table is flat. So.
Right on, dude. Well, yeah, all right.
That's why I don't buy, you know, the idea that shadows prove curvature. I don't believe that. You know, it just doesn't really.
Well, there's no way for it to do, like, at best, it's a correlation. At best. And,
yeah.
I'm trying to find. I've got a meme. Of course I do. Everyone's got memes for everything, but then this doesn't prove one thing one way or the other. But and check the live stream voice text. People are going to start. There we go. I was going to try to find that meme that was just posted at 49 minutes after the hour. You've got on the bottom. You've got a curved, a bent curved bottom to that thing, and then on the top you've got just the flat version of it. So as you can see, the sticks and shadows doesn't prove anything one way or the other.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just a stick on the ground and a shadow being cast. You can measure the shadows all you like, but that doesn't mean anything. Are you going to do that over the surface of the entire world? Well, no one has. No one will. So it doesn't really prove Earth curvature. It doesn't even prove local curve. So
exactly.
Cool. All right, man. Well, do you have any questions for us?
Not at the moment.
Okay, right on. Well, we will be here. There's a big panel. I don't know if you can see how many people are here, but there's a few.
Also, I just wanted to say something real quick. You know, Brad, you were talking about your flat table, right?
Yeah.
Also, do you try to appreciate that when people talk about science, or you're denying science and all this kind of stuff that people say?
Yeah.
What do you appreciate that, or at least that, if in order to measure the flatness of your table, you would not use any science, correct? You would just measure it as flat.
I mean, I just use observation. I mean, I can just look at it and tell.
Right.
I mean, I can also.
No science is needed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I can also use like a spirit level, I guess, like a, you know, like a water level. You know.
You're right. Water is level, always. So where is it curving in the world? But I just wanted to see, just appreciate that, because you're going to hear a lot, like, oh, science, what is science? No science is needed to measure the flatness of your table. You know, that's all I want to say.
Yeah.
and water always lays flat, always, unless you can prove otherwise.
Yeah, I've seen some flat Earth water level tests online. I've never done one myself, but I have seen some, showing no detectable curve drop. So, I mean,
yeah, I mean, you don't even need to do one. You already said water. You can use a bubble level of water. Water is always, and that's what it does. Is go flat, always. So, if anyone's going to claim that it's not going flat and it's curving around some ball, then that's going to be up to them to prove that that's what's happening. Because you inherently know, as we all do, water lays flat. That's why we use levels with water. It's very simple.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the ones making a claim going against our, our senses. Because I mean,
we all observe and see naturally every day and utilize to determine flatness.
Yeah, because I mean, realistically,
I get around somehow.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Because like realistically speaking, if we weren't taught about the globe Earth, we probably wouldn't believe it. I mean, like, because our own personal senses just don't really show us further. Yeah, you go and look up the big like lake or like a.
Sorry, you're coming in low for me. Sorry.
You said what?
Sorry, I was stepping on you. You were coming in low for me. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
I was like, yeah, it's no wonder that that the government mandates that all children are taught their curriculum from 0 to 18 years old or whatever. Yeah. Interesting that.
No, it's funny too. It's like it's the first most popular idea, so somehow that's just what everybody accepts. Well, the big boys say it's a sphere in space. Oh wow, that must have been a lot of work to find that out. Thank God I don't have to find it out. I can just trust them.
Yeah, well, that's where a big part of the problem comes in because I mean, you're like challenging like academic authority. Well, because like you have these accredited scientists telling us the Earth is round. So that's pretty much why like a lot of people are just kind of not really wanting to challenge that claim.
Yeah. They're scared of it.
Yeah. I mean, I can kind of understand why they'd be scared of it too, because like you do get like harassment for suggesting that the Earth could be flat. I mean, like anyone I bring it up to, they think I'm either trolling or they think I'm stupid.
Yep. Oh, I know. We know what you're saying, partner.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then I explain it a little bit more, and they understand why why I came to that conclusion that I believe it's flat. But I mean, they don't really like. They usually still don't really consider it. And they start throwing like straw mans, stuff like that. There's a lot of times when that happens.
You look at that chart like that I just put the meme about the globe fallacies. If you look at how many fallacies in you, not that you would be presenting this to those people because they're probably just going to not listen to you, but you really, when you look at this, you see who's really being I don't want to call them stupid, but ignorant. And like they're like purposely being ignorant.
Yeah, it's weird. They're smart enough to understand this stuff, right? I know it. We know it. We're all of us. Doesn't matter what side you are. We're smart enough to see what this stuff is. They just ignore the fact that they're using fallacies to back up a fantasy. Or, let me say this. They realize that they just don't care. Just continue. No, it has to be a ball. It has to be. I don't care what evidence flat earthers bring in the face of this globe fantasy. It's still a globe because I want it to be. Because I say so. Because that's what I was taught.
Pretty much. Yeah, like yeah, that's sort of what I've experienced too. They it's as if they just assume it's a globe before really like looking at it objectively,
Yeah, totally. Right on, brother. Well, I don't have any more questions. I got to make some dinner, but if y'all want to chat with Brad, or Brad, you want to ask some questions, by all means, sir.
1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara on the Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line. But it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this, and yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
We're having a moment of silence for the death of the globe.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It works. It works. Your mic works.
456. 456.
Houston, the Eagle has landed.
Was the egg cracked when the eagle landed?
The egg was cracked. Over.
So there was a way through the eggshell.
Control Tower, this is Pan Am 949. There is no curvature. Please advise. Over.
Pay no attention to your actual eyes. Instead, pay attention to the false horizon gimbal.
Tower, this is American Airlines 646, flight to Minneapolis. We're having a hard time landing on your rotating runway. Make sure to stop the rotation of the Earth so we can land these passengers safely. Thank you so much. Over.
Yeah, that's a negative. That's not going to happen. Too many
Refer
other
to
things are in motion.
Eratosthenes. Refer to Eratosthenes. Over.
Okay, well then I'm going to fly back to reality with these passengers. Thanks, Minneapolis. Over.
Control Tower, this is Pan Am 949. Our gimbal has shut down. There is no gimbal. Please advise on accounting for Earth drift.
Lock on autopilot to nearest airport rendezvous. Delta. Emergency landing pattern. Hold for confirmation. Over.
I'll be looking for the helicopter. Hovering, not going anywhere. That's how I'll know I can land there. Stationary. So nihilistic Chris then, huh? Are you there, bud? Do you want to speak to us?
I'm just here to listen, dude. I'm actually playing Minecraft at the moment.
Okay. Anybody not playing video game?
I'm not. I'm playing my one life in reality. So far, 40 years, no deaths.
Oh, did it go?
He said he's had no deaths.
Oh, got it.
Me neither. I haven't had any so far. I'm close a lot,
Me
but
as well. I had a near one, but I'm here still.
Yeah.
I'm trying
I think by like 30, 40, you've had at least one near-death experience. Like,
Did you
not
say
like
no
By the time you're
death?
40, you
No
should have
death.
at least 2 to 3.
Yeah. What'd you say, Godric?
Or you ain't
Did you
living.
say no death or no death?
No, no death. DEATH. But yeah, I guess
Both, if you're
I'm not
not
dead
saying.
either.
I thought he was out of debt. That's cool if he had a debt.
I have
I don't
not
have
died, and I
any
am
credit.
not in debt.
I've never had a credit card.
It's good. Better to have no
Are you
credit than
like
bad credit.
off
And
the grid?
that's what makes me so difficult to dock. More like don't trust the banks. Had a couple of bank accounts, but for some reason overnight the bank account went delinquent, charged me over, and put me in a system for 7 years. That happened twice. So the third time, as soon as I knew I had to move, I just closed the bank account. Fuck the banks.
Yeah, that's how they get you. Oh, put your money with us. It's safe here. Safer here than at your place.
I'm feeling so bad right now, not gonna lie.
What'd you say, Gold?
Oh, I'm feeling kind of bad, not gonna lie. I have a really fucked up sleep schedule. It just keeps going.
Yeah.
I can't fix it.
Know the struggle there. Know what that's like.
Yeah.
The only thing you got to do is stay up real long, get real tired, go to bed at a normal time.
I've kind of been trying to do that. It always like try to go really early and then kind of sleep 3-4 hours, wake up, and then I don't have sleep.
Yeah. It takes some work, but you can do it, dude.
I did kind of find a solution. Every time I wake up, I'm really thirsty. And I don't really usually hydrate as much. I don't hydrate at all.
Might be something to that.
Yeah, there might be.
Do you eat before you go to bed on a full stomach?
Not usually, yeah.
Are you saying you eat before you go to bed?
Sometimes, yes. The food gives me way too much energy.
As you get older, your body's taking more and more energy to digest that food, taking more water, and you're more dehydrated when you wake up.
Yeah, makes sense. I'll definitely hydrate more, since that should be the case. I'll probably just like hydrate and go back to sleep. I'll try that.
Do you drink alcohol?
No, I never drank alcohol in my entire life.
Good.
And I wanted to keep it like that.
Good.
It's God's body, not mine. It's a God's gift. It's a blessing. I don't want to ruin the blessing after all.
Whatever keeps you sober, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have a sweet tooth? Do you eat candy and sweets?
I'm kind of a gluttony myself. I eat a lot, and sometimes I eat sweets as well.
As we get older, our body is less able to handle sugars, and it could be dehydrating you little by little, more and more. You need more and more water to get rid of all that sugar as you get older, if you're eating a lot of sugar.
Yeah, sometimes I do. I'll probably drink more water. Though I have to distill my water for the most time, and it takes some time. I haven't found the motivation to do it.
Can I ask, are you physically fit?
No, I'm not. I'm fat, and I admit
If you start walking like some basic cardio, you're gonna feel a lot better, bro. Like,
yeah, and you'll be more tired at the end of the day.
Your heart's gonna get stronger. It's gonna be more efficient, pumping the blood through your body. You're sleeping better. Everything's better, bro.
Yeah, that's great advice. I've done that today when I had at school. I had gym, but I kind of did hyperventilation. Since if I run too much or do too much exercises, I kind of get too much air, and I pump it up too fast, so I don't.
Right, so that's too much. Can you just like walk for 20 minutes, like mild, mild cardio, nothing severe?
Yeah, that I can do. Though all this really experience with a PC, just like staying in PC, having really bad eyesight, and having like really thick legs. It really brings me down, and it's just really heavy. It's hard to move.
Can you swim? Like go to a lake or a
Yes, I
place
can
you can swim?
Yes, I can swim.
That's also a great exercise. It might be easier on your joints if that's if that's the issue.
Yeah, I'll definitely focus on that.
We want to do whatever we can do to stay young and vibrant and in shape, because when we get older, it just all goes downhill real fast. And if it's hard to exercise now, it's going to be doubly hard in 5 or 10 years if you start
Yeah.
pushing that age.
That is true. I did kind of do gym for a month or so since I tried it myself, and I had a gym teacher. It did work out for a while. Yeah, I eaten really healthy that time. But I slowly had to go to school, and school made me really tired, and I couldn't keep up with the gym as well. Just the program didn't work out for me, so I had to like kind of gave up on it and try later.
Yeah, check your heartbeats per minute throughout the day. When you start doing cardio, your heart starts getting stronger and starts pushing more blood and starts operating more efficiently. You'll notice that your heart rate will go down per minute because your heart's stronger and it's more efficient pumping the blood. And if you notice, like some of these, like we might have like a 70 beats a minute or 80 beats a minute, but like some of these athletes get down to like 40 beats a minute, which means their hearts are very strong and very efficient.
Yeah, I actually did try running for a while. I tried the running for like around 3 months, but then again, school was getting in my way again.
What are you taking in school?
Pretty much just overall building and practices on buildings, like construction,
Architecture?
Yeah, architecture.
Cool.
It's a little different though. It's still kind of difficult, and it's not really my domain. I was kind of forced into this domain since, yeah, my bad grades aren't helping either, and I had got forced into it.
Are you doing like buildings architecture, like
Overall, the sculpture of metals, like pieces, like pretty much just building a certain piece, shaping a metal into a circle or a cubic shape that fits into another piece, or even like structures, pillars, etc.
have you had any training that shows that you're supposed to account for a curving Earth when you do structures or buildings or these pillars you're talking about? That the Earth curves?
Not precisely. It was just an easy task. We were kind of like servants. We kind of help people in the domain with couples of either cleaning around the floors or just kind of peeling off metal. Because when you're trying to saw metal, it always like this mercury that, not really mercury. What was the name of the thing? Those sparks that flew on the saw. They usually get on the metal and they become hardened. You actually have to like peel off these things.
Right, you gotta wash them off.
Yeah. Of course, we use like these kind of shovel looking like really mini shovels.
Yeah. You gotta carve that shit off the metal.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what we've been doing in practice for the most part.
Nice, dude.
Do you have to wear a mask where you go to work?
Not precisely. Back then, it was actually just a normal case. There weren't like really a lot of COVID cases, so we didn't have to wear masks since it required a lot of physical work.
Does it interfere with your breathing to wear a mask nowadays?
Oh, I have a special mask that allows me to breathe. Plus, even normal masks don't even bother me. I could literally just breathe normally. As long as I don't do like extreme exercises that my lungs can keep, I'll be good. Just normal exercises that make me sweat, that's all. Not something that's really
Those are good
heavy on my
ones.
lungs. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the good ones to be doing, those exercises.
Because I kept forcing myself through it. And it's not really healthy.
Well, I mean, it depends, because exercise isn't necessarily easy either. It can be
True.
rewarding. It can be rewarding enough to like take it and be like, yeah, I like this, and then of course you get something called the runner's high. It's endorphins, serotonin, dopamine going on in the head, so it's nice.
Yeah.
Exercise can become a lot of fun.
It really is, actually. I just didn't have really the motivation for it.
Dude, I hear you, especially during these times, man.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of free time, in my opinion, at least for me. So whenever it just sparks. It's like, what should I do right now? And every time it's like exercise, get some rest, drink some water. That's all. That's all my body does.
And mostly, when it comes to my diet, it's all about my dad's choices. If he wants to do something, I eat it. That's mostly how it got.
Mm-hmm. Do you live by yourself or with your dad?
With my dad. For now, I'm still 16.
Okay, got it. Oh, 16. Well then, shit,
Yeah.
buddy. Be all right.
Still young and still unexperienced, but time will only give me more knowledge. Which is nice.
Hey, man.
I enjoy knowledge.
Dude, yeah. At least you're 16 and you're saying stuff like that. Trust me, it's a good thing. Yeah, it's good. Some wisdom in there. You might be an old soul hanging out in that body.
Who knows?
John, can I send you a DM on something?
Any and every time, Josh. You bet.
All right, buddy. Stand by on this mind blower.
It's Roger.
The only things I really praise a lot about myself is God's gift. That's why I'm kind of like this. God made me hear and realize all this stuff. He made me realize who I am and what am I to the world. So
do you feel like you can be a gift to the world, and that's what you're supposed to do here?
Yeah. Rather
Cool.
be special than just a no one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are special, like I said, at least in my opinion, because when I was 16, I wasn't hanging out with guys much more my senior and talking about the nature of reality, if you know what I mean. I was chasing girls.
Yeah, I guess that's youth.
Time, to be honest.
For me, it's a little bit different. My family wasn't really interested in me on a lot of the times. Yet they gave me gifts, but the best gift they gave me is the internet. Literally. The PC literally made me grow. It was a single person that was there for me when I wanted to grow and gave knowledge to myself.
What was the computer?
Yeah. I haven't been taught by my parents a lot. And, well, the PC kind of made me grow. It's a weird thing to say, yeah, since most of the things that the PC gave you is either really bad vision or just overall antisocial life. But there's a good thing about it as well, that being knowledge, able to communicate with others, learning English. That's where I properly learn English on the internet as well. All this time spent with the PC it just made me more realize that, well, it was worth it. I learned a lot of things.
So you're a 16. Yeah. So you're a 16-year-old flat earther.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great. Well, keep up the open mind, and it seems like you're super like. From what I can tell, it just seems like you've got a good flow, a nice calm demeanor about you. So that's good, man. Yeah, I thought you were 20, 22, something like that. So, yeah, man, cool.
Probably because of
I got to eat my food, but it's good talking to you, Gold, for sure.
All right.
Thank you.
It's been really good talking to you as well. Have a great dinner.
Thanks, man. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Like his smirk right after he says, I don't believe you. Tiny little smirk on his left side.
Yeah.
I don't believe you, smirk.
You can see it in his mustache just going a little bit higher than the rest.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a I mean, like, that is just such a well-acted 2 seconds.
Indeed.
I don't believe you. Well, the only problem there is, Chris, that if ain't nobody talking, ain't much to listen to.
Yep.
How hard is it going to be to push pause on your video game that's always going to be there?
Add Astra per Aspra. What?
Means to the stars with difficulties.
Well, ain't you all magnanimous and stuff?
Whatever, dude. Make fun of me. I'm trying to act smart, okay? Just let me do it.
Just let him be.
Minecraft, huh? Jeez. Yeah,
Not gonna
8-bit
lie,
Mario graphics are better than that.
I like these kind of games, like the sandbox games, and you'll just let you explore and build tons of stuff. Just,
I guess.
yeah, you can be so creative with them.
Yeah, I know.
So are you playing a roguelike game now?
Not all the time. I mean, depends on how much I obsessed over a game. If it's
Well,
an
because
RPG, then yeah.
I see the Binding of Isaac Rebirth. Because I played mine. What the hell is it? Undermined, which is another
Oh, I
roguelike.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sometimes play the Binding of Isaac as well. The Repentance, which is a new DLC, and it has a ton of new stuff to it. And I'm still at the beginning of the game. I had like 500 hours on it, and I lost progress of the last account that I had.
So Minecraft is on a plane, right? It's not on a sphere. It's on an XYZ axis.
It's, I think the Minecraft, the world itself, it's a cubic shape.
Same with Halo.
It's flat.
It's
yeah, a flat plane, basically.
Halo's
But,
the
like,
inside of a ring. Like, take the wedding ring, and the part that touches your skin, that's flat in Halo.
Yep. Could you imagine traveling along a ball and how disorientating that would be if they were to create a video game like that, as opposed to navigating a flat plane like Zelda the Wind Waker?
I guess you could put Spore in it, since you basically have like the ship that you can navigate to like certain planets of the universe.
Isn't there a 3D Mario World or something where they tried to do it on spheres and it's just not very fun?
Mario Galaxies, I believe.
Yeah, Mario Galaxy, yeah. It's weird. I mean, I don't know, it was kind of fun, but I was like, man, I don't know about the sphere thing. You can only do so much.
I agree, it's just kind of there.
Limited.
I compensate a
Yeah.
lot more though. It's about my Switch got banged for hacking. Yikes. Since I tried buying a Switch.
It's funny.
So well.
His console got bricked because he was hacking, or it got bricked because of hacking.
Well, that's what you get.
I mean, true, but then again, the guy who sold it literally told me how to do it. And
I don't blame you for cheating.
It's 13 at the time?
Shame on you. Play fair.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have done that. Nah,
There's a difference.
spend more money.
There's a difference. If you're cheating in video games, you're not hurting anybody. When you're cheating in real life, like the people in charge, it's hurting a lot of people. So there's a difference. So you can get the cheat codes for the video games, and it's righteous and justifiable. It's just a fucking video game.
Yeah.
I said this here, though, with these people in charge, they got the cheat codes for this, right? But they're not using them properly. Doing all the wrong stuff.
Yeah, and out here in the
At some
Wild
point-
West, if you get caught cheating at poker, they might shoot you. So
Cut your damn hands off.
Yep.
Got another guy in here. His name's Jammer. Just jamming on in. What do you think, Jammer? Cool.
Nice.
Fucking circular economy, eh?
Doing that research.
You'll have nothing and you'll want for nothing. You will be nothing.
And you will be happy because the state says so. Here's your dose of Soma. Now take it. You ever seen Brave New World?
Brave New World. I've heard of it somewhere.
2 books everybody should get familiar with. Brave New World, 1984.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Animal Farm, and I guess there's a lot of them.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of them.
There's no shortage of information, that's for sure.
But instead, there's a shortage of willingness to read those books. Instead, now people want instant gratification through video games and online speaking and such. Know what I mean?
Yeah. It's the best we got right now.
Through that. I mean, me personally, I really don't want to do lectures. So
It's a lot of work, man. I want to get like few people together and just live out my days, farming and being happy and such.
Exactly.
Simple life. I think society's a fucking waste of time.
It really is. It just takes so much time to just be there and.
Yeah, it's like, why am I participating in this thing that isn't natural in the first place?
We'll be the only people within 1,000 miles that's actually eating real meat.
We hope so, man. Shit.
Like having a project with your classmates and you don't gain nothing from it. You just
Yeah. In school, they give you projects like biology or math projects or something, and you're like, I don't know, man. How's this going to help me, take the toxins out of my water in the future so I can live healthy? Like, teach me something. Don't teach me how to balance a fucking checkbook. That keeps me in the system. Teach me real stuff.
What I've seen from my school right now, they teach economy, like overall how to sustain a job, and what was the fucking name of it?
They need you part of the system. They need you part of the cogs, and they need you to not have an opinion about it.
You just do it, yeah. No opinions, no nothing. Just do it.
Bees in the hive. Making that honey.
Just do it.
Honey is our sweat equity. We make the sweat equity. We make the honey for the rest of the damn world to enjoy. But instead, we get just a few handfuls of rich losers. You guys didn't get enough attention growing up, so here we are.
Yeah. Now they're protesting about feminism and how men should die or some shit.
Nothing worse than a male feminist.
Yeah, nothing worse.
Well, I don't know. You could also say an anti-flat earther, a complete and total reality denier. That might be worse.
Feminumpty.
Yeah, interesting enough. Every single autopilot is plotted on an XYZ flat reality.
I mean, it's clearly flat and stationary.
Where X and Y are the base, and then the Z is the height. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I've said before, this is kind of, I don't know, man. It should be so easy to realize at this point, and I guess
why people don't.
It's just, still, I think Flat Earth is entry level. To really figure out what's going on here, Flat Earth is just a start, just getting your toes a little wet there.
I don't know about Minecraft. I'd rather play Call of Duty.
That makes sense. We all have our preferences.
Yeah.
I mostly don't like shooter games because I have a really short temper. And I just ended up breaking everything.
Patience, my friend. Patience is a virtue.
I have that.
If you slow down a little bit, like if you get in, most people get in a groove, and this is with any kind of gameplay. You have to be dynamic, right? Even playing chess, you can't just stick to one strategy. You have to be dynamic in your gameplay.
Yeah,
you have to be able to change strategies on the fly. That's the same thing with RPGs, especially if you're or RPGs, FPSs, especially like Call of Duty and things like that. When you're in a legendary clan and you're trying to get things going to where you stay in the legendary class instead of being knocked back down to rookie.
Yeah. Though I mostly play League of Legends, that has some strategy to it, building the characters right, countering the opponent, and trying to be as passive as possible unless you're a tank.
Yeah, I don't know about League of Legends either. Is that one of those real-time turn strategy games?
It's a 5v5 game in which every single character has a move set, and you could use the character with a right click and have some abilities on Q, W, E, and R.
Anyway.
You know what Q, W, E, and R spells? Queer.
Ooh. The more you know.
Yeah, but isn't that QWERTY or something like that?
QWERTY UYOP. That's the first line. QWERTY UYOP.
Asalafa Sagassel. Asagassel.
The last line would be Zixkivunum.
Zixkivunum. Shit.
So funny. And that's all language is, man. It's just sounds. Gibberish sounds. It doesn't really mean anything. We think it does.
It's just implied consensus because this mouth sound was made by somebody before me and it meant this.
I guess it's just communication and just understanding each other's preferences.
It's fucking magic, man.
It rose by any other name.
You could think of it like that.
It is, seriously. I mean, with just words written by, some guy back, 2,000 years ago? All of a sudden, everybody thinks that he was the one that came up with the measurement of the circumference of Earth, meaning it's a ball. But yet, he was a comedian. Right? Supposedly this was done in Egypt. Supposedly he was an Egyptian. But his name was a Greek name. And so there again, we go back to Greek not actually being a real place. That, Alexander was not a Greek, he was a Macedonian. From Macedon, not from Greece. So, I mean, it's like a lot of things just don't make sense. To like when you start researching things and you're just like, So once you start going down the road of, okay, well, if this is true, then what else have they lied about and obfuscated and tried to hide? Well, I can't look at the accredited history books. I have to go by the scholars
of others that have
I
written
don't trust any
actual
of it.
biographies.
None
Because
of
the
it. I don't
biographies
trust
will
any
tell
of
you
it.
the truth that, yeah, this person died owning 15 slaves and those slaves were given to his son.
I don't know, even if that's true, man. I'm so
No, I
fucking
know, but
skeptical now. I just don't
you
care.
know what I mean. Like,
All
it's
dumb.
one of those
It's
things where
all
you have
well,
to go to, like, extra evidence.
yeah. I'm just done with it. Anything historical, like cool story, bud. I'm sorry. I don't care. I'm not going to listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, look at what happened. Like,
it's a waste of time.
They tell us that T-Man lost the big race against B-Man, and now B-Man is the champion, right? However, the contest that they were doing the race in ends up being invalid, and place markers were cut short, and others were given with no merit. So we have to look into this thing as to sitting there going, well, we even know right now in modern day that the narrative is not correct. Just like back in 2001 when the towers fell.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of, next 9/11 is going to be asteroid, quote, hitting Earth. Remember now, folks, they can create anything they want in the sky.
Yeah, that's they're waiting for Elon Musk to hurry up with his Starship so they can pack it full of high explosives and detonate that in the sky and say, "Oh, the alien overlord saved us from this deadly comet or deadly asteroid that was coming towards us."
They don't have to make it crash into the Earth. They can just put it up in the sky
and blow it up
and say, "Hey, make it look like it blew up, and we're good to go." God, that's going to be... Well, I hope everybody's ready for that.
Thing, man. Pinpoint accuracy with that fucking thing, man. Land that bitch on top of your house, on the roof of your apartment and shit. It's like, holy shit.
And it'll be like, hey, it happened in Hollywood first, and then it happened in the sky. Which one is truer? Like, they get the idea, and people will be like, no, it's just because they knew it happened someday, and this is it. This is time. They're really good at predicting and seeing things, and this is it, man. We'll see. We'll see if they can... we'll see if modern man technology can...
Oh, they're the modern false... They're the modern prophets, man. The modern prophets, man. No, they're false prophets, false signs and wonders. Come on, guys.
They're gonna say
the image that was given power to speak. It's the fucking television. It's movies. It's a speaking image.
So what they're gonna say about the asteroid is that look at how great technology and modern man is. They're gonna say because of the Space Force, they're gonna be like, our first Space Force enemy is an asteroid, right? And they're going to send all their damn resources up there for
that
no
looks
reason.
Like a fucking pollen grain, man.
Oh yeah, that's something under the electron microscope, without question.
That looks like a fucking grain of pollen, man.
I mean, that could be anything. That could be like the scab from a zit. Who even fucking knows what that is? Hey Bob, you still got those big boogers? Yeah, let's put one of them down.
My favorite is the what do you call it? Not kitty litter, perlite. Right? Oh, it's the perlite asteroid coming towards us right here. Yeah, look at this thing. Look, it looks just like perlite. It's the white shit in the soil. The white shit in potting soil. The floaty rock.
No shit.
Yeah. It's like pumice, like lava rocks. That's what that looks like, dude.
Ferrite and cementite.
Did you just call me psychotic?
No, I was saying that everyone was acting all dramatic about it, if that was the case.
Oh, I was like, shit, he might know me.
Perlite is a two-phased lamellar structure composed of alternating layers of ferrite and cementite that occurs in some steels and cast irons. During slow cooling of an
almost had it. Anyway, cementite and ferrite.
Yeah, it's basically
That's what
matte.
perlite is.
It's unmelted iron ore. It's still in lockup. So yeah.
Yeah.
But what they can do is they can take what the fuck is it? I think silica and put it under like high heat and pressure and then release it and they'll puff up and it's almost like a pumice.
Makes sense to me.
Which it's made out of something that shouldn't float, but yet it does float because of what? Anti-gravity? Fuck no. Surface area.
Oh, anti-gravity, dude. Come on. Let's try to keep up. So there's gravity and there's anti-gravity. There's no such thing as a medium or density or anything like that, okay? It's just real simple, on or off, gravity or anti-gravity.
That's like pumice, right? You could take a piece of pumice that was cooled slowly, right? And you have a piece of obsidian. And you take the same piece of obsidian that'll have a piece of pumice sticking out of it, and you break the two off, get it analyzed in the same chemical, right? However, one will float and the other one will sink. How is that possible, Globius? Oh, because one's less dense. Oh, so you're saying relative density? AKA specific gravity, like I've been saying for fucking at least 5 years now?
So Cal says, I think saying NASA creates asteroids is going a bit too far, and I want to make sure people understand what I mean. They're going to put stuff in the sky and make it like a Star Wars kind of show. It won't have to actually have anything come and hit the Earth. Nothing. Because it's going to be all up there for people to just look at and see. Sound effects, all kinds of stuff, but nothing's going to have to hit the ground. Okay?
Blue beam shit.
And maybe they will. Maybe they'll put some bombs down, throw some shit around, make it look like, pieces of it are coming in. But, again, second law of thermodynamics violation. All over the place. Even if, even if a small piece of something comes and hits the ground from quote-unquote space, you've already eliminated the physical law that exists here. So it just can't happen. Okay, then we have to ask why they would do that. Cal, it doesn't matter why.
Just to send people into more madness and more delusions. I guess that.
You know what's funny? Everything they know about asteroids comes from the lab that holds the horizontal gun or the high velocity gas gun. It shoots a projectile. Here's a video of it. Oh shoot! No, that's a DM. No, get out of that. There we go. Yeah, pretty interesting shit right there.
And it's got to use line of sight.
Yep.
No way around it.
And they use that to mimic asteroid impacts and craters and all that.
Good. So just put one of those in a plane and you're good to go. Fuck. And they got those, the literal laser beams that start fires and melt buildings and shit.
That's nicknamed and dubbed the meteorite gun.
Of course it is. Oh my god, I can't believe it, dude. This is, how old is this footage? The 90s?
Over 9 years, yeah.
That looks like the 90s, or
maybe
very,
even
very
the 80s.
Early 2000s. 200. Great. Yeah, well, those jeans that guy's wearing are definitely not in style anymore. But yeah,
neither's that trucker hat.
Yeah. So yeah, that would be very easy to fit in a plane.
Holy smokes, yeah, that's like the first PC computer.
Yeah, this is
91?
93, 91, yeah. They got them probably much smaller now, much easier to fit into flying devices. I mean, it's just fucking obvious, man. For real. I just want to get it over with. Because like hardly any bigger groups are going to wake up to this kind of stuff until stuff really starts going down. So we might as well just,
Yeah.
christen the boat and fucking do it.
We're not going to be able to wake anybody else up. They're comfortably numbed, comfortably asleep. So instead, we have to wake up the other lions, the other warriors, the other ones that know the truth, so that nobody will be deceived as to the coming deception. That will be the light
We'll
show in
agree.
the sky.
And we need to tell the ones we already got to become at the ready.
Watchman status, 24-hour watch set up.
Do you think they're going to say aliens came from an asteroid, maybe? Hitched a ride? It's a possibility.
It's possible.
Panspermia. Always was, always will be.
This goes to show you launch something like a 177 millimeter BB with something that has a percussive power as, like, say, a 12 gauge high brass round. It'll do some damage.
So you're not saying January 6th, but you're saying January 6th.
No, I'm saying March 22nd. If nothing happens before March 23rd, then it won't happen for another season.
Huh.
And why? Because 322, March 22nd.
That'd be February. Oh, 3-2. Sorry, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Inversion.
3-2-2. It's backwards. Means it's.
And it has something to do with the number of days in the year, as opposed to the other side of it. The October surprise.
That does not sound non-sexual, I will say. Give her the old October surprise. Is it like a
Holy
pumpkin
shit.
spice kind of deal?
Yeah, it's the whole chai latte thing.
Agreed.
The pumpkin spice chai latte. Yeah.
trying to spice things up in the bedroom, honey.
You want number 69. What about number 322?
Oh.
The old October surprise.
That's good. That is funny stuff. Good material. Gosh, I'm gonna go to one of these other servers and bug these kids arguing about evolution for a little bit. What's this one I just joined? Oh, the House of Wisdom. Yeah. Totally ironically named. All right, I'll be back, guys.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Oh, what the fuck is this shit?
Not gonna
Said it.
lie, October's been kind of a weird month. Even the events seem kind of satanic in a way. Always praising the monsters and all the angels. Right, that's probably just me.
No, I agree. Most of our culture flows from them.
Pretty much.
From the fallen ones. Or what they say is our culture. I don't agree that it's our culture, but whatever.
It's
So
not even a culture, it's a cult.
yeah,
Yes.
agreed.
No. You have waters above the earth that came down because there were no seas before the earth was flooded. But it's okay if you don't accept that paradigm. I ain't the one that'll judge you.
But I will be quietly discerning.
What the hell?
It's my dog.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. What are they playing with? A chuckles or a duck or what?
It's one of those snakes with the squeaker in it.
One of those squishy bones.
Yeah.
I wanted
Yeah,
as a pet snake, I'm not gonna lie.
What's that?
I wanted a really cute pet snake. But it's
They're
really
not.
expensive.
They're not good pets.
Yeah, I know.
They're shit pets. I've had several snakes. They're just not great pets.
They kind of don't do really much of anything. They just kind of stay around, wobble around.
Wait for you to
snake,
feed them.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah. But good thing is you can put hats on them.
Hot sauce.
No, not not hot sauce. Hats. Decorations.
Oh, yeah. I guess you can make them wear different hats. I'd rather put hot sauce on them.
Make them boots.
Alligator's pretty delicious.
Wait, really?
Oh, yeah.
Never tasted one. Probably because we don't have alligators.
You can go to New Orleans anytime you want. Get
If
yourself
I ever
some
have
alligator.
money, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. The server is amazingly dead.
I agree.
I've never been here on a Monday night.
I know. Where's the Globetards?
Yeah, where are they?
Where are the flat tards, bro?
Oh, fuck. It's football season, isn't it?
What is even that?
That's a good question.
Bread and circus season? Where you talk about teams like you own them? My team.
You know, there's several stadiums, if looked at from the sky, resemble an eye. And that's not just the stadium itself, but the construction of the grounds all around it.
Show me.
Why an eye?
Why? Satanic. One eye religion.
Isn't the inner eye holy?
Everything about the human anatomy would be holy.
Oh, and something that's unnatural and it's
The inner eye of the pineal gland is the place where the left and the right hemisphere meet. Right, it's the center of your brain. And if you understand how the left and the right hemisphere work, you technically don't need both, but you at least need one. Well, when you have a healthy pineal gland, then you can be more balanced, right? Because we've all met people who are like incredibly left brain assholes, and then we've also met people who are, right brain like tree huggers, right? And it's nice when you get to meet someone who has a little bit of both, and they have a functioning pineal gland, right? It's like everything's balanced. So I think, like it's a very important piece of meat.
Mm-hmm.
Did I kill it?
Here's the London Olympic Stadium. Resembles an eye plus the serpent in an egg or a sperm in the egg.
Oh, so strange.
Yeah, that one's just weird.
Yeah, what a weird choice.
Obviously, you can't live without both of your hemispheres. Well, you gotta at least have one. You gotta have one half of your brain.
I barely have one.
I probably have a lot of brain damage, and I think they're both equally damaged.
Here's there's an thank you, KJ. Here's another example. This is a football stadium with I'll just look at it. It shows the parking lot around it. Looks like an octopus. Your baseball stadium, not football stadium. Yep, I counted 8 arms.
Have you guys seen the Squid Game?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's a really well talked topic.
I'm just saying, I want to play that game. Like, football's a lot of fun. I played it in the past. But that Squid Game seems like it would be a hell of a lot of fun.
It's like playing a Russian roulette with money. But hey, everything has a risk.
No, come on, bro. Russian roulette, that's not a fair comparison. The Squid Game is more like, I don't know, it's more like martial arts. Like, you can get hurt, I'm sure. But, man, that'd be a fun game to play. Just think about it. When you're outside the squid, you can hop on one leg. That way you can't get a whole lot of momentum. And at the moment you enter inside, then you plant both feet down and you're equal as the other person. So it's a wrestling match to get to the other side, right?
Oh wow, look at Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium is the all-seeing eye with the rays of light coming out of it.
Yeah, with the horns. Hey.
Well, no, I just posted Dodger Stadium. It's upside down, so you have to invert it. But you can see, like, the rows are like the rays of light.
Yeah.
It's basically pointing towards the sun because that's what the pyramid represents, is the sun rays coming through the clouds. And the capstone, the eye at the top, is the sun.
I see.
Did you guys check out the first image of water on Mars?
Not precisely. Oh yeah, exclusive red picture.
No, I'm not. I'm not a.
okay,
I'm not
I
a
see it now.
scientist here, but I'm pretty sure I see refraction. I'm invoking refraction
Yeah.
on this one.
I mean, I hate to be a flat earther, but that image looks a little fake to me.
No, it's real. I can touch it.
Oh, welcome back.
Y'all trying to say that all baseball diamonds are eyes?
Yes.
Why you gotta be strong man if you should, bro?
No, I'm saying most baseball stadiums are Illuminati pyramids. We know football was started by the Freemasons, thus the hand signs for touchdown and point after and all that other stuff.
Jeez, man. Hank, those are
monstrous.
That's pretty bad.
You like those photos?
At any time,
I almost think that if you want to take them down, that'd be cool.
At any time before this time now, that would have been seen as child abuse.
What makes you think that it's not?
It's not seen as child abuse?
Ask me about pictures.
Not anymore.
That is child abuse.
Oh, for sure.
They have pictures on boxes with plastic bags in it that show, do not put this plastic bag over your child's head. But that's exactly what they're doing. It's insane.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that bill that was passed where they can legally take children from parents for neglect and things like that?
Still in act.
Oh, they mean if you don't go through with the old, subscription. The annual juice subscription.
You mean the mayonnaise? If you don't get
the mayonnaise, you can't get the juice. You have to have the mayonnaise to get the juice.
Right.
Ham sandwich mayonnaise juice.
So they have that mayonnaise for everybody to get the juice.
Get your mayonnaise juice today.
Make sure you get the blackberry juice, not the apple juice. Like
Dude,
that
injecting
one girl
mayonnaise
did.
would be so much healthier than what they're giving people right now. See, I'm not even kidding.
Well, wasn't there like a Walgreens or something like that, CVS pharmacy or something like that, one of these drugstores that accidentally, instead of giving somebody apple juice, went ahead and gave them the full-on prune juice, and they were underage, and they suffered a lot of harm.
Jeez.
Because they're allergic to prunes, and clearly they came for apple juice, so they gave them prune juice by mistake. I mean, you can't tell the different colors and everything. What?
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, let's go, Brandon. Mother Nature? Motherfuckers.
I just want somebody in the server coming around selling that mayonnaise.
This server, you're not going to find it. Oh, I'm sorry. From the genuine people who are here all the time, you're not going to find that.
There used to be a couple.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, even a stopped clock tells the right time twice a day. You feel me?
Hey, wasn't there a thing about Adolf Schwarzenegger?
What?
Yeah, apparently his father was a SS officer.
Oh yeah, his father was totally SS. He's basically a Nazi too.
Yeah, and he says, "Screw your freedoms. My people said, show me your papers, so show me your papers."
Oh, good.
Wait,
I was like it when a 7,000-year-old ex-bodybuilder yelling at us about our fucking politics.
Did we just
the governor?
Did we just make Reckoner leave?
Oh, I don't know.
We did. He's gone.
Oh shit!
He was in here.
Get out! Get down to train your biceps and your triceps. Oh. Wait!
We're sorry, Reckoner. Reckoner, we're sorry. It's not racism. I promise.
It's comedy. We're trying to be funny.
He said milk's for babies. Have you guys ever seen Pumping Iron?
No.
He's giving an interview at some party and he's going up the stairs and they're like, so milk has a lot of protein. It's good for the body, good for the bones. Do you drink a lot of milk? And he goes, milk is for babies.
He's not wrong.
He's been an actor from day one, right? Oh my God. His dad came over on paperclip and here we are.
Yeah, didn't he go working for fucking propagandist Disney?
Arnold Schwarzenegger was one of the biggest stars in history. Yes, his tentacles are everywhere, dude. Or all the tentacles are in him. Whatever the case.
And then he got the fucking Secret of Steel all wrong. Can't believe that.
Secret of Steel?
Yeah, remember when he was running for re-election as governor? And he goes, see, you have to realize the American people are like steel, and this is the Conan sword from my movie Conan the Barbarian. Right?
Oh, yeah,
and then with the
dude.
Secret of Steel, you must heat it and then quench it, and then heat it and then quench it, and then heat it some more, then hammer it, and it gets stronger and stronger every time, and that's just the American people. You do that to a fucking piece of steel, it's going to shatter.
Either way, what a fucking nightmare that guy is. God. Whew. Yeah, okay, so let me get this straight. Acted in one position, and now, in hopes, in the audition for the next acting job, you're going to use your previous acting job. That actually makes sense. That's what we call a resume. Portfolio, as it were. I don't blame him, man. Shit. They're like, okay, we're going to make you the best bodybuilder ever. Right. No, we got the drugs and everything for it. Right. We got it. So, and then, yeah, it's super soldier technology. No, we're going to use it later. Okay, so anyway, make you the big sky. You know, it's going to look the best and it's going to be great. And then you're going to be an actor for a long time. Then you're going to get into politics.
But before that, we're going to put you in a big movie where you take out the
people are going to
alien
think
threat.
People are going to think that having muscles is important visually, when in reality, strength is the only thing that matters. You're gonna help us get kids to focus on some of the most wrong shit that can exist.
Okay, but only if I can have one of the Kennedys.
I think Arnold Schwarzenegger ate one of the Kennedys. I do.
Well, no, his ex-wife was a Kennedy.
No, I know. I'm just kidding. Maria, is that her name?
Yeah. I can't remember her last name. It wasn't Kennedy, but part of the family.
Yeah, right. No, I remember. Here we go, Arnie. She's the best we could get. Second cousin or whatever. That will do. Now get out. American girls are so flimsy. German girls, Austrian girls.
I start watching mom with like muscles everywhere.
I can't do a Schwarzenegger accent. I just can't. I can yell it, but I can't like say it. I can't speak it.
Get out!
See, that's so easy to do. I feel like everybody could do that.
Everyone!
I cannot.
Yep.
It is very good!
You just sound like Adolf Hitler speaking English.
It's closer than mine, I'll tell you. Yeah. Pepperidge Farm also remembers what?
You said, do you remember? I said Pepperidge Farm also remembers.
That was in their commercial, right?
Yeah.
Remember a simpler time?
Yeah.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
It's so adorable.
Remember back when a foot rub didn't turn into sex?
Pepperidge Farm
Pepperidge
remembers.
Farm also remembers.
Oh god, these cats are going ape shit around an empty pool. Having a blast.
Yeah, mine's chasing its tail, picking shit out of the door cracks. I love it when it stops chasing its tail. Try to get footage of it right then and there, because it's dizzy and it's hilarious to watch. No shame in these animals.
This gray cat keeps like trying to cross my path, and I've stepped on that motherfucker twice now. I mean, just straight almost fell down because, you step on the cat and the cat like turns around and like takes off, and you got your weight on it.
Yeah, man, I mean, to be perfectly clear, growing up with cats, I almost killed a cat a lot of times.
You would think it would learn after the first time to not get under your feet.
Well, no, because
especially when you're
don't
carrying
want.
stuff.
Well, it's like this. It's like we go, oh shit, I'm stepping on a cat or something. But if we didn't care, then that would be different. They would learn their lesson quick.
Yeah.
Fucking broken spine.
It's not like, they don't do it at normal times. They wait till you're carrying something till your hands are full, and then they're like,
well,
is that for me?
Obviously.
Is that food? Is that for me? Oh shit.
Is that for me? Let me get in your way. Can I stop you? You need to talk about what's in your hands before you continue. Does that make sense?
Right.
You guys sound like 40-year-old women.
Oh, dude, he got one of my sausages. This little bitch. Fuck. Hey.
It reminds me of that one time when my dad explained me how to kill a cat instantly. What a weird time to be born.
Instantly, sausage. How do you do it? Yeah, dude, he took one of my fucking little sausages I'm eating on. Anyway, what now?
Yes.
I'll put them in the damn voice text. These are delicious. They're the only ones without all the bullshit that all the other beef jerky has. These are quote-unquote healthy.
Are they the Tillamook ones?
Even better.
Better.
Try her. Let me get front of the package here, and then I'll get you ingredients here.
Here, clicky.
Right there. Got a little bit of the old. Let's get the back there. Let's see what's in this.
Pork.
Yeah, well, it is pork. It is sausage.
And beef. And it looks like pork intestine.
Either way, it's solid protein, solid fat.
Somebody sounds fucking keto to me.
No, but I try to not overload the carbs for sure.
Your cat likes them.
Cat likes anything.
His cat's named Pepperidge Farm.
Oh, my cat's name is Zeus. I think it's going to come back to bite me. But,
it is. Yeah.
Especially this winter time when it's all dry and you go to touch it and he like zaps you all the time. You're like, you little bastard.
He zaps me. He's throwing lightning bolts. He's like, feed me, motherfucker. No, I just think that it can't be good that I'm yelling, Zeus, get the fuck out of here.
I've got a dog named Hercules.
Zeus, yeah. So, well, that's different. If you're, what's his name? What is it called? If you're hark? What am I trying to say? If you're calling Hercules, that's okay. I don't know if I want to be calling Zeus. You feel me? Hercules will help you like build a house or defeat an enemy. Zeus will just judge you because you yelled his name too much. So if Greece didn't exist, did Greek gods exist, Josh?
They were just people.
Zeus was just a dude?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
No.
No. He was a
Has to
fallen
be
angel. He
lightning
was a
bolts.
fallen angel. He was a fallen
Wouldn't
angel.
that make him
Yeah.
a devil?
Not a fallen angel. He was the son of a fallen angel.
Zeus? No, Zeus was a fallen angel.
Son of Saturn. Son of time, Uranus.
Oh.
Which one, Saturn or Uranus?
They're both Father Time. They all have like electrical thunderbolts attached to them too. Same with Kronos and Master of Time.
Don't fuck with Josh's knowledge on this, man.
Coincidentally,
Grim Reaper is Saturn.
Cain is also known by the pagans as Vulcan.
So Cain can't be Adam's son then.
The ones that were before the flood that were a little bit gigantic were the Titans.
Right.
Those are the first generation Nephilim, right?
Right.
Not the ones that fell. They're in prison. But the ones that the abominations, those are the demons. The spirits. The disembodied spirits. Right. The giants. Gaborim.
Yeah.
Like Hercules and so on and so forth. So they're not really gods. There's no power in using their name.
Well, you can call in a demon in a ritual to aid you or assist you.
Yeah, I trample over them.
Right. But regardless,
I laugh at them.
There's still... I named him before.
Zeus and I laugh at demons. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, don't we laugh at demons? Yeah, we do.
But yeah, no, the thing is if you think about it, all language was confused at one time.
Yeah.
Right? Babel.
All about the feels, bro.
Who were these mighty ones that Nimrod was going to place above the angels and place his throne above the stars of heaven? Right? Who were these people? These neaters, these demigods that followed with him, those that were in memory. And see, he got the memory by putting on the garment. Holy shit.
Wait, Jacob in the Technicolor coat?
No, the garment from the garden. After the banishment, God created garments out of animal skins for Adam and Eve to wear. And these garments were the garments of power. This is what Nimrod put on, and he became a giant.
So let me get this straight. Some dude
Nimrod
put
is
a
also
leaf
known as
over his...
Nebuchadnezzar.
Hold on. Some dude put a leaf over his dick and he turned into a giant.
No, it wasn't a leaf. It was an animal skin, a garment.
Okay. So somebody skinned a cat and put it over their genitals and they turned into a motherfucking giant?
God skinned a cat.
It was the first sacrifice. It was the first animal slain for man's forgiveness. For man's suffering.
And what did God think about that?
Well, that was what God was the one that did it.
Oh,
he was the one that provided the skins. Said, "Here, put these
How can
on
I
instead
forget?
of those leaves."
Sorry, I'm making fun of it.
So, by putting on these garments, he became a mighty man, a mighty one.
Oh boy, He-Man.
Yeah.
And the
I have the power.
You know, I think there's more symbolism in She-Ra, Ra, the sun god. She-Ra.
You know, it's quite funny because everybody goes Lucy, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
Lucifer.
I love Lucy.
Baphomet, right? Androgyny. Male and female.
Right. Well, here's the thing. Here's what I think's going on. I think Satan, whatever Satan is using Lucifer, and they're teaming up against God.
Well, the Virgin Mary, the BVM, the image of the Virgin Mary is nothing more than Isis. Isis Ra.
Oh, right. No, all the
Horus.
symbolism points to like
It's
a
a trinity.
handful of the same shit. Yeah.
Christianity, there is no Trinity. Well, at least in what I discern.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because it seems that Lucifer is separate from Satan, but they both kind of do the same stuff. All the Luciferianism is selfishness. I am the god. Satanism is Satan's the god. Right? Does that? Is that
No,
make
it's
sense?
it's the other way around.
Oh.
You got it right, but backwards.
Okay, so Luciferianism is Lucifer is God, and Satanism is man is God?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Got it. See, and that's, if people are like, why do you care about this shit? It's like, well, hold on.
See, that's why
Once you figure it out-
Freemasons are satanic in nature, because they feel they can be God, they can be apotheosis.
Right, yeah.
That's what they believe, just like the, what do you call it, Mormon Church. Mormon Church is Freemasonry.
Yeah, well, and, people say, why do you care? Why would they lie? Well, it's super interesting to know that stuff, isn't it? I don't know. Shit.
If they believe it, you might
It's really
you
important.
should figure out why.
Whereas Luciferian, right? Luciferian is more of a deistic belief system where one has power over you. You just choose to do, the opposite of the paradigm.
Right.
And then with atheism and Satanism, it's one and the same, where, man is the ultimate arbiter of his own destiny.
Arbiter. Yeah, the arbiter, the manifest destiny. Manifest, man.
Mana.
It's a joke.
Manifest destiny.
It's a motherfucking joke. Yeah. Man has no power. Don't
That's not
fucking
true.
think so.
If you had power, you wouldn't need to cower from the storm, would you?
That's not true. Men.
What do you think? What kind of power do you think we got, man?
Well, you're a divine spark from the Most High.
But I'm
And
in a
if
prison.
If you wear that, if you take that on, then you have the Most High at your back. You might not be able to see the machinations in which it's working at the moment, but in hindsight, you'll get it.
Well, that's the Most High here.
No. It's the Most High, period. There's only
You don't
one.
know what that is. Nobody knows what that is. 0 people know what that is.
According to scripture, the only one who knew him face to face was Moses.
Even then, it's just a story.
Yeah.
I
That
don't
doesn't make
disagree.
anybody happy. It doesn't make anybody happy, but like I'm not going to sit around and be like, well, I'm going to follow this way or this way. I'm going to go with what resonates, I guess, for me and is path of least resistance because I'm lazy.
Let's go
but
into the
I'm
deeper
certainly-
aspect of it.
I'm not gonna subscribe to a belief system for any reason. I'm just gonna go with what I can see and do, I guess.
Let's go into a deeper aspect of it, okay? A lot of people say Moses was a lawgiver, right? He wasn't the lawgiver. The law was given to all the children, and they cowered and ran, according to the book, according to what had occurred. And if you think about it, the law was also given to Abraham, right? Treat all others as you would want them to do unto you.
Do you think that they would have figured that out on their own without having to be told the stuff?
That's the law that's written on our heart, man.
That's what I mean.
The only reason why you get to question is because you've been given the freedom to question.
That is such a cop-out.
See, really, the only law that Moses
Yes, it
gave
is.
was the law of 2 witnesses. If
Just
you're
because you
guilty
don't know
by
where
2 or
something
more.
came from doesn't mean a benevolent being gave it to you, dude.
I never said that.
Okay, all right. Just I'm just saying that because I'm the dickhead devil's advocate over here, literally right now.
Right, with the straw man that I never said.
I know. Okay, shit. You're right. I'm
saying I don't know. I don't know, and I don't
my point
want to try to find
was
out.
my point was is that you came from somewhere.
Somewhere.
Your ability to discern came from somewhere. Your
Correct. It was
came from somewhere.
it was a decision to give that to me to make me with that.
This realm we live in came from somewhere.
Yes.
My point stands as solid as it was said.
Okay.
Regardless,
I'm not trying to disprove what you said.
No, you did, but I'll let it go.
Oh, you'll let it slide. Okay, that's not what I was trying to do. So if I did, I made a mistake.
It's okay.
Hey, I don't care that you want to go outside anymore. Remember, I just let you out, and
Dude,
then
just
you
put a
said, "No, I
doggy
want to
door
come
in."
back in, little bastard." Oh, I like yelling at him.
You would be.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're in an apartment.
Yeah, I can't really. I mean, I guess I could somehow.
Put a doggy door in, that way the bat
charge
can come
me.
in and out as it wants.
I'll just get like a sawzall.
Not if you get another door and just put that other door on.
No, I'll just get a
So you leave.
sawzall and fucking cut a piece of the building out, and you can just use that. You can charge me $6,000 for it when I leave.
I was talking about in the door, just get another door. Use that door. And if they
Get
bitch about
another
it, then
door?
replace it when the manager's there and then swap it back.
You're talking about the sliding glass door?
No, I'm talking about the front door. Like
Wait,
buy
you have a
another
sliding
front
glass
door
door
and
that
then
they have
put
those
a
little
doggy door in it
partitions
or
you
a
can
cat
put
door.
in it.
Oh yeah, you could do that too with the slider.
Yeah. I get you guys. I could, or I could just continue the way it's going. I'm not going to spend any more money on this piece of shit. Just kidding.
What do you think happens after you die? I know for a fact what happens. Those
No
that
clue,
loved
man.
you will miss you and mourn over you. Your
Well,
affairs
that's
that
probably
you
going to
did
happen,
not
yeah.
the affairs that you did not have in order, somebody else will be obligated to take care of it for you. That's
Sure, yeah.
sure what I know.
That's what happens here when you die. Happens to you.
Don't know. Nobody's been back from there to tell us.
Right.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, I guess maybe some have. I don't know. Hard to tell.
I had a NDE when I was
stories.
young, but I was in a white room with no curtains and the doors that had a polka dot floor that ended up becoming a checkerboard, black and white. Got sucked down into one of these holes that ended up being the black tunnel with light at the end of it, and it kept getting further and further away from me till I woke up in the hospital coughing up water.
Crazy.
I can still remember it because it was very vivid for me because I kept having a reoccurring nightmare of the event. And you know how you would get like a tingling sensation that would come all over my body and like I'd be paralyzed, couldn't move, and I'd wake up and I'd still be in that state where I could still see, you know, the checkerboard and all that other stuff. It's a field of polka dot.
Paralysis, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. There's
That's why I
when
don't
you rub
use
your
sheets.
eyes pretty hard. When you rub your eyes pretty hard, it turns into the checkerboard pattern.
Yep.
That's so weird. So fucking weird. And this cat that's on my lap, he's black and white. Huh? He's a Baphomet.
The most fundamental.
I would have named it Pepe Le Pew.
He does look exactly like that, yeah.
Then you'd have to be canceled. So what's up, Cal? Or is it calcium?
Yeah, something like that.
What do you mean EDK or IDK?
Is your mic broken, Cal?
Well, yes.
Is he server muted?
No, he's not.
No.
Okay. Hey, Cal, did you know you could unmute yourself?
The more you know.
The more you know.
You could do it by hitting the microphone button with a line through it. It'll say unmute.
It says suppressed.
Yeah, you've got VC verified, buddy. You
It's
can
just
unmute.
The
You have control of your
the
mic.
microphone ain't feeling it, man. Yeah, the
Broken
microphone
mic
ain't
gang.
feeling it. The microphone is depressed. Let him
I
be.
got it.
There we go.
There he is.
Oh, there it is.
My browser didn't have permission to use the microphone for some reason.
Oh, that's why, because
okay.
you're
It
using the
happens.
browser, yeah.
This is a very bad laptop I'm on at the moment, so I don't have... What is it? I don't use the app because it's slow.
Yeah, you have to go up and like right click on the bar or something like that to allow the permissions.
I have the app on my PC, but I'm at my dad's at the moment, so I don't...
Well, I mean, since you're on like a laptop on the... Never mind. I was going to say on the address bar, you can usually right click it and it'll pop up with the permissions.
Oh, dude, is that your office chair making those noises?
Yeah, the office chair just decided to move. I don't know why.
It's a
it was
loud
bumping
one.
Again.
Shit.
It was bumping on my desk. That's why it usually doesn't make any noise.
What kind of work are you doing?
Homework.
You can be vague and ambiguous. You don't have to be like, I'm working on this client's, appraisal. Anyway, what now?
I'm doing my maths homework.
Maths homework. Got it.
Maths.
Kind is it? Geometry,
Advanced
trigonometry, calculus, advanced trigonometry, huh? Okay, all right. What do you know about celestial navigation?
Not too much. I didn't really look into it. I mean, I could have.
Did you know that it's trigonometry?
Yeah, I did know. I knew a bit about it.
Just measuring triangles.
Trigonometry is used almost everywhere now.
Well, yes, the triangle is the strongest form in geometry. That's cool, dude. Do you know what a sextant is?
No, I've never heard that term before.
First, I gotta ask you, what do you think the Earth is? Is it flat or a sphere?
I believe it could be either.
Okay.
It can't be either.
Why is that?
Well, you got to think there's no proof for a round Earth, but there's also no definite proof for a flat Earth. There's no definite proof for either. So, as far as things go at the moment, it could be one of the two. You don't know. It could be in completely different shape.
Well, there's a way to know. Because what we're talking about is aspects, and you can measure aspects. So if the aspect is something is curved, you'll have to be able to measure that and detect it. Otherwise, you can't know it's curved. So if there's no curvature about something, what is it?
But like one of the big problems with proving around it, and you can't prove it unless you've gone to to space yourself, which I think.
Well, that's a good point. It's unfalsifiable.
You're right. It's a good point. It's unfalsifiable, but also, no matter how high we go, we can go to the edge of space, right? Kármán line, I guess, real near it, and there's no curvature. So how much further out there does one have to go before they see any instance of curvature, any at all?
According to the astronaut to the moon, it should be far enough.
Moon should be well far enough. Did you see how small it was in space when they took pictures from the moon? Look, you see how tiny it was? Size of a thumb if you stuck it up in the air. So you should be able to see curvature well before the moon, my friend.
Probably can.
That's the thing. The math doesn't add up. At the very least, it's got to be 1 billion miles every which way if our tiny little piece is flat. If not, maybe the math's wrong.
Someone said
maybe they didn't really know. They didn't find out, and so they had to make it up. They don't want you to know. If you could lie to somebody about resources and about all this kind of stuff so that you can take their sweat equity, you can take their hard work and use it, wouldn't you do that? It's a cheat code. I sure would if I were in power. Fuck yeah, dude. Because absolute power corrupts absolutely.
It's dishonorable.
It sure is dishonorable. And I'm just joking. I wouldn't do it. But that's what those in power are doing, see? They're addicted to it.
They can't help it.
Anymore.
They see themselves as above the average person. And the average person only exists to service them because, just see us as dumb animals, basically. Why would you not exploit
profane, unwashed?
Yeah. Exactly.
How about you guys? I shower every day. Sometimes twice a day, okay? I'm washed.
They go by the ethos that if you're stupid enough to fall for it, then it's not on them. It's on you.
Well, that's what they say, at least.
It's very unhonorable, but we're not dealing with people that care for anything about honor. They're well past that.
Yeah, they're nihilists.
They're extreme pragmatists, essentially. Anyway, Glap, didn't mean to cut off your...
Well, he said he'd be right back. So.
All right.
He might be AFK. Rip. Why is it called the Old Bedford level? Because it's level.
Yes. I don't know the context, but yes.
Well, the Bedford level, Passes the Future just posted it. The Bedford level is an expanse. I believe it's like 9 miles or something like that. 9.7 kilometers, 6 miles. And it's a lock in England, in Bedford, and Bedfordshire. And the thing is this thing is completely flat, and there's been experiments it's done to where, you can see the complete ship, the complete sailboat along the entire length and trajectory of that 6 miles with no curvature whatsoever. Because it's level. Because it's a body of water.
Mm. Jerby, I'll get some yogurt. I'm back.
Everybody's muted. Is this a mute protest? Oh, I'm gonna mute. It's rage muting. Rage muters. It's never seen this. Everybody's muted. This is so weird. It's like weird. I'm telling you. Oh, all right, cool. Well, everybody had to go to the bathroom all at the same time, or some kind of weird phenomenon going on here. Weird. All right. Rage muters. I'm telling you. I'm rage muting. All right, let's see what's happening in the back chat here. All right. You guys are so fucking funny. You get the mute, and you get the mute. You all get the mute.
What's going on?
Hey, Josh. You're going on, man. That's what's going on.
Well, I just heard a vibration going, or a disturbance going on in the freaking hedges, right? The oleander. So to go scope it out.
Everybody's rage muted. That was
and it's this fucking weird. Damn neighbor cat up in the tree just staring at me like the Cheshire Cat. Only thing I could see were the eyes. I was like, what the fuck? Kind of freaky.
There's somebody in the VC check-in. Box Ops. Box Ops?
Yeah, he's like the silver.
That's over? Okay. Thank you. Fucking bunch of mutants around here. All right. How's Arizona, man?
Billy.
It's got some curves to it, doesn't it?
No, not really. But it's getting kind of
chilly.
You
could
tell. No, you could tell that summer's gone. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good, man. I like those changes.
Right about time for my plants to be ripening up.
Yeah, harvest moon's coming up. Right? Isn't this the harvest moon? Like next?
I don't know if it's this moon or next moon, because this moon is going to come up either tonight or tomorrow. And my stuff ain't ready yet. It's almost there. And rule of thumb, when it looks ready, wait 2 weeks.
Right. Yeah, you want to stress them out just a little bit.
Well, I want to wait until I start seeing a little bit orange to it instead of just milky.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to kind of dry them out in the soil if you can, a little bit. Not too stressful.
Yeah, when you're growing outside, the only thing you can do is the last 2 weeks, just don't water them at all.
Right. I've heard that.
It's the only thing you can do, because you can't really flush them. But shit, the leaves are already starting to turn like golden rusty in some places and stuff. Like one of these leaves is like half, like just one finger off of it is like half bright green, and the other one's like dark green. I was like, whoa. The turn, man, fall.
Sounds good, man. That's all legal in AZ now, right?
Yeah.
That's great, man. I never thought I'd live to see this day where it's just, grow your own weed. I got
honestly, I told my friends a long time ago, I said, if it ever comes a day to where, weed is legalized, that's the end of the world.
Yeah. I kind of thought the same thing, because back in the 90s when I was watching Cops, and they would just bust some people, man, if you had a few plants, and they would just take their house and the cars and everything else. I was like, there's some thing called forfeiture laws. I was like, what the fucking assholes? Really? Over a couple of fucking plants? So stupid. Anyway, now they'll probably push it to, if you don't get the Cocoa Puff, they might take your house. Say, yep, no, you can't be a homeowner if you don't take this thing we got here for you. Who knows, man? These people are insane, man. Who knows what they'll try to do next?
Oh, they keep poking and poking and poking, and pretty soon we're going to swing back.
Yeah. I guess there was a big walkout today. California, all the students said,
Schools. Yeah.
said later, we're not dealing with yous. I don't know how it turned out. It was barely publicized on the news. But I'm going to talk to my niece. She didn't go to school today, so I'm sure she'll hear something. I don't know. I like first-hand information if I can get it, but can't always get that. Otherwise, I got to question it. What the hell's really going on? I don't have to tell you that.
You can tell it's wrong because it looks so flat. Shit.
It's one of the greatest lines of all time. Yep. Yeah, there were some good comments here today. I was listening mostly, here and there.
If only these two flights were on the same altitude, I could have a good show on. They would collide. But since one's about 30,000 feet, the other one's about maybe 800 feet, I don't think they're going to collide. But man, that would be cool.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. I saw two planes like crossing each other's path.
The altitude planes? Oh.
Yeah. No, one was like high up and the other one's just barely off the ground.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that lunar lander thing, man. That's I don't know what the fuck kind of drugs they were on when they came up with that.
Oh, would you look at that? Your shadow's 2 inches from the edge.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Wouldn't trade it for anything. I had more laughs in Flat Earth and laughing at the globe, mostly. And NASA. Fuck. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah.
Globe Earth Society. We have members all across the plane.
Well, there was the one, it was the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
They have members all over the globe or something, shit like that. I remember my nephew sent that one to me. Oh, I was just like, I didn't even respond. I was like, fuck. Good luck, Eric, kiddo. Hopefully he'll figure it out. He's a bit slow. I guess, fetal alcohol syndrome kid. Yeah. He's a good guitar player, though. But, well, what else is going on in the world, man? What are they cooking up now?
You don't want to know.
I don't really want to know, but it's like one of those things I have to know.
They want to cut our balls off, man.
I was talking about that about a year and a half ago. Like, if they did say, "Hey, man, everybody, you got to cut your balls off, or you can't work," or like, what? I wonder how many of these cucks would fucking go for that, man. Yeah. I would imagine a lot of them would, man. I think I'd be like, all right, whatever. Okay, I'll put my mask on and cut my balls off. I was saying it for a few months. I'm like, put your mask on, cut your balls off.
But this is just legislation, so it will be law soon.
Mandates, man, mandates.
No, not mandates. I'm not talking about dating no men.
Right? Why is up with that, man? It's like that same thing they would say. There's a big mass debate. Remember that? There was those videos going around.
All I know is
all the newscasters.
I don't deal with mayonnaise.
All right.
Mayonnaise and prune juice. It's things I don't deal with.
Yeah, to go up against the entire media establishment with all their money and endless propagandas, it's not an easy place to be, man. It's just not. It's like, okay, we have to dig deep and find all the fucking scientific facts and everything. And, every time they come out with some weirdo shit, I got to go look at that. Now I got to go look at that. What's up with that? Well, I spent fucking a year and a half doing fucking virology. And I'm like, it's just not what I really wanted to spend a lot of time doing, man. But I just needed to know what was up with all this. And checked it out, man. Turns out the media is not giving us all the information. Shocking. Damn. Anyway, once again, there was some kid on here today, a girl, young girl, something, I don't know. She was trying hard to come up with gravity and some other things. It was kind of funny.
Talking about snake sin?
I think it was. What was it? Was it the serpent? No, it was the
anaconda sin.
Anaconda serpent. That was it. That's where I got that. Yeah, she was trying to come up with some. I don't know how it ended, man. I had to bounce, but. Yeah, that's a fucked up gift, man. Nah, I'm not gonna let you break a brick on my chest. I'm good, man. Thanks.
No, instead you could just bust a ball.
Yeah.
He's just busting his balls.
Busting his fucking balls.
Whoa, hey, buddy.
Well,
I was talking to somebody one time, and we were talking like, I can't remember what it was. Like, she kept trying to tell me something, but like I already knew what she was talking about before she started talking about it, right? But she was drinking a little bit. Okay, she drank a lot. Okay, she drank a lot. But she's sitting there talking, and then all of a sudden just goes, "Well, what are you doing?" And then does a belch like you did, except for I heard chunks coming up and just all over me. And then just, what's up with you? And I'm just like, what do I do?
I think I might have had that happen to me once, at least once. Yeah. I've only been sick, I don't know, maybe with alcohol, I think like 3 times in my life.
No, like she didn't expect it. She just belched and like, she's like, that went all over me. I'm just like,
That's when you got to look for a hose or something.
She didn't say, well, hang on, I'll be right. She just kept talking. I'm just like,
I'll be right back.
Do you need a towel? Yeah, I'll be right back.
I need a towel.
I'll be back after all. Nah, I hung up.
I need a fucking towel. Yeah. I drank too much one time, my friend's Volkswagen, and at the stoplight, man, I opened the door and then proceeded to throw up all over the door. That was pro. I was like, I was aiming for the ground, but it projectiled all over the door. So I tried, man. He wasn't too mad at me. So.
Something that's never a good idea is drinking a bunch of cheladas, and I mean like 10 of them, and a whole big ass bottle of Tabasco, and you end up draining the bottle of Tabasco with 9 of them, and you end up getting sick.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Now you know what a dragon feels like.
Oh, no thanks. No. Yeah, it's not going to be good. There it is. Modelo and Tabasco. Oh, nasty, bro.
No, it's not Tabasco. It's Modelo and Clamato. But the thing is you add some Tabasco or some chile to it. And
can't go there, man. No.
Maybe even some lime juice, some acidity.
I'll put that shit on my food. Put it in my refried beans, man. Tastes good. Yeah.
You meant to say acidity, but you said ass city, right?
Yeah.
He did that on purpose.
Caught that. I'm watching. I'm listening.
You're sharp, man. That's good, man. You're paying attention.
Because don't they say tomato is a fruit?
They do.
Yeah, fruit don't belong in beer.
No, I'm not a mango, orange, blood orange beer. No, fuck all that, man. No, get the hell out of here.
Just a slice of orange? Come on.
But a strawberry, we're talking about a strawberry daiquiri or something? You probably drink one of those.
Well, strawberry is not even a berry, man.
What is it?
You know what a true berry is?
I mean, blackberry, blue.
No, blackberry's not a true berry either.
Seeds are in the middle of a true berry.
Yeah.
On the strawberry.
A banana is a true berry.
Get the fuck.
Yeah. Right.
I heard they like genetically modified the fuck out of the banana.
Hey, they didn't teach us that shit, but they definitely let us know we went to space.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, they tell you all about that every day. Dude, you can go on Yahoo News right now. I guarantee you there's at least 3 articles about space.
Bro, all right, we went to space, we went to the moon. All we get for it is a fucking rock.
Yep.
Oh,
I would.
Get a rock.
Are we going to turn it into any smartphones anytime soon? Because I'd love some, like, real galaxies, if you know what I mean. The Galaxy S Moon 10.
You know, if any of this shit was real, I said this back in 2015, I'd be like, there would be an HD camera on the moon, live 24/7 feed, no question.
See, they say, oh, well, that image from when they took off, that was robotic and it was broadcast. Fucking wrong. Those cameras were stupid and they did not have the ability for broadcast.
All right, so
they got raccoons on the moon.
So somebody had to retrieve the tape.
So they just sent up this. Are they sending up this James Webb Telescope? Have you guys heard about the James Webb Telescope?
Didn't they already send that up with hot air balloons?
This isn't 747, but anyway, that was Sophia. But this James Webb Telescope, the original price tag was like $500 million, and they kind of ran over the budget a little, and it's going to be closer to $11 billion.
Yeah, but can it see Uranus any better?
It's going to have a good shot of the North Pole of Uranus. I don't know. I'm just the overrun on that one, man. I've heard of some overruns, and they got one out here in California called the Bullet Train. They're only $1 billion over budget right now, just $1 billion. But 11, like $10 billion over budget. $10 billion over budget. Okay, my bad. yeah, just keep pouring money into it. We need more money. We need more money. And they just fucking pour it in there like they print money out of a computer or something. Damn. It's amazing. That one, you know, if it was 25 years ago, I probably would have been down there beating somebody's ass. I would have been pissed off at that kind of overrun. But I'm too old for that shit. I ain't gonna go down there and beat anybody's ass, but I'd be down there every day going, are you fucking kidding me? $10 billion over budget? Fuck off. You know, I want to see the fucking accounting for this motherfucker. We need an audit, please. Somebody. $10 billion. Anyway, we all know they've spent trillions of dollars on this fake-ass space shit, so, yeah, what's going to stop them? Nothing. They're just going to keep going, man. Keep printing money. Keep proving whatever, NASA, and fucking ESA, and JAXA.
And Ars.
Yeah. Mars. We got Mars coming up. They're supposed to go back to the moon in 2024, but fuck, man. Apparently their spacesuits are not good. They're not, you know, they forgot how to make spacesuits, apparently.
Yeah. You heard of that new rocket that they're making in Japan? It's like they call it the horse-off. Right? So it's the JAXA horse-off rocket.
Like, I don't, yeah.
Dude, that was fucking weird.
What was? You see something cool?
No, like I wasn't able. It just whatever you were talking about, you just like cut out midway, and like it said voice connected, but I couldn't hear anything. Nobody was responding, so I hung up and and it just sat there and said, error connecting. What the fuck? Okay, that's not good. Upload 777. Fucking sake.
I got that error for 5 minutes waiting to get into the VC.
Mike, I can barely hear you.
Yeah, what's going on, Battle Mod?
Oh,
Mike, I can't hear you.
Oh, there we go. We can hear you now.
I always forget to flip my mic, flip it down. Yeah, I got that message for the last 5 minutes waiting to get a RTC pathway or whatever.
Huh. Is this, you guys ever seen that before? I've never seen that.
No, Indio adjusted the bit rate for this lobby, though, man. I'm going to have to tell him.
Put it back.
Yeah, because since he adjusted the bit rate, some people have had connectivity problems.
Yeah, switch your back, man, whatever you did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been good for a long time, man, so. Don't broke. If it ain't broke, man, don't fix it.
Right. I wonder if he changed the region, too.
There you go, man. You better get with it, man. Figure it out. I don't know. I don't know shit, so.
Oh, I'm I'm on it. I'm already messaging him.
All right, you guys go figure that out.
Well, that's his job, damn it. He's the server programmer, damn it.
Well, tell him to put it back where he had it. Fuck.
I'm just a server snitch. Nope, that didn't work, bro. Shit's fucked up. No, I just one of the more active, so he knows I'll notice it before other people, because I usually come in at least once a day.
Yeah, I'm usually in here right about now until.
I've noticed it. I've noticed it on the live stream though too, that people will be talking, then they cut out, and then they come back in, and they're still talking. They think, and a lot of people don't mention it. Like, hey man, you cut out.
It's a killer meme. I gotta mooch that one. The first car, blah blah. First plane, moon, and then we don't have the technology to do that anymore. Sorry. But they're doing other weird stuff, man. They're starting to send people up in these supposed rockets, and they're putting together a hell of a production, man. I'm telling you, it's actually a pretty shitty production if you look at it, but most people are buying it. Shit, that William Shatner thing was an absolute weird freaking. It's weird, man. It's just weird. Damn.
That is funny. The dude on the hot air balloon. What happens when he gets tired and he leans back?
That's gotta be CGI. That's CGI, man. Ain't no way. Not without a fucking parachute or something. You ain't fucking going up in that.
Yeah, I jump out of.
That's fucking CGI. I can tell.
I'll jump out a helicopter or a plane, but damn it, I'm at least gonna wear a parachute.
Yeah, I need better. One of those base jumping chutes too, man. I don't want no fucking. I want the quick one.
Yeah, I've been wanting one of them suits, the glider suits.
Oh, fuck the glider suit. No. Fuck that. That's, dude, man. You talk about Xers, man. Xers invented that shit, bro. And that shit's so wicked, man. I mean,
it looks fun, dude.
It looks fun until it ain't.
Well, you never know until you get on it.
There's no recovery from that, man.
I never thought I didn't.
At least on a parachute, you might have a backup, man. But that shit, you're fucking toast.
Oh, might? What do you mean, might? Shit, I'm having a backup. That's all there is to it.
They didn't have backups in the fucking when they were pushing those troops out of the back of the plane back in World War II, man.
Well, World War II they didn't, but.
Yeah, there we go. There's the wingsuit with the chick riding his ass.
I don't know. I think they did have backups in World War II. It was just a smaller backup chute.
Anyway, I love you guys that jump out of perfectly good airplanes. And you guys go ahead, man. I'll be right here in the plane. And I'll wish you guys luck down there, man. There's no fucking way I'm jumping out of a perfectly good flying airplane, man. Fuck that. No. Nah, man, that's just too much of an impact. You know, I don't go past 8 foot on a ladder, man. Much less fucking jumping out of
the parachute is a hell of an impact. You can only do so many jumps before it starts to fuck up your back.
Oh, no doubt, right?
So the glider suit would be less of an impact. No offense, but it would.
Well, you still got to pull your chute you're just using the suit to fly around, and then you decide pull your chute, right? But yeah, you could probably slow yourself down if you spread your legs and arms out a little bit. I could see that. There's definitely some resistance there. Yeah. But no, I'm never going to try it. So you guys let me know how it works out. I'll be right here cheering you on, man. 100%.
Well, I've used a glider, and I would assume it's just like a glider. You land it the same way.
Yep. Oh, we got the bouncy bounce on the moon. Oh, yeah. Great picture, man. It looks exactly... My niece did this last weekend, man. They did a jump picture. And, yeah, she didn't get much higher than that. Actually, she probably actually got higher than that. Anyway.
What, 8, 10?
Man, she's a cheerleader, man. She gets some pretty big legs. She can jump. She's only 15, man. She can jump.
Oh, I thought you meant
she can jump. No, it was like a kind of a funny picture with a bunch of her friends. They all jumped at the same time. You know, one of those.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah. But, yeah, those... That was a pretty good gift, man. I mean, that's the guy in the studio. They're both jumping at the same height. And it's supposed to be 1/6 the fucking gravity of Earth, right? 1/6, bro. Think about that. Fuck. 1/6, man. You should be able to jump like 10 feet, no problem. It's like, whoop, here we go.
Yeah, white men should be able to dunk under them circumstances.
Yeah. I would think so. Come on. Even my 5'10" ass could fucking dunk. No problem. Yeah. Isn't that a great... That's another great fucking meme, man. The moonlight. I don't know how to get people to see it, man. We've tried everything we know how, right? Well, let's keep trying more shit we can think of, because if they can't see that's fucking bunch of cuck shit, man, there's not much help, man. That is pure fucking cuck fuck off. Moonlight. Yeah, the moon should be so fucking bright, you wouldn't even be able to expose a fucking picture, man. Much less fucking take that bullshit picture they took. In the studio.
Well, if the sun's if the sun's light shining directly on it, right?
Yeah.
You'd think the space around it would be pretty lit up too.
It would be just so bright, man. Come on. That light's 238,000 miles away, and it's lighting up the ocean like it's fucking movie set, bro. If you were standing on it, that motherfucker would be just fucking the whitest white you could think of, man. It would be so fucking bright. Anyway, just little things I talk about and piss, taking a piss on it. But you guys are amazing at the fucking memes, man. Fuck. Yeah, I love the tape. The tape on the lunar lander. I made up a word, lunar lander. Yeah, if you zoom in on that picture, man, it has that Scotch tape. My favorite, one of my favorite tools around the shop sometimes, especially around Christmas. Scotch tape's really handy. If you have to wrap a gift or something, it's good. It's good. Scotch tape's the way to go for sure. Construction paper, fun stuff, man. I had a lot of fun in elementary school with construction paper. Yeah. Curtain rods, my favorite. I like curtain rods. You like the curtain rods? I think they're cool. Tim Peake, man, doing his best, baby. Tim Peake got caught with his pants down, didn't he?
Well, you see the girl that's hanging. She's the one hanging upside down. You can see the straps on her feet and the rig holding her. And that meme, NASA Live.
Oh yeah, I photoshopped that. That one's fake. But yeah, some of that's original.
It looks totally photoshopped, man, to me.
That's why there's a Rick roll in it. Yeah.
A Rick roll. Yeah, he's fucking.
There's a Tesla car.
Yeah, that'll definitely look CGI. Making it. Photoshop.
He's doing a ride by, pointing out the feet in the rig. Look at the bitch feet in the rig. Tesla from space.
The spherical one's cool, man.
I like the Rick Ross.
There's some good videos on the spherical trick.
Rick Ross on the motherfucker flick floss. So are you implying that NASA's flossing on them bitches?
You guys are just killing me, man. Killing me.
You got it. You got it. You know what's up, players? The problem is he fake too.
Yeah, he's definitely showbiz. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, in real life, he ugly in the motherfucker.
Exactly. But he's Hollywood, man. Hollywood is quite an influence, man. I'll say that. Hollywood's a hell of an influence, man.
Hollywood producing political actors since the beginning.
Yeah. Once they figured out film.
Ronald Reagan, they started getting actors up in Hollywood real quick.
Dude, they got actors in the White House. Who are you fucking with? That.
Look at Ronald and Nancy, man. Look at Nancy.
Well, Nancy. Well.
Yeah, I think Nancy was actually Greg or Chuck.
I haven't done the investigation on that one personally, man. But
the older she got, her face just sagged right off her bones. It's like all that plastic weighing it down.
Wasn't that Aleister Crowley's daughter or granddaughter or something?
That's what they said.
I've heard that.
I think it was his grandson.
Yeah, when I first came in, Mike, everybody was muted, man. It was weird. It was like a Twilight Zone kind of thing for me. I was just like, what did everybody...
Look at that just say no. Nancy's a dude with a shaved head wearing a wig.
Anyway, it was weird, man. It was like really weird. Oh man! All right, I'm looking at the GIF there. Yeah, it could be Eric DeBay's mother. That's what I'm seeing. Or father. Maybe his father.
Well, here, look at the shoulder width.
Just say no. Just say no. That was a big thing, man, in the 80s. It was big.
It was. It was a declared war on drugs.
Oh, those are just 80 shoulder pads. Come on, Mike.
Yeah.
And guess what? Marijuana won the war.
Yeah, and some shoulder pads puff the shoulders up. They don't make them wider. That bitch got a motherfucking. She got that T shape of a man.
That's just that was the 80s fashion, man. Come on.
That's
I'm telling you, man. That was an 80s fashion thing. The big shoulder pad thing. Go look at like Falcon Crest, the TV show, man.
I'm telling you that was a dude. So let's take a look at the evolution of Nancy's Adam's apple.
She is poking a bit of an apple there. Yeah.
In the early 70s, she had a hell of an Adam's apple, but they grinded it down, you know what I'm saying? You can see evidence of the surgery. Look at that Adam's apple.
I'm looking. I see.
That's an Adam's apple of a 70-year-old dude.
I'm just being an advocate for.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it, man. I'm just being judgmental. Oh my goodness, what
right
happened?
there?
There you go. There you go.
Who's she look like there?
Yeah, that's quite a transformation.
The guy from the Wheaties box.
What's that guy's name?
Caitlin? Bruce? Which one?
Bruce Caitlin?
Yeah, she looks just like him. Come on, man. It ground her nose all down, ground down her forehead with a grinder, take away her high male brow.
Hey, man, I've been down in the investigations. Have I ever? And that one's pretty tight, man. That one's good. It's definitely in like top 10. Probably.
The Adam's apple technology came later down the road. So if we really go back and look at him, she had that high brow. Her and Ronnie.
Somebody put the golf meme in there, man. I use that when I'm a golfer. You guys maybe know that. I don't know.
I golf.
I can golf with anybody, man. I've been golfing for fucking a long time. Anyway,
look, Nancy knew her Adam's apple stuff.
I've never seen a golf flat Earth meme, man. That's my first one.
She wore a high covered shirt and a thorax cover.
Holy shit, that fucking meme is a joke in itself. A tranny, a Nazi, and a Jew are hanging around together.
A Nazi, yeah.
The guy behind Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Is that a Jew or is that Boy George?
I don't know.
I think it's Boy George.
It's Boy George, man.
It is. But you can call him a Jew. I'm cool with that.
Oh, Boy George, a dude.
But no offense. My gaydar's a little better than yours. See the arms on that chick behind him in the blue dress behind Boy George?
Yeah, those some beefy arms, man.
There's two trannies, a Boy George, a Jew, and a Nazi. Oh, wait, 4 trannies, yup.
What's the big girl in the black dress, man? What's over to the right?
That's a trans female.
Caitlyn Jenner or Bruce Jenner.
Bruce is the ugliest motherfucker. I don't know what the hell he was thinking.
It's just a distraction, man, to keep you busy. You know, that is not a picture of Ronald and Nancy. Boy, she looks different there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, she got that boy forehead, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah, the forehead.
Women don't have receding hairlines like that. Men do. Some women can have balding hair, yeah, but she never goes bald. She just got a high brow, like a man.
Like mine, yeah.
Look, her brow looks just like Ronnie's.
They do look similar, right?
Look like
She
brothers.
looks like she's hiding a penis.
Yeah. Okay, then my investigation is thorough.
You guys are so funny, man.
We can end that one now. And that would explain why her and Obama and Michelle were such good friends, or Mike. And why old girl got killed for saying we had the first transgender in the White House. She was full of shit. Nancy.
Well,
JFK's boyfriend.
Yeah, and Hitler was the first homosexual president.
The second Jacqueline.
Hoover?
No, JFK.
He's homo?
Yeah, Hoover was a cross-dresser, man. That's why the original uniform for the FBI was wearing skirts.
Get the fuck. Get the fuck. All right. Bust me a fucking. What? FBI wearing skirts? What? I gotta see this, man. I gotta see that.
You know, they called her the lady in red, right? Nancy.
Well, Nancy. Well.
say, Reagan smash. Gorbachev, take down this wall.
Take down this wall. I sounded English there. Hold on.
Reagan smash.
Oh man, what a bunch of psyops, huh? One after another. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's why the perm came out, see, to hide transgenders from real women.
Perm.
Yeah, well then all women had fucked up hair that looked like man's. So them trannies could hide. And then the short hair style, that was for transgenders who couldn't grow long hair, could fit in society.
Dude, we should start a channel. All those I used to follow a few
successful
investigators.
Surgery.
I call them transinvestigators.
Yeah, the first successful surgery was in the 30s.
Was it Mr. M?
1930s. Think about it. How long they had to perfect their process. That means they were messing with it in the 1900s, maybe the late 18.
It was that so many failures before that.
Well, yeah, look at what Pat Benatar and the other lady of rock and roll. They weren't the first women in rock and roll. It was trannies.
So you're talking about Stevie Nicks or Janis Joplin? You're talking about Janis Joplin?
Joan Jett, man, that bitch is more ripped up than me.
What about Janis Joplin? Was pretty manly, yeah?
She was.
But if you listen to that voice, man, whatever was coming out of those vocal cords, man, whoa.
Well, they can do surgeries in vocal cords, right?
Yeah. Well,
it's kind of like a eunuch too. Once you cut a eunuch's penis off, he's got a high pitched voice. They show you that in the movie History of the World Part 1.
Mel Brooks movie?
Yeah.
Where the guy was running with the fire. He's like, oh, dude, I got fire. And he fell in the ocean.
Yeah.
He was I thought that was funny, man. Like, oh, could you imagine? Dude, we got fire. Check it out. Look. And then he just fell down. That is great comedic humor, man.
Well, the funny thing was it was making fun of the entire history of man as it's given to you. Mm-hmm. From caveman all the way to modern day.
Yeah.
And rulers and kings and divine rights and gods.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, it took me a few decades to figure that out. All yeah, but I got there. Yeah, I'm slow.
Yeah.
What can I say? I'm slow.
It was almost their joke.
I didn't have fucking YouTube growing up, man. I didn't have that shit.
They were laughing at that shit harder than we were.
I didn't have fucking Discord and fucking Insta fuck all, whatever. Yeah, we grew up in a different world, Mike. We did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, so Joan Jett we're now starting the Joan Jett investigation. This is Joan Jett.
Here we go.
One of the first woman rockers.
She was one of the first, man, no doubt.
Wait till I find this one where this bitch got the motherfucking Adonis belt and bigger muscles than me. She more ripped than me.
I never saw her in concert, man. Never. Oh yeah, she is ripped. Look at that. Yeah, that's a dude.
That's not even.
That's a man, baby.
That's not even the one I'm looking for. I was doing it, and somebody's wife was in here, and she said, "Did you say Joan Jett?" And I said, "Yeah." And she busted out a better picture than I ever had of her. I said, "Damn." She said, "I agree with you, Battlemont. I like you. This one that knows what a real woman looks like." I was like, "Yep."
Sean, that's a dude, man. Sean,
I like my pooch guts, my love handles, my C-section scars, stretch marks, all that.
Sean's like, that's one backwards ass bitch. Yeah, that's hilarious. It is. Anyway, she could rock and sing, whatever.
I think they know we've been using this photo, now they're hiding it. Damn it.
Yep. That's how it happens. It's called censorship, man. Check it out. Google that.
Yeah, she's 40 years later. Oh, they spotted me. They found me out. Shit, look at her younger photos, man. She looks like a fucking dude.
Trying to look for that Adam's apple, man. I'm looking.
Tell me that's not a dude with makeup on. With her handler.
With the handler. There's always a handler. There's always a handler.
You gotta make sure they don't run out of crack cocaine and all that.
Sean had to drop the fucking Baphomet. Fucking. What the fuck, man? Explain this. I love that one, man. Dude, man,
look at that neck.
I'm looking at the neck, man. I don't see the Adam's apple, man. They must have perfected that shit by now.
Well, women got skinnier necks.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you, Sean. You're a giver. That's a wicked gif, man. What the hell's going on in the background of that gif, man? What the fuck is going on? You got Baphomet, he's spitting out he's puffing a fucking something. But what the fuck?
He's smoking the vape, man.
He's smoking the vape. But there's some other weird legs moving and fat ass bellies and all kinds of weird shit back there. Thanks, Sean. Yeah. Hey, thanks for promoting the Baphomet. You guys, dude, I would never even post a GIF like that, man, personally. I mean, yeah, it's wicked. I want people to wake up to the mind fuck that they're under, but I ain't posting fucking Baphomet. Fuck all, man. Ain't gonna happen. Fuck that guy. Fuck Baphomet. Baphomet can fuck off. Okay? Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, it's wicked, man. We live in a wicked world, bro. You guys know that. I don't have to fucking tell you guys. But the lies and deceit and the fucking undermining and the corruption. I've been saying it for decades, man. Like,
yeah, but they really look like this. They don't look like Baphomet. They look like this.
They could, man. I watched a guy put on a $2,000 facial mask, silicone, today on a video, and his lips moved, his teeth were perfect. I'm like, I couldn't tell the fucking difference. Yeah, they could put a fucking mask on. Put your mask on. No, I don't want to. I'm not putting my fucking mask on, man. I am who I am, and take it or leave it, man. I might be the, a super spreader you're looking for. I'm the super spreader. Super Thunder. I love that, man. Put the diaper on that. Mr. Kelly. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yep. So I was at a friend's surgery. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll give you a ride or whatever. And it was early in the morning, and I remember sitting in the waiting room. I was kind of out in the lobby or whatever, and this kid was bouncing around, and he was there to, see grandma get his operation or whatever. I don't know the situation, but I remember the dad handed the kid a fucking, like a cell phone, and the kid just started, like, he was completely gone. I mean, he was no longer causing any problems or nothing, man. They just handed the kid the cell phone. He started pushing and sliding screens and pushing, and the kid was completely calm, and I was like, oh my God, this is not good.
In a trance.
Yeah, exactly what happened. I'm like, this is not good. That's what I'm thinking in my head. I'm like, dude.
I know what it's doing to you.
Exactly. But I was in
turns you all into zombie listening.
This early touch screen shit, man. I'm like, oh my God, this kid fucking went from fucking running around the lobby to fucking completely shit. Oh, fucked my head up, man. I still think about that to this day. I'm still thinking about, like, what did this super fucking smartphone do to people? It made them fucking stupid. That's what happened. Yeah, it's probably doing the same thing to us in a lot of ways we don't necessarily aware of, but I do like the technology because I can connect with you guys. I can connect with what's going on in the real world that I live in. I'm very much into reality. Like, you can take a tree and make a guitar. I like that. That's cool.
Yeah, but just think. When was the last time you went and took a dump without a cell phone?
I don't take my cell phone in the shitter.
Yeah, I don't have a television in my bedroom. I do have one in my living room. But yeah, I don't like taking technology to do, personal hygiene. I love that gif with the chick and her waist and the flat water. That's good. That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm mooching that one. I gotta mooch. I like that one. Optics, man. I saw a guy one time, man, a magician. He pulled a lion out of like nowhere. I was like, damn, that's impressive. Yeah. There's lots of tricks out there, man. Lots of tricks. You gotta be aware of the tricks. It helps. Oh, yeah, the NASA tricks. They're really good at trying to trick people. And they're really good, apparently, at tricking people. And Hollywood does a great job of trickery. They make things look real when they're not. They're not real, man. I've seen people cry over cartoons, man. Oh my God, the deer died. It was horrible. It was horrible. Like, fuck, it was a cartoon, man. Wake up. Please. It's a fucking cartoon, man. Why are you emotionally involved in
Yeah,
a
the
cartoon?
deeper thing is how many women identify as Bambi, but Bambi's a boy.
Good question. I like that. That's deep. All right. Joan Jett's a dude. Fuck, all right. Well, Mike.
Hey, that isn't even the best fucking photo of her.
What about Pat Benatar?
That's a good one.
I'm still wondering about Pat.
I'm not wondering about Stevie Nicks.
Right. I agree.
Well, I did bring up Stevie Nicks earlier. I was like,
Pat don't have a lot of images where she allows you to judge her. Where Joan does. She flexes and all that, but she usually has a man with his arms around her, hiding one shoulder and his hand on the other shoulder, so you can't see the width of her shoulders. And that's one of them photography tricks. That's a big clue.
well, Stevie Nicks is a witch, if nothing. If she's not a dude, she's definitely a witch. You guys are dropping super memes tonight, man. I'm having to mooch all this shit.
Mooch, that's a word I don't hear too often anymore.
I gotta mooch this shit, man. This stuff's good. Yeah, I used to kid my bros, man. I'm like, dude, man. Because I was always the one that had a lot of weed, you know. Or like, hey, dude, let me mooch a joint, bro. And they'd laugh at me, you know. So they started calling me the mooch, even though I was the one giving the weed. It was the opposite. It was complete opposite of reality, you know. It was like I was the one that had the weed, man. But they called me the mooch. Yeah, it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. I heard they sent up a crew to space to be the first film crew in space. Did you guys hear anything about this?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it happened a couple, like yesterday or today or something.
Yeah, those were Russians, right?
The Russians, yeah, the Russians sent them up a film crew. All right, Roger, you did hear about it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I saw the actor lady with their hair, all hair
The
straight
hair.
up.
The hair, yes, I saw the hair. Yes. the hairspray hair. Yeah, I saw that.
did they make?
Well, they're going up to make it now. I don't know. I'm not sure which one, but didn't
They were
Tom
already
Cruise?
back.
And the reason I brought that up because there was that Tom Cruise meme there. But Tom Cruise wanted to be the first to make a movie in space. I remember that. I want to make a movie in space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they did that back in '69, man. Check it out. They made a movie in space on the moon. No, nonetheless. So last night I came in here and there was this kid in here.
Oh, the RGB kid?
RGN? RGN, whatever the fuck. Fuck all. It didn't matter. What he was trying to say we had a mental disconnection or something. And Mike fucking took him to fucking task, bro.
Brain trauma.
You took him to fucking town, man. By the way, I went to bed going, fuck, man.
Well, I was trying to display he wasn't who he said he was.
Fuck all, man. It was
he couldn't give
hours.
He couldn't give any technical answers, and he said this is his course of study. He's on the way to a master's.
Well, we know that the university doctorate, master's, whatever system is completely fucking bought and paid for, and if you don't follow their criteria, man, you're fucked.
Yeah, the thing is, it only takes 2 years to get a doctorate in that study, and he said he was putting 6 years in. He could have got a doctorate in
there was
2 years. It doesn't require a bachelor's.
I was thinking about it today, man. I was thinking back on it. I went back and read through a little bit of his article that he posted, man. And I was thinking, boy, I think he was just trolling, man. 100%.
He was. He's basically saying, well, most flat earthers are veterans and they're traumatized by war. Says this Vietnam War study. And they did that study because people from the Vietnam War came back. And not only them, but the people here in America. Everybody knew we shouldn't have been in that war. Everybody knew it. But the government was tired of being criticized for it. So they had to say that they got brain damage. That's why they were saying that. And nobody bought that study when it came out. Nobody was buying that. Wasn't backed by anything.
Anyway, I thought you handled it amazingly, man. I couldn't have handled it as well as you did, man. No question. But I thought you.
I took his interruptions for a while and just kept finishing my point. And then finally I just said, well, I've drove it home enough. Let me just start interrupting you like you were me. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I like to give what I get.
No, it was good, man. I thought about it today. I'm like, I'm like reading through his article. I'm like, fuck, man. Really? We're mentally, we got I asked him the question, man, is there a test to see if there's a chemical imbalance in the brain, man? And I saw a video, man, recently.
He said it's a logical inference from your cognitive beliefs.
There is no test. There is zero. It's like the PCR test. There's no fucking test.
They can't prove
see if somebody has a chemical imbalance in their brain, man. Period.
They can't prove those lesions are from chemical responses either.
No fucking test. You can't take part of the brain out and go, oh, dude, man, he doesn't have enough fucking iron.
Yeah.
What? Fuck off. There is no test for the brain unless you take a...
No, that entire article is all based on deductive and inductive reasoning. It's just bullshit. This means that means this, but there's no proof that really means that.
Exactly. There's a lot of links and shit in there, but There's not.
My points with physical injury versus traumatic injury, or just the trauma. Did the trauma do it, or did shell shock do it? That's a variable that when the test first came out, that was what the medical society was critiquing on that. They said, well, you didn't study, you didn't even look at their physical injuries to see if they had physical injuries that caused the lesions. And shell shock, we know, can set lesions all over from pressure. Pressure crushes, but it crushes blood cells.
That's a concussion. They call it a concussion.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a concussion. Shell shock, it's percussion injury, and it causes concussion.
Yep, exactly.
It's a percussion shock, and they didn't even cover that variable when they did this test, and that's what made that study has been recycled. It was thrown out when it was first brought. Now let's give it to another generation as proof who doesn't know anything about the history of that article.
There you go. Thank you, Mike. No, it was.
It's just like the Sagnac effect, which was an attempt to detect the rotation of a magnetic field, the ether, and it didn't pick up rotation. Now it does, though. And the thing is, the inference of light is from the rotation of magnetics. It doesn't have anything to do with movement in space. You need something to disrupt that light, which is magnetism.
Yeah.
So in my belief, a fiber optic gyro proves the ether. Period. It's a Sagnac effect. It was designed just to prove a rotating magnetic field, an etherical background, electric in nature. You can't have a movement of electricity without electromagnetic field, so they go together, you know. That's why when you raise an elevation, you get a reading that's not 15 degrees per hour, which wouldn't be possible on a rotating sphere. It'd be 15 degrees at the bottom of the mountain and 15 degrees at the top because the rotation's the exact same. It's uniform.
It's not. Hey, on a globe, man, since if I'm at the North Pole and I'm spinning 0 miles an hour, and at the equator I'm going 1,000, okay, yeah, we would all see different rotations. If I'm in California,
because it's all attached to the same sphere, just like a record, then you would be moving more space, but you'd still only be moving 15 degrees per hour in every portion.
No, you wouldn't.
No, it's just like on a record, dude. If you set the sensor in the center of the record, it's still going to change at the same degree per minute, whether it's the edge or the inner part. It's just moving more space in that amount of time. But it's all moving at the same relative speed. That's the difference between yeah, that's the difference in angular speed and angular velocity. So you would have a different angular velocity because you're moving more area, but at the same angular speed. It can only move at one speed throughout the whole thing, just like a wheel. When your wheel's moving 30 miles an hour, that's what it's moving.
Gotcha. I'm tracking.
Hey, I want to welcome Maya to the house. We have a new member here.
Hey, Maya, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
There you go. She's got a few questions for us. So,
Sure.
Maya, feel free to ask. The mic is yours.
Well, for one, I would just like to hear your basic reasoning and arguments for why you believe the Earth is flat, just like your opening statement, I guess. I mean, this isn't a formal debate. I just want to know your
Great way to come in, by the way. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Actually, we do try to keep it a formal format. Go ahead. So my opening statement would be, flat Earth isn't a belief or a theory. It's an observation. Every day you go out and you observe a flat local Earth. So when you say that we don't live on the Earth that we observe, that's self-evident, then that's an extreme claim and it needs to be backed by extreme proofs. But 90% of the model for it being a globe is theoretical and unfalsifiable. It's untestable. We can't test the universe, can't test the planets, can't even leave the reference frame to look back and view what we're living on. So when you make extreme claims, you need extreme proofs. Or the Earth that we observe is the one that we live on. And it's that simple.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I could get more advanced than that, but that leads into the advanced argument, and it wouldn't be my opening statement. I'd want to lead you there through questioning.
Yeah, I understand. So I just had a question. In terms of time zones, how would you answer that question? Like, how it's possible that different areas.
It's real simple. The sun moves at 15 degrees in 24 hours. 15 times 24 hours, that's 360 degrees. That's full circle. The sun doesn't light up the entire Earth. Why? Because of atmospheric extinction of light. And that's not a flat Earth principle. Neither is attenuation and scattering, which cause atmospheric extinction. These are demonstrable. The atmosphere is a fluid medium. Light isn't said to be infinite through a fluid medium, so it shouldn't travel forever through the atmosphere. It should attenuate and scatter and absorb to the point of extinction. So you get localized time zones just like they're laid out in 360 degrees. So time zones aren't exclusive to a globe model. They work on both models.
Can I ask you something, Mia?
Maya? Yes, sure.
Maya, sorry. So
It's okay.
when you hear the word flat Earth, what is it that you see in your mind?
Yeah, it's probably going to clarify. When I hear that people believe the Earth is flat, I'm assuming that you think the Earth is one plane, one lane that just goes like straight, and it's not spherical. Like it's just like one straight piece of land in a way.
Is it in somewhere? Is it floating in space, according to you?
Well, I've never really heard people with the ideology in mind with the flat Earth, so I'm not sure what it would look like. I assume that people who believe it would assume that it's in orbit, but it's just flat.
No, Maya. So Maya.
Yeah.
So that is.
Hold up, Roger. I already covered that ideology. It's an observation, not an ideology. It's based on observable truth.
I'm sorry, observation.
So Maya, whenever people go, so when you go to school, right, first time, they teach you you're on a globe, and the next thing they teach you is that some people are batshit crazy and believe that they're on a flying space disc, right, with the water falling off. So this flat disc in space, right? That is what you see on the mainstream media and by all the anti-flat earthers, but that is not what we think, Maya. That is being brought out by the mainstream media and the Flat Earth Society to make it look ridiculous, right? We do not think that Earth is a space pizza, right, with the moon and the sun floating around it, right? So the questions you have will probably come from that model that's been put inside your head, right? So why are there time zones comes from the image that Earth is a space pizza and the sun is still 93 million miles away, so it must illuminate the whole world, right? That is what that is what they want you to think, that we are stupid, dumb, and believe in a space pizza, but that's not true. Okay, so questions like what's underneath the Earth, And where's the edge, right? Those questions come from the fact that you have been indoctrinated with this space pizza in your head. Okay? So Earth is not a disk in space. I'd like to call it the basement of our existence. So we are at the floor of our existence, with all the luminaries above our head, like you observe, right? You observe the sun, the moon, and the stars moving over your head, right? The only thing you and everybody here in this room and everybody ever alive has, they only experienced a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? You've never experienced the Earth as a ball, correct?
Correct.
Right. So that is the base axiom. That is what every human being experiences. Now they then told you, wow, it's actually a ball with the radius of 3959, and it's actually spinning around its axis with 1,000 miles per hour, and we are actually flying around the sun with this 66.6 thousand miles per hour, and our sun is actually shooting through our galaxy with 500,000 miles per hour, and our galaxy is actually orbiting the Great Attractor with 1.2 million miles per hour. But this is something you have never experienced, Maya. This is just a cool story, right?
Yeah, but I do have the question of technically.
So what did they showed you in school to prove that the Earth is actually a ball? What is it that makes it a ball, Maya?
The logic of what we experience in everyday life, such as the lunar.
What is the logic? So the logic I just told you, right? The logic, we experience a flat, non-rotating Earth, and we experience the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the stars move over our head.
Hey, Roger. Roger.
Yeah.
Give her the Selenilian eclipse.
Well, I think that's.
She mentioned the lunar eclipse. Lunar.
Well, that's so. Looking at the sky, Maya, does that determine the floor you're standing on?
By looking at the sky?
Right.
Not necessarily.
No. So when I'm a carpenter, right, and I want to do my floor, do I then look up to the ceiling, measure my ceiling, and then, oh yeah, this is the way my floor looks like?
Not necessarily. No, you wouldn't.
No, not necessarily. No, right? Nobody does that. So when we say Earth is flat and non-rotating, it is objective reality. So you observe and experience this, and it is measurable, right? We can actually measure the surface of Earth. They told us it has a radius, right? So that is from the center of the sphere to the outside of the sphere, the radius. So they told us it has a radius of 3,959 miles. And with that radius in our hand, we can then calculate how much the Earth must curve away at any point you're standing. And when we go out and measure the surface of Earth, it does not curve away. It measures flat.
But then I have another question, is how do you know what is theoretical and what isn't?
What do you think about that, right? So you're just hand waving it away, and oh yeah, sure, but so Earth measures flat.
Okay, yeah. See, you say that Earth measures flat, but then how do you know we're correctly measuring the Earth if the argument against how it's not flat is how any evidence about what we think is theoretical? Then technically, wouldn't any evidence about how the shape of the Earth is would technically be theoretical, since we can't see the shape outside of Earth?
So Maya, so we don't claim a shape, right? And you, if you're honest, right, with yourself, you cannot claim a shape either, because you know by now that the only thing you've ever experienced is a flat, non-rotating Earth. The only place, one second, well, the only place that Earth is a ball is on your screen, right? On your telephone, on your TV, on your computer screen.
Yes.
That is the only place the Earth is a ball. So when we say it measures flat, we go out to large bodies of water, we take out a laser, and we shoot the laser over the water, 41 kilometers. You can shoot they shot a laser, for instance, over 41 kilometers of water, right? And your experience of water is that it always finds it level. It's always flat and level when it's in rest, when it's in a glass, when it's in a bathtub, when it's in a pool, a small lake, big lake, sea or ocean. Your experience with water is that it always seeks its level and is flat when it is in rest. So when we go out and measure the surface of water and it comes back as flat, and they tell you 70% of the Earth is covered in water, and all of the water measures flat, how can it then be a ball?
Which I understand, but isn't flat in itself a reference to a shape?
No.
Flat implies that it is a certain shape.
No.
Surface feature.
Flat is not a shape.
Flat is a description of the surface, as is level.
You said what is the description of what? Sorry.
Flat is a description of the surface, as is level. Flat is not a geometrical shape. Did you learn flat in geometry?
No, I did not.
So that is the crux of the story, Maya. I wanted to give you this, right? Earth measures flat. I need to jump out, but any question you have going forward, right? You have to take in your mind, right? But Earth measures flat, so everything else is non sequitur, right? You can think of stuff that maybe makes it a ball again, but if Earth measures flat, it cannot be this ball in infinite vacuum, right? Okay, so thank you, and we have the evidence and proof and measurements of this, Maya. We're just like saying.
Before you go, can I see where you get your measurements from?
Sure. You're in the live stream voice text.
Sure, I can show you measurements. You want to see some measurements?
So
like.
Here you are, Maya. Sorry, I'm always butchering names. My apology. So this is the FE Core test. A couple of field engineers built a laser, high-powered laser. Went to a couple of countries in Europe. Did the test 3 or 4 times over multiple days. Different countries. We have Truth Prevails just posted the channel for the laser test. We have this observation, right? Are you there in the live stream voice text?
Yes. Someone just posted box ops. They posted a YouTube video, I think.
Yeah. So this is basically the crux of the story, right? It's not a belief. When I look at my table, I can believe it's 1 meter wide, right? But then I go out and measure the table, and I know its dimensions. That is the whole difference between, I would say, people that believe in a globe, because again, nobody has ever experienced the Earth as a ball. Nobody. So it's just a belief. And it only appears as a ball on your screen, right? And you can know that the surface measures flat by just doing it. And the beauty of it all is you yourself can do this you can measure the surface of Earth and figure it out, right? We always tell people, don't trust us, don't believe us, right? Go do it yourself. The time of believing is done now. It's over. So if you want, so from this moment forward, it's on you to go on to choose to believe you're on a ball, right? Because that's the whole case. That's the whole thing. You have to believe it. There's no evidence in the world that shows measurements of curvature of rotation, only on your screen, right? Or you can know that the Earth doesn't curve, that it measures flat by doing it yourself.
Mm-hmm. And I have a question. If you guys don't believe that the Earth technically is in orbit, then how would you explain the celestial sphere in retrograde motion?
Well, you just gave it in your statement. Retrograde is geocentric, and it's an explanation for a non-rotating Earth and the observation of the celestial sphere. That is retrograde. In the heliocentric model, they explain it with the aberration of light. So retrograde would be our explanation, and the aberration of light would be yours.
Well, no, technically the definition of retrograde motion is the fact that the Earth is in orbit, but it's also in its own orbit on its axis, which is why it's retrograde and technically would be considered going back.
The explanation of why it's retrograde is the aberration of light. It appears that way because of moving lights.
No, that's not retrograde motion.
Well, Google aberration of light, because the retrograde motion didn't make sense on a heliocentric model that all rotates one way. In relative motion for opposite rotation, that doesn't make sense when its sphere is one way. But that it made sense once they came up with the aberration of light.
Mm-hmm. And with the celestial sphere and how the stars rotate in our atmosphere, what would you use to explain that?
Remember, Earth measures flat?
Yeah, but even if it measures flat, it doesn't have to do with
here's the thing. Here's the thing. You have an explanation, whether it's demonstrable, verifiable. You have an explanation for everything in the heliocentric model. And we're not saying we have the explanation for how everything works and works. We're saying we have the observation that backs it.
Mm-hmm.
We can actually demonstrate the surface displays no curvature. So then the math of your model doesn't prove your model, and you still want to make the flat Earth observation adhere to all the explanations of your models. So our explanations, demonstrations.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Is an explanation a demonstration of fact. Facts are demonstrable.
Mm-hmm. Well, I understand it's an observation. I just wanted to know how you guys would answer certain questions.
Well, it's an observation with a given explanation. Observation with a given explanation doesn't even adhere to the scientific model. Because in the scientific model, you have an observation, you make a hypothesis, and you design an experiment where you manipulate certain variables, and you look at the data and you come up with an explanation then. Based on experimental data. Yours is just we observe this and we say this is why. There's no proof of this is why.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you bring up anything that has to do with the stars, you're observing that the stars are moving, not that you're rotating underneath 1,000 miles per hour. And so there's no scientific experimental evidence that Earth rotating is the cause of the movements of any of the luminaries.
Yeah, and that's why I just wanted to hear if you guys had an explanation for it.
Right, you see the stars moving, and
yeah. Yeah, but do you guys have like an actual explanation, like within our observation?
Here's the thing: your explanation for movement is gravity, right? But you can't prove gravity through experimentation.
Well, technically you can with the new laws of experiment.
No.
He proved gravity.
Newtonian laws of experiment, you mean universal gravity as said by Newton, which was overwritten by Einstein?
You can talk to me.
What happened?
Maya.
Yes.
I got some friends here with me. They want to say hi to you.
Okay. Hello.
Trouble, Johnston, go ahead.
Hello, Maya.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Two ladies.
We're listening.
We're eavesdropping.
They've been listening to the conversation.
Yes.
And they wanted to just say hi to you.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Welcome to the crazy world of flat Earth.
Yeah.
Maya, I want you to go out and experience your. Go ahead, Trouble. Go ahead. All right.
That wasn't me, but I was going to say, these guys, we've been listening, so doing a pretty good job of explaining everything.
Yes, doing a great job. You guys are doing a great job explaining everything to Maya. I want Maya to go out and experience the flat level water at the ocean or a lake.
Yeah.
You can see it. It's not bending. There's no bendy water. Bendy water. None.
Yeah.
If you can see bendy water, if you can find some bendy water,
You can find videos of people who measured the water from end to end of a lake while it's frozen and there's no bendy ice. It's all flat.
Yeah.
And so there's no such thing as 8 inches per mile squared curvature anywhere.
Yeah.
there's no 339.59 radius. Okay, when I say 39 and 59, I mean miles. 3,959 miles. We can measure how much 10 miles, 100 miles should curve, right? If that's the radius.
You can see further than the curve says.
We can measure this, Maya.
And then when we see further, they call it refraction, and it's a mirage, and it's like, no, it's there. See it.
I've been on a sailboat. I could see 100 miles to my left, 100 miles to my right, or 50 miles to my left, 50 miles to my right. I've seen 100 miles span of ocean, and there's no 7,000 foot curve in the middle, period. It doesn't happen. It's not happening. You can't make it happen.
Because they say a spinning ball flattens out in the middle. I mean, flattens out at the top and bottom, so that the Earth is more of oblique spheroid. So it's not a perfect round ball, and that's where you get, that's what dude's talking about. This it's supposed to be like a bulge of 20 kilometers or 15 kilometers.
Hey, I have a question, boys and girls.
Yeah.
It would, even so, it would be a visual effect. There's no measurable curvature anywhere. And they're confusing all of us with that visual effect. We understand now why our eyes work the way they do.
Yeah, well, I grew up with
because
the thing
if it was how it looked, we would be living on like a soda can, cylindrical. But that's not what's happening.
They say 5 kilometers to the horizon or whatever, and then all of a sudden,
Not what's happening.
Way further than
Can I answer my question?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question.
So you guys, hello. You guys believe like we've never been to space, correct?
Yep. Without a doubt, space is an absolute fallacy because you can't have a gas pressure next to a
Going to space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Totally blows every fucking law of fucking physics, period.
So where does these spaceships go? The one that's supposed to go to space.
Oh, you back up to
We have no clue where they're going.
Hold on. Do you know what a roll program is? They claim they do a roll program, so as it's going up, it has the velocity to reach orbit, right? But in reality, all they're doing is they're flattening out and going and splashing down in the ocean at the Bermuda Triangle.
And they call that
That's why the myth of the Bermuda Triangle exists.
the Earth spin.
What?
You
They
didn't know
go.
that?
They go to the Bermuda.
Johnny, hang on.
Yeah.
So nobody sees them. It's just they just.
Some of them do. Some of them do. Others,
Bermuda Triangle
was claimed to go the wrong way, and it went down.
See, like the Northern Hemisphere is not
Blue and fell in Jacksonville.
Hey,
Yeah.
take a look at this image in the live stream voice text. Take a look at that one.
Fucking A, it looks like McDonald's Golden Arches, man.
Golden arches, baby. I'm talking golden arches here. That's what rockets do, man. They do the golden arch. Those are, yeah.
Looks like Macons, eh?
Yeah, that's what you see in a rocket launch. Anyway, moving on.
So I next, like, connected to my question.
Because it's just going down there. That's such a small.
Where do rockets go? Was the question, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's where they go.
What do you know about an astronaut in the ocean?
They go over and they go down. Period.
So I have a question next, obviously after my question. Another question.
Down.
So all these scientists around the world, right? They're supposedly being to space, astronauts, etc., that has studied space and all that, and they believe the Earth is a globe.
Astronauts. How many astronauts have been to space? Do you know the number?
I actually don't. Do you know it?
I do.
But
537.
Less than
that's what's up.
0.
537 people have testified that, hey man, this shit's fucking real.
Okay. Wait, let me finish my question, so I don't forget, please. So, out of astronauts, scientists who have studied space and all that, you're telling me that they're all been faking it? Hundreds of scientists out there are faking that.
It only takes one authority and a sophisticated group of scientific mindset known as Royal Academy, peer review, those kind of things. These are gatekeepers of knowledge. Everything has to pass through these gates in order to be accepted by academia.
What gates?
The gates that I just listed.
So they need to go to there, or they need to be brainwashed.
Royal Academy of Science.
Is that what you're telling me? That all these scientists are brainwashed? Brainwashed?
Yeah, it's a big club, bud, and you have to pay dues to be a part of it.
So none of them has revealed the real truth.
The ones that know are lying. The ones that don't know, that are just making the parts, that are just sitting behind the console looking at a computer screen, they don't know. But the ones that run the shit, they know.
Oh, so you think it's a pyramid? It's like, the top people know.
Of course, Ben.
And the illusion.
You know what the military is, Ben? Military. You know how that works?
I would like to think I do.
Okay, so that's a pyramid, right?
Yes.
Compartmentalization.
Yes, for sure it is.
So government, right, is pyramid?
I can say it depends on the government.
Yeah,
so
it is. It is. So it's always. So, I mean, that's just how authority is built up, right?
All the governments that has sent missions to the moon, etc., to space and all that, they just all align to the whole world. And if they aren't,
that it wasn't a government that went to the moon.
What's their point? What's their reason? Like what are they hiding from us that they want to, instead of a shape, they want to hide this flat? What are they gaining from? Okay, guys, it's not flat; it's round.
Well, regardless to whatever their answers are for these questions that you're asking, it doesn't change the fact that the Earth measures flat and level.
Okay, sure, but I'm asking you guys a question.
Is that a why would they lie question?
What are they gaining type of question from.
Yeah, so why
any
would they
shape.
lie, in other words? Well, why would anybody lie to anyone to deceive them,
No,
right?
no, because I know where you're bringing
Deceive
this.
them
I've seen
to
it a
the
lot in
true
real life.
nature of reality
But
so
you're gonna
that
be
they are
like, the government has
justified.
lied a lot.
Okay,
But
I'm
I'm
done talking.
asking,
Dude, don't interrupt him. Let him talk. He was talking.
let's thank you. So basically, like, what I'm trying to say is, why would they lie about the shape?
Wow. He just asked. So, Joshua.
Because they could. They did it
Yeah,
because they could.
I'm
So
done
they just
because
lied
these
to lie.
people are talking to me.
So they just lied
Yeah.
to lie.
But they saw an opportunity to make a sucker out of you, and they did.
So they're benefiting from me.
I think he's just asking, what's the motive? Like, what would you gain from that? Usually the government, whenever they lie to people, they gain something. But what would you gain from that?
Those men
Here,
that
I'll point this out
started
to
it are
him. So you
dead.
cannot have a creation without a creator, and you cannot have a natural creation without a natural creator. You're a natural creation. The ground beneath your feet is a natural creation. And the container that gives us gas pressure is a natural creation. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. So by definition and by default, we are inside a container right now. Now, some might think that the walls of that container, wherever they come in contact with the ground or wherever they are, because we don't know the dimensions of it, some might think that the walls of that container are obvious direct evidence of a natural creator.
So they're hiding our creator from us.
No, that's just an idea. I'm not saying that like I'm claiming that, but if you want to think that maybe they are, then I don't know, maybe they are.
So it's just an idea. You're just presuming.
Does it actually matter, like the motive wise, like, or does the evidence that points to like the lie is what matters?
I think that if a lie is being said, there's a motive for the lie.
Have you
And for me,
proven
a shape?
have you proven that it is a lie or not first? Because you could only go down that route if you've proven that it is a lie. Then you may ask, then why did that person do it? Just to dig into the psyche of the human that lied to you. However, all you need to know is, did he or she lie or not? Or it, in terms of government. It.
So do you know if they lied yet or not?
Oh, of course they have lied.
About the shape of the Earth.
Are we talking about in general, or are we talking about the base main of the shape of the Earth?
Well, hold on. Let me just ask you this. Do you think you're on a planet in space right now?
I think we are globe around space.
Oh, okay. See, that's the point we're trying to make to you, is that you're asking questions that come after you're supposed to figure something else out first. You see, first you're supposed to figure out if the Earth is flat or if it's a ball in space, in the vacuum of space. You're supposed to figure that out first for sure for yourself, and then come ask us, why did they lie?
That's just a deviation to my question. You're just trying to...
Well, hold on real quick, though. We're trying to have you understand geology. Do you think a geology teacher needs to be a psychologist at the same time?
What?
Okay, so I'm going to try to make this really nice and easy for you to understand. These people are talking about the geology of the Earth, the measurement of Earth. Does a geologist have to be a psychologist also, or can we just be geologists? So I can't teach geology unless I'm a psychiatrist. That's your claim. I just want to put that out.
Wait, hold on. He's claiming he's on a planet in space. So if you think you're on a planet in space, then you don't think they lied. So if you don't think they lied, why are you asking us why would they lie?
You're saving them from the question. The point is, if I'm studying geology, I don't have to study psychology. That's all.
I got you. What was your question? Why would they lie?
No. It's not about just the why would they lie. You need to put in that sentence. Why would they lie about the shape?
We're back to psychology. Yeah, we're back to psychology.
So
You're interested in psychology.
Just let me crack you real fast. There's not just
go
one
ahead,
sentence.
Go ahead.
I do not have to speculate, sir. I'm discussing a matter of like my geometry, which is geometrics, metrics of the Earth. You know, so that's where I'm at. Geometry. That's it. Don't have to speculate anything. Just
Exactly.
go out and measure it.
I have a question.
Yeah. So Ben, let me put it this way, right? So you have a girlfriend.
Globe you got. What globe do you got, man? Give me a
So you
globe.
have a so I assume for this analogy you have a girlfriend, and I come to you with my phone, and I'm like, yo Ben, look at this, man, your girlfriend is cheating, I caught her red-handed. You're like, no, why would she do such a thing, man? Why I cannot believe she does that to me. It's not true, right? Without looking at the phone, you're immediately saying, no, cannot happen. My girlfriend wouldn't do that, right? Is that what so the logic here is that you would look at the phone first and then say, well, oh, now I have to ask her, right? And then when you ask her, she can make up any story, right? Would you then believe that story, why she cheated on you?
Well,
would you trust a liar? Would you trust a liar with that story she told you?
Would I trust?
So if we found out that Neil deGrasse Tyson knows that the Earth is flat and he was lying the whole time, and we asked him, why'd you lie about it? Why would we expect him to tell us the truth about why he lied about it?
And would you trust his? Would you trust
you guys
his
not
words?
understanding my question.
Yeah, we do.
You guys are
we
saying,
get this 24/7.
That's the point.
You guys
we
are
get this
putting.
Yeah, you're looking for a psychological debate.
I'm
Yeah, you
putting
want a
more the shape.
Come on, guys.
Shape.
One at a time, please.
Come on, guys, please.
We get it, right? We get it.
Listen. Hold up. I want to moderate. So when somebody else is talking is not the proper time to start your sentence, whether you're in public face-to-face or on the internet. It's rude to talk over other people. And the only thing I ask of people here is to be civil. So please try to be civil, and I won't have to mute.
I like this guy. Facts. Big fact.
Yeah, Ben, why would they lie about the shape? Orion gave you his speculation, right? They wanted to hide the creator. If the Earth measures flat, cannot be a ball, has to be created, right? Because we are contained in this realm. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. So we are contained in our realm. Everything revolves around you. You are the special one, right? Everything is created for you to live in this realm. So if they can convince you you're actually a speck of stardust hurtling through space in the back of the universe, right? And you can be taken out by anything, any moment, right? Asteroid, meteorite, aliens, right? You're nothing. You are created from nothing, right? Big Bang, nothing. It became something. It exploded. And that explosion created dust, and that dust formed balls. And by lightning struck, and you crawled out of some soup, right, as an amoeba, and then you became a lizard, and a monkey, and then a human. So basically, they tell you your existence is just an accident, right? You are nothing. But when they hide creation from you, right, then it becomes a different story. But this again is speculation, Ben. I couldn't tell you why they lied, because they didn't tell me. And if they told me, I wouldn't trust any word that comes out of their mouths.
So there is no way to know for sure why they lied, because they're liars.
So
look in the voice text.
Let me give you one of the examples you gave me. If your girlfriend one time tells you she loves you, right? And then 3 weeks later, she tells you that she wants to marry you. And then 2 weeks later, she tells you that she didn't cheat on you, but she did. Right? Does that necessarily mean that she never loved you or that she wanted to marry you?
It's all about feelings, man. Feelings and opinions. We're not about feelings and opinions. Not about what's your favorite color or how you feel.
So just because one person lies doesn't mean that the 10 things they said it's all lies.
I have a problem with what you just said. Nothing in what you said had anything to do with actually observing any evidence. It was all thoughts and how I feel. And
that was my point. With the example,
No, well, we have evidence, right? We can look at the evidence and we can see that they lied, but we don't
There
have
was no
to
evidence.
sit here and
Oh,
talk
he
about
said-
why they lied.
Well, my girlfriend.
Stop interrupting, dude.
Yeah. So Ben, my example had my phone, right? I wanted to show you the video of your girlfriend cheating, but you wouldn't look at it, right? You would rather go into why would she do something to me? Why would she do that, right? I cannot believe she would do that, right? Why would she lie to me? And I have my phone here with the video of your girlfriend, but you will not look at it. That is the whole point of this exercise. We are trying to make you look at the evidence, and then it is your journey to figure out why they lied.
Can I just point out that evidence and understanding the lie is the only way to figure out why or how they lie? That's the whole point. If we're ignoring the entire process of the lie, how could we ever figure out the motive?
I have a question before anything else. I have a lot of questions, obviously, but this one.
Before you go on, do you understand the answers you were just given?
No, I don't. That's why.
We know
Why don't
you're
you
going to hide from
What do
the
you not
evidence.
understand?
Continue.
Because you guys are telling me the reasons of the lie, not the reason of a specific
Well,
lie.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. You've had people lie to you, right?
Yes, of course.
So even if we ask the liar what their specific reason was, could we believe them when they answered us and accept that as truth? So you're asking, when you ask why would they lie, for us to give you the exact 100%. You're asking for an impossibility. You can never really know why somebody lies, or if they're even lying. It could be 90% of the people in this, or 98% believe they're stating the truth. So it could be they're not lying at all. So there wouldn't be a reason for them to lie. They're not lying. They believe they're promoting the truth. So there wouldn't be an answer in that way either.
There's a Buzz Lightyear said on camera.
Well, we don't do that enough. Point out the fact that it doesn't require everybody to lie. The ideal that the entirety of everybody lying has to be possible before a flat Earth could be true. It's just not true. That's a false dichotomy. 99.9% of the people could believe they're telling the truth. Could be one person lying, and they could be the richest motherfucker on earth, and they could be controlling the flow of information, which we know they do because knowledge is power.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm sorry for interrupting. I agree with that one a lot, deeply.
Okay, all right, then. So we can bring closure to that topic, and we can move on to your next answer then, and I'll mute again. Or your next question.
Oh, my next question.
Wait. Before next question, real fast. Buzz, what's his last name? Aldrin? What's Buzz who? I'm not sure.
Buzz Aldrin.
He said on camera.
Armstrong, wasn't it?
I don't know. No, it was Buzz, right?
No, it's Neil Armstrong, Buzz Lightyear, or Aldrin. Yeah.
Buzz Lightyear. I mean, Buzz
We were
Aldrin.
just passengers on a plane, right? On camera. So that's not a lie. He's telling you the truth in your face. So is he lying? Or is he not lying? Like he told you the truth, but did you listen? Like were you tuned in, man? I'm sure it's in the Bart Sibrel one where he interviewed him in the office, and he was
Is
like,
that on the funny thing happened on the way to the moon?
Yeah, that's the part. Yeah, the guy that punched him in the face. Who was that? Was Buzz, right?
No,
Buzz Aldrin, yeah.
punched him.
Buzz.
The other guy threw him out of the house.
Yeah, Buzz punched him in the face. That was astronauts going wrong.
That's it. So Buzz in his office.
Wild, yeah.
Yeah, when he was questioning him in his office, he was like Dude, we're just riders on a plane or passengers on a plane. It's like that.
I'd have had to box his old ass. I couldn't have took that. I'd have had to. Oh, like that movie where Bob Barker whooped that dude's ass. What movie was that?
That was
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore. Yes.
Yeah. I'd have had to been like, oh, bitch, you think you Bob Barker? Let's test that empirically.
Hey, I got a question if you guys get time.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Like, without pulling out the lasers and all that stuff, like, I can't, I don't have lasers to measure. But I was thinking, like, isn't this, like, what we see in the sky enough proof that the Earth is round?
No, because you're looking at the sky.
No, it's, well, hold up. It's not proof, because can you test what you see in the sky, or can you observe? Can you only observe it and then assert it?
I can observe that the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon, right?
Well, you can observe the moon to be blocked and then assert it's a shadow. You can't even prove it's a shadow of Earth. I would challenge you to prove that it is Earth's shadow.
I mean, there would
That's
have to
not
be
the mainstream. BattleMod. That's not the mainstream though. BattleMod.
Well, I know that, but listen, a shadow is the absence of light, so the mainstream is the corruption of the light, not a shadow. Shadow is just the absence of light, so is darkness.
Yeah, and that means that, I mean, like, it's kind of like the whole shadow puppet thing. There has to be something.
It is, but we can't prove that there's anything blocking any path to light. You can't test. We couldn't even science that.
And if the Earth is flat, how would you not be able to see the sun at some point during the night?
Well, it'd be blocked by another heavenly body.
What height do you think that sun is at? Is it
that's perspective?
Sun, or is that
Holy smokes! It's Pac-Man.
Of the sun. It's Hockey Puck.
Yeah, okay, let's say the stars. All right, like if we're not taking measurements of how close, we would say that the sun. Do you believe the sun is
not
closer
taking
to us?
measurements?
Do you believe the sun is closer to us than the stars at night?
I don't believe we can ascertain the distance to the sun due to refraction in a apparent position versus actual position. We know it takes light time to travel, so when we see the light, the source isn't where it was anymore.
But to me, the explanation of the sun being on the other side of the globe.
Well, explanations aren't demonstrations. Explanations aren't facts.
It is nighttime where I'm at, and I'm sure there might be somebody on the Discord where they could see the sun. I can't see the sun right now.
Well, yeah, you say the explanation that it's behind the planet is the only one that works, but the truth is...
Well, I don't have an alternate explanation.
Well, we do. In science, it's called atmospheric extinction of light. It's not a flat Earth premise. It's
Sorry.
Can I finish? The atmosphere is a medium. So light isn't said to travel through a medium infinitely. So there's no reason to logically infer that the sun would light up the entire Earth if it was a closer distance, because we know it attenuates to the point of extinction through the atmosphere.
Okay. Well, but as far as my thing about that theory is the distance.
It's not a theory. We can demonstrate the actual termination line between day and night. I got a gift for that, where it's shown on an Arctic cruise, day and night. One side of the boat's night, the other side's day. And that's due to the limits of light can travel through the atmosphere due to attenuation and absorption and scattering. It is the case that light extincts in the atmosphere. We've demonstrated it.
Yeah, so go, Snosback, go down the ocean, right? Eventually it gets dark. Why does it get dark in the ocean?
That was explained to me before, but to me, the reason that does not work is I can still see stars at night. That light is not extinguished by this atmospheric...
Well, actually it is. And it's also why the stars twinkle.
It's the short
because it can't be consistent.
Okay, let's say if that was the case, how does the sun doesn't change in size, brightness until it goes over an edge?
Why would it?
Because the explanation is the sun is moving further away from me So
yeah,
there's
well,
greater
listen,
atmospheric.
angular size isn't an explanation, it's an equation. And to say it should change in any object, angular size should change in distance, we have to know the distance of the object and the size of the object we're observing. Then we can equate how much it would change. So you lack those values. Without those values, it's not too logical to say it should change. Because there's a Goldilocks zone for distances.
Put it either. So you're arguing that there's not enough information on one side, but you don't have the information for the other side of the argument.
Well, the ideal that it wouldn't, that's from observation. We observe it doesn't.
But if I say I have an observation,
and we do know
that's not a good enough.
Listen, we do know through demonstration that at certain distances you can change it from 1 inch and 3 inch, and it doesn't change in angular size. So we can assume it's in a Goldilocks area, and that distance of travel that we see across our sky is minuscule compared to the distance to the object. So there would be no relative change. That's through demonstration we can infer that.
And I also had a question, another one. Since you guys don't believe the Earth is a sphere, do you
Well,
believe other planets
I kind of
are a
wanted
sphere?
to make sure he was satisfied with that answer before we moved on.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on,
You know,
Maya.
but
Hold on.
other
That's fine.
planets,
Let's go ahead. It's I don't think I'm
other planets
I'm
we
gonna find
can.
an answer to be satisfied with.
So you say other planets. In your model, to be a planet, you must be a sphere. I'll give you every heavenly body is a sphere. But then I'll ask you, what makes us a sphere like them? To say what we see in the sky is what we live on, we'd have to be able to say it logically. We'd have to be able to observe similarities between what we live on and what we view in the sky.
And I just wanted to know, though, do you believe the other planets are a sphere?
Well, to be a planet, you have to be a sphere, so that's kind of a...
Oh, so you just don't believe we're a planet?
Yeah, planets are stars, for the record.
Yeah, planet breaks
We don't-
down
we certainly
etymologically
don't
to the
live on a
Greek word planetes, which means wandering star.
Stars.
The wandering stars, yeah. They're
Yeah,
wandering
but it's for us to imply what we live on is the same as what we see and categorize it as any of them. We'd have to see similarities between them and us. Otherwise, it's like going in the forest and saying, I see a bunch of trees, I see squirrels in trees. We must be a different type of squirrel that lives on a tree. Earth must be a tree.
But to that logic, there must be something else flat that we're,
How about the galaxy? The Milky Way galaxy. It's a flat disk, right?
I may have no idea. I can't. It's not something I can observe or measure or.
Well, how many different? There you go. Now you're using our logic against us. And,
well, I mean that's.
And the funny thing is it's true. It's true. We don't know that the galaxy is a flat disk, but it still doesn't disprove anything.
It doesn't look like a flat
So
disk in
what
the
you're
sky.
saying, what you're saying is, we see spheres in the sky, and everything has to be a sphere. But
No,
that's not true. Because
I'm
things
purely
can be
talking on the
different.
light aspect.
Things can be different. And so based on the ideal that gravity creates perfect spheres throughout nature and wraps planets in the spheres, I would ask, why then do we not see perfectly spherical fruit? We don't see perfectly spherical rocks?
Right.
Hey, they're not even close to perfectly spherical.
I doubt the planet.
Most rocks are flat.
But as far as the night and day cycle and how that would have to work in a flat Earth scenario,
9-day cycle.
Have to be two sides to this flat Earth.
No, you don't have a claim. You don't know how it would have to work.
No,
it would have to work.
No, I actually covered that. Because listen, first off, I got a gift. So when the sun appears to set, it's an illusion. You can zoom back on it and see there's still an open space in between the surface of the Earth and the sun. When you zoom back in on the sun, are you in live stream voice text? In this gift, this is from a video where a sun had appeared to set, but somebody zoomed in on it and we realized it was just a glare blending into the surface.
But technically, isn't that the same thing? Like how you said the other planets being a sphere means that we're not a sphere, but you use the logic that a rock is flat,
I didn't.
but the Earth
I
would be
didn't
flat.
say it
And that's
means. I didn't say it
Sphere?
means we're not a sphere. I said we see no similarities between us and them. In other words, we don't observe curvature.
So,
So do you believe we're the only, I guess, essence in the whole entire universe that's been observed
Essence.
that's completely different from everything else? Like it's
No,
not a
because
planet, it's not an asteroid, it's not a comet.
We are the center of the universe. We are it. Welcome.
But do you believe we're different
We
from
observe-
everything else
listen,
in the universe that we've never seen before?
We observe millions of things in nature that aren't spheres. Why would we assume that everything has to be uniform? There's no uniformity to nature. There's
And
diversity.
how would you know that everything else that we've observed in the universe is real, technically, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes? Like, you believe in other planets, but you haven't seen them with your own eyes, so why do you believe in that? But not that the Earth is
I
real?
have seen other planets with my own eyes. There's a planet right there.
Listen,
we don't
yeah,
believe.
we don't believe. So the extent of my observation of the things in the sky are that I observe them. That's the extent of it. Do I say planets are terra firma? No, because I can't go there and test it. Do I say it's a projection? Well, that's the same as saying it's terra firma. I don't say what they are other than objects we observe in the sky.
But technically, can't we observe the stars that move in the sky from on the celestial sphere? That's an observation that you see
The
with your eyes.
visual universe.
You said
Yeah, the visual universe, yes, but it doesn't give physicality to it.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it also refutes it
Just
either.
because you observe it doesn't make it a physicality. We see phenomena light all the time that isn't physically real. An example, the rainbow.
Well, where are these observations from? What are these observations from? Are they personal observations, or they're what you were fed to you for the indoctrination of the education system you came from? What are these observations? That's what I like to say. What observations from where I'm sitting?
How many of you actually go out with a telescope and look at Venus as it
Actually,
goes past?
my
I do.
family does.
I do. I've been doing it since I was a 12-year-old Boy Scout. I'm 49. I've never seen Venus to look like an image I get from fucking NASA.
Oh, I have.
Or
we
Mars.
bought a really expensive telescope.
I find that hard to believe. I live. Listen.
So I don't know if you think that they painted it on our telescope, but we were able to see the planets, and they
no
were
offense,
in the shape of a sphere
kid,
through the
but
telescope.
no offense, I own a 12-inch disc reflector that's cost $12,000.
And you've never seen a planet in your
I live in the country. No, that's not what I said. You're twisting what I said and trying to overtalk me, so I
Okay,
can't
sorry.
get it
Please
out.
elaborate.
But it never looks like the image I'm given. I don't see perfect images of Saturn. I don't see perfect images of Venus. And when you say you do, and I've looked through multiple telescopes, I've been to observatories when I was a Cub Scout, a Boy Scout, an Eagle Scout, a Weeblo. Even as a Marine, I visited an observatory. And I still never seen the same images we get from NASA.
Oh, you mean like to the same level, the degree of graphics? Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Color, pure color, perfect image. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, looking at this
But isn't it true though that NASA
looking
would
at the
have?
ceiling doesn't tell you what you're
No,
standing.
it's not true.
At the end of the day.
All right, so if you can see the planet from that far away, that means there is in order to be able to see something, there has to be light bouncing off.
Well, here's the thing.
So you to observe it, something that far away, how does that coincide with the
They use radio
atmospheric
telescopes.
explanation of the sun disappearing?
And the thing is, listen, NASA doesn't own observatories. They use the same observatories we do.
Well, no, they actually have more that we don't have access to, like the one in Hawaii, for example. It's on the island, and it's supposed to be the clearest telescope to the greatest maximum level of lens capacity that no actual citizen has access to.
Trying to look into the future.
Oh, you can apply for access to it.
Well, I'm not sure you would be granted access, but I'm just saying,
Well,
like, they
it's
have
just
access.
not open. It's not open to the public. Schools go there.
Where?
So you have to apply in Hawaii. What do you mean where? Where are we talking about? Do you lose track that quick?
No, it's just you're not really answering questions. You're dodging them with
No, we're just trying to
feelings.
find out the facts behind what you're asking.
Like
here.
instead of facts, you're using
picking up
feelings,
places.
and I'm looking more for facts.
May I?
What question did I?
Hey,
to
can
say
we keep
they
order
have a
in here,
listen.
please?
Just listen.
find out shit all
Don't
day.
try to moderate me, or you'll get moderated quick.
Who are you talking to?
Whoever said, "Listen, we're not going to make it about your guys' concerns and moderation, or you little ridicules." All right. Listen, to state they have better technology than us that nobody can go use, that doesn't make it a fact either, because you can't demonstrate it's true.
Yes, you're correct, but it doesn't refute it either.
I don't have to refute it. It hasn't been proven to be true.
But then, how do you know I'm wrong then? No one truly knows the truth with that logic, then you can't
I didn't
say
say you were wrong. I'm saying it's something we can't verify. And in
But
a
it's
formal
someone in the
debate,
group chat, though,
it's not an evidence.
that they
It's
knew
not.
the truth about where we live.
It's not evidence unless it can be verified. So, proving anything wrong, it's not my issue. You got to prove it right. There's a positive claim. You prove it right. If you don't, then it's just not a proven fact.
Yeah, but I think it's been proven by the celestial sphere and the way that stars rotate, and it seems to be like a hole in your observation. You can't explain why that is.
Actually, it's not. Explanations aren't facts.
Access to it. Nobody has access to it.
Real quick, Battle Mod, I just got to point out, it's not a celestial sphere. Real quick, the actual celestial bodies are all in a perfect flat circle above us. It's not a sphere. Sorry.
Well, the definition of it is the plane that the Earth sits
Well,
on, and the
look at
stars.
star charts.
That was easy. Thanks.
Yeah, look at star charts. A plane is a tangent line too.
A changing line, yes.
A plane of existence, no, it doesn't change. It's one single plane that puts tangent lines and levels and stacks them on top of each other. And you're in one plane or the other.
But the celestial spheres, the stars are fixed upon a plane.
But what they're saying is
That's
centered
just
in
what-
a plane means
listen,
it's
that's
flat.
what
It
he
means
said.
the Earth is flat. Do you understand that?
That's just what he said. They all exist in a flat circle, the same plane of existence. A tangent line.
Hey, real quick, man. Ben had a question. Ben, go ahead. Quickly.
Hey, Maya, how'd you get your radius through the telescope?
All right, so my next question was, so what do you guys think about sending a GoPro in a weather balloon?
Been done.
God, is this dude's just trolling? Like,
What do you mean? You can
GoPro lenses when you want to camera.
GoPro lens in a
So,
weather balloon.
One at a time.
Oh,
Yeah.
the lens. Hey, wait, why you interrupt them and then say I'm the one interrupting? What's wrong with you guys?
No, I said one at a time. Nobody said you were interrupting. I didn't hear anybody say that.
Later on, you'll be
Ben.
But anyways, yeah,
chill out, Ben, or you'll be removed. When I try to moderate, you shouldn't be talking. I'm the moderator here. I'm trying to get people to speak one at a time.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
like sounding like a room full of drunks. That's not productive.
Yes, sir.
I find Globers, they ask every question under the sun except for curvature. Like, they talk about planets, satellites, GoPros. I don't know, like they'll
Shit,
talk
nobody
about
can
anything
prove.
except curvature.
That's where I was at. I was just asking Maya for the radius value and how she derived that, or you know.
Wait, sorry, you said you asked me what was what?
How big? So okay, you observed the heavens, determined Earth is a sphere. How big is it?
Well, not necessarily the heavens itself. It's the fact that you can witness it rotate.
Correct. That's exactly what I witnessed. Geocentric rotation. Yes.
But why are you putting geocentric rotation in front of it instead of just basic rotation where you can see it go from west to east?
Well, because where I live, there appears to be a centroid in the sky that the sky revolves about.
A centroid.
Yeah, Polaris.
Yeah,
Point. Yeah, center point.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but there's some stars that don't. Like, for example,
The
that
wandering.
the North Star doesn't. And in the actual North, you only see 50% of all the stars in the galaxy. But in other areas like LA, Los Angeles, you can see 100% as the stars rotate. But the example you gave, in specifics, it is supposed to be fixed. And I know I'm not reading a script. I'm not reading a script, whoever put that. But, yeah.
You know, L.A., Los Angeles are not below the equator line.
I didn't see anything from Los Angeles. Come on, let's be real.
So
That
what do
place
you
is
what do you mean they see Southern Star? Listen, hold up. Don't do that, or I'll ban you, dude.
Not
You
doing
do it
that,
again,
brother.
Ben.
No, I know.
So, listen, not you. Listen, if we want to see southern rotations, we have to go to the most southern point of Florida at a certain time of year to see southern stars. So LA and Los Angeles, you're wrong. They're not even close to the equator. You can't see southern constellations from there.
No, but if you go to the Griffith Observatory, you can. Like, it's seen. Like, for example, right now in my university, we have an observatory, and within my astronomy class, we were able to witness. Huh?
You own that university? It's yours?
No, I do not own the university.
No, but
keep going. Keep going.
LA? Are you in LA?
Yeah.
My sister lives in LA. Yeah, they have an observatory, and it's an optical aid.
An optical aid?
Yeah, it's an optical aid. You can't see that with the normal eye.
Yeah, of course you can't see with the normal eye. So are you implying that the telescopes are fabricating what it's showing us?
No. I'm implying exactly what I said. The English language is specific by usage. You're in college, you should know this. Colloquial define optical aid in the way I use it in the sentence, and you shouldn't have to ask what I'm implying.
Well, I mean, what are you implying then? Like, I would like to...
Exactly what I said. Usage.
But you're not actually saying something.
I said it's an optical aid. So you need the help of
Okay,
an
define optical aid for me. Like, just define it for me.
Oh my God!
That's what you're seeing it.
Hockey puck, hold on, hockey puck, hold on. You got a moderator.
Optical aid, any optic that aids your eye so you can see better than you normally would.
And when you say, okay, it's optical, of course, you can't see with your human eye. But we can't see a lot of things with our human eye that we can see with a telescope, like bacteria. So do you believe bacteria is fabricated?
No,
and that's why I'm trying to clarify your point, because I'm pretty sure that's not what you're saying.
No, it's just bullshit semantics. My point was colloquially defined in usage. It was a grammatically correct statement. I said you had to use an optical aid to see them from the south. But the point is that they're visible from the south when you use optical aids.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't be possible on a globe above the equator because of curvature.
So is that part of your reasoning as to why it's flat? Is that you need an optical aid to view it?
Well, did you walk around that? The equator is the point halfway of the curvature. You shouldn't be able to use optical aids and see around the curve.
Why not?
Why not?
Around the curve. What do you mean, why not? Oh my God, why even bother?
I have a question.
Welcome to Cartoon World, where you can see around curves.
See my own ass when I look out straight. Yeah.
What information would have to be presented to you, like that you'd be able to find out yourself and know that it's not made up, to convince you that the world is like? What information would you need
to prove that it was flat?
To prove that it's to change a flat earther's mind. Like, what information has
just find one glober that's not hiding from the shape of the Earth. That would be a good start.
Hey,
how about measurement of curvature?
Did you guys miss that observatory seeing around the curve is a black swan? Did you guys miss that?
I'm sorry.
That was a golden globe, man.
Are there any globers that are not running from Earth curvature? That'd be a good start.
Personally, like, until I ran into this channel, I never thought about it. I don't think even if the Earth was flat, I don't think it was
easy, man. I want radius value. Show me how it was attained, measured.
Huh?
Yeah, there's not a claim.
Wasn't a guy with 2 sticks. named Neil
Listen,
Dawson.
the answer that there's an imaginary thing in between the sun and the moon casting a shadow on it. That's the answer I got for that. And you want to talk
No
like...
one claims the Earth is making the shadow on the moon. It's the actual
what is
waxing and waning.
What is
Do you know what waxing moon is? Do you know what a waning moon is?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think a waxing moon cycles are created by Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so you made up your own religion. Congratulations.
As opposed to
that's not even the mainstream doesn't claim this. I mentioned this to Battlemod about 30 minutes ago, and you're still stuck on your own religion.
Accurate information.
You don't even have a claim.
News, chill, dude. Let them talk.
I mean, every time I try to.
So there's no claim. That's the point.
Exactly.
Yeah, nobody claims that, except for people that are new to the topic. Yeah.
But I mean, what I'm just asking for is what is the alternate answer?
You're hiding from the shape of the Earth. That's the conversation.
Oh, to the missing radius?
No, to the question why can't you see the sun at any point at night? And that was explained to me like the atmosphere, but that there's still some holes.
Yeah,
that
I can't see lights a mile away. Yeah, everything that converges into your vanishing point converges that way. If I zoom in on the street light a mile away, I can probably bring it back. Everything optically works that way. As it goes farther away, if it's above me, it always appears to get lower.
Okay, and so we should be able to see the sun at night if you have assistance. If you're able to zoom in.
You don't have that. There's no such optic that is that powerful. No such thing.
But we can see planets way further away from us than the sun.
Yeah, not when they're past the horizon though. As soon as they go down and they're out of our view, you can't see them anymore. Just like everything in existence.
Like the sun.
Yes, once it goes out of your view,
goes over
you
an
can't
edge.
see it anymore. Yeah, it's a very small light, much smaller than what they taught you, so it doesn't operate in the same fashion in what they taught you.
That doesn't make sense to me.
I know that's the point. We're going on speculation, things we can't even test or prove anyway. When it comes to the sun, moon, and stars, they act very differently than some things. That's the point. That's why we're trying to help or find a glober that's not scared of Earth curvature. Because what the sun, moon, and star does anyway doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat.
I mean, but for me to accept the Earth being flat, I'd have to have answers. And
I don't. Well, that's the thing is
I'm a glober or whatever. I'm being told that I don't have the answers, and so
that's the point. Is that you can't have an answer if you're fixated on hiding from the topic. You'll never have the answer. That's the point. You guys can't learn.
So a flat Earth.
Your perspective.
That means that you're admitting that you have no idea.
No, you're just hiding from the topic. Yeah, you're hiding from the topic. That's the point.
Sun is moving from east to west in your perspective of where you stand in life, man.
Okay, but if I was on
where it is, no, not yet. It's what it's doing. It's moving from east to west from your perspective. Everybody's.
Okay. Right? Well, I'm not saying if it is doing that. I'm saying if I'm on a flat Earth, I should still be able to see it at all times. It's not a
light is so far through air. Stop saying that. We've already gone over
I can see light from stars from way further away from the sun. You just say that the sun does not. Nothing gets the atmosphere. The sun is not bright enough to put anything through the atmosphere.
Okay.
I can see an airplane.
Listen,
how far satellites?
Standard model, globe model answer. Listen, all right. When you're looking at the sun on the horizon, either sunrise or sunset, you're actually looking through the thickest distance through the atmosphere. However, when celestial objects are above your head, high noon, that is the shortest distance through the atmosphere. You get that, right? Stars or whatever, moon, you can see it change colors as it's rising through the fucking atmosphere, right? Because you're looking through, they're scattering. You know that, right? Atmospheric scattering.
I can see at night, I can see stars in all directions.
Absorption. Come on, man. Like, for real.
I don't see stars on the horizon before the sun comes up.
That is not, bro. That is not what I'm saying. I never spoke any of those words.
The thickest part of the atmosphere.
It is. Either way, whatever it is, whatever celestial object you're looking at, when it's on the horizon, you're looking through the longest distance of atmosphere possible. That's it.
And I can still see it.
That is fucking globe model.
I can see the same star as bright as it is above me, and then I can see that same star once it reaches that horizon. I can still see it the exact same. until it goes over.
Yeah, pretty lights in the sky. Really pretty lights in the sky. Hey, I got a question about the
a
Earth.
disappearing one, right?
Can you listen to me? Can I ask you a question? Hey, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value and how they did that?
Crickets.
Are you thinking about it? Are you looking it up? You don't know?
What happened, man?
There's some guys with sticks there in the Sandman times.
I don't think you know
Watch
about
the shadow.
They're, yeah, I don't think so.
That's done. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, a lot of people talk, but they don't know the experiments, they don't know the test or who done the test, or it's just like
Wasn't it a guy that was looking at the horizon? I thought it was that guy and calculated it, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it him?
I read a book somewhere. That's like my safety guy, right? I listen to
That's
all
the real. That's the real guy.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah. Yeah, that
I think he heard.
You must
Yeah,
know
he
what's
heard
going
about
on.
Yeah, he knew about the guy with sticks on digging
That's
wells.
what's going on. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, for sure.
That's got to be the guy. Fucking high five to the guy. Oh yeah. We took that guy and I put him in my basement. That's what's going on. Done.
Yo, Hockey
That
Puck, you
guy.
sound like Eddie Bravo, man.
I do that.
You get that?
That's right. Top shelf.
Are you Canadian?
Yes, sir.
Is Eddie Bravo Canadian?
I don't think so.
No.
He's like that Ninth Planet guy. Ninth Plane. Actually, he changed his name to Ninth Plane. He was like Ninth Planet guy, but now he's Ninth Plane. But he's still jujitsu, and I like that. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's almost spot on, like.
Yeah, man, spot on every time. I mean, you can't mess with natural science. The natural science is there. Our people. I trust our people, and I say my people and us. It's there. Our natural science is there, and it's solid. And
Are there any other people that have questions? Ben?
and
Mia?
I don't know right now. I'll let you know in a second.
I mean, you wanted to post a picture? What was the picture about? We've probably seen it before.
I sent it to my boy. What's his name? I forgot his name. I sent him some pictures. If he wants to upload them, let him know.
Can you explain with words?
I can't. Like, I'll let the picture explain itself.
Well, there are thousands of words.
I posted one of the images you wanted to share. I'm not posting the other ones because it's a straw man and they're troll pictures. Okay, for your benefit, I'm not posting the other one.
Dino meme.
Yep, that's what.
Come on. Can we agree it's funny, though? Can we agree it's funny?
I'm psychic.
No, I will not.
I get a 10 for that one. I'll give myself a 10.
Truth, can you post me the images, please? I'd like to see what standard he's bringing in here.
Dino standard, bro.
A line on a map, Ben. A line on a map?
Line on a paper, you mean?
Yeah, on a map. So you do know there are different projections of a map. Why do you think that line curves?
You're breaking up.
Why do you think that
Is it my
happens?
internet?
Oh. No, it's
Here.
mine.
You came through enough, and he knows what you said. Everybody else heard what you said.
Hello?
He asked you why do you think that line on that map curves?
I don't know.
Nosbag, don't do that, man. Don't take it to the chat when you're asked a direct question. about measuring the surface of the Earth. And don't whine about us having a low standard of evidence because you don't have an answer.
Looking at me?
No, this news guy, he shouldn't be texting when he's not in the voice chat.
Yeah, where'd he go? He kind of hopped out.
Bibbidi bop, bibbidi boo.
I wasn't even in here. Fair
Grab the
enough.
broom.
Of course he did that, man. His bottle fucking dropped as soon as he gets asked for direct measurement of curvature and not fucking pretty lights in the sky. And he bails, man, and then starts his little fucking soy boy act in VC.
It's not in my manual.
Standard.
It's not in my manual to answer those questions. Fuck. What a place.
It's really sad.
I don't even know how they even show up.
Right, so we can paint the map on any surface, right? We can paint it on a dinosaur bench bureau. That would mean that the line would go differently. Do you understand this? It's the projection you use, which map you use. That is how that line shows a curve. Right? If you plot it on a Azimuth or a Gleason, it will be a straight line, mostly.
And I had a question, just a genuine one. You guys seem to be Christians, but I was wondering if you were able to tie in Christianity.
You're making assumptions.
No.
No, just some of you, or none of you?
Just like any demographic of the world, you'll find religious people, non-religious people, same as anywhere.
And do any of the ones who are Christian here, any of them use like the Bible to back up their observation, or like just to tie it in with it?
Geometry.
What would that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You would have to talk to each individual person to get their own individual viewpoint of what they used back, but they don't need that. You know why? Even if they are Christian, because there is a handful that are. There's like people from all walks of life in here. But
why don't you come here and ask me if I'm Muslim?
But they don't need to do that because they have measurements, right? Direct measurements. So
exactly.
Can anyone answer why they're claiming that the Earth is spherical and that it's moving and spinning when there's no measurement for curvature or axial rotation?
Amen.
And so the measurements you have for...
I mean, can you answer that question?
Is the measurements for curvature or the lack of thereof? You're asking for what measurements we have for curvature?
Why are you not asking why they're claiming that the Earth is spherical when there's no measurement of curvature and there's no measurement of axial rotation?
Well, technically, I don't believe you can really measure curvature from outside of a planet when you're inside of it.
Well, a planet's a wandering star. We're not a wandering star. However, you can measure the ground. You can measure distance over. You can measure over vast distances.
Wait there, she doesn't believe that you can do it, but I'm sorry to cut in there, Truth Rebel.
Well, I just don't believe that's what makes... that's not the evidence astronomers use.
I'm trying to get to that. You can measure over vast distances, right? You can use lasers. If the Earth isn't dropping away, it's not curving away. Do you understand from where you're standing in all directions how much it should be dropping away and where that should start happening?
That's the pinnacle.
That's the what?
Do you understand?
That's the pinnacle of the situation that we stand in right now. Every which way I look, left, right, north, east, south, west, it should be dropping from my point.
If you're saying if the Earth is a sphere, then you should drop at a certain point.
Maya, 1 second. Also, wait there, dude.
You guys are asking questions at the same time.
Okay, wait there a sec. I just want to say one thing. Do you realise how convoluted it sounds when you say you don't believe that they can measure curvature from on this planet?
I'm just saying that's not how you would measure if the Earth is a sphere. It wouldn't be off of, let's take a ruler and try to measure if the Earth curves from the outside of it. It's more of you use the logic of space and the observations of what you can see in terms of orbits.
Can we let her ask? Can we let her ask? Answer my question.
Yeah, of
If she
course.
under-
Go.
Yeah, can we have a 1v1 like chick versus chick, truth versus Maya? Just them two. That'd be awesome.
Truth versus Maya. That's
please,
funny,
yeah,
but
please, yeah.
apparently I thought you guys said that there was no truth. No one can say what the truth is. Technically, but then you come and say that you have
Oh
the truth.
my God, her
Prevails her
name,
name.
that's her damn profile name. Can you turn your overmodulated mic down?
Mine?
It doesn't. You.
Me?
Girl.
Turn it down?
Yeah, you, Maya. It's ridiculous.
Your shit is
It's
so
loud.
loud. You sound like a mom yelling at people. I feel like I'm in trouble. I want to ban you just on that.
I've got her turned down
You need to
locally.
fix your voice before attacking.
I'm not sure how to turn it down. You
Ben,
want to
shut up, Ben. Frankly, I'm
That'll be
tired.
old fart. I don't give a
Yeah, frankly, I'm tired of hearing you.
I'm tired of your dumbass shit too, you idiot.
Well, then get the fuck on. Save me the trouble of banning you.
Ah, bro.
Enjoying it.
You bugging.
Well, okay.
Well,
Enjoy
you're
the
just a
spiral, buddy.
rude, unruly,
Are you guys talking to me?
motherfucker.
No, not you, Mike.
Oh
No,
my God!
Ben.
These kids can't
Ben's
even
spiraling
keep
out.
up with a conversation.
Okay, Maya, do you understand from where you're standing at, based on your the observer height? Do you understand from where you're standing at where the Earth should start curving away?
No.
How far from where you're standing you should be able to see what the limitations that should be, if it is the sphere that they claim it is?
No, I did not.
Okay, well, you should probably understand that first before you.
Well, actually, what would be the answer then? Because I'm assuming you would know. Where should it curve according to measurements?
Okay, well, according to their claims, these are their claims. These are not our claims. Okay.
Well, no, your claims, technically.
Right? Yeah. No, I'm.
Yeah, what would be yours?
Well, if you'll let me, I'm trying to explain to you. So they claim, this is their claims, not ours. They claim the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, with that radius, from where you're standing in all directions, based on your observer height, there should be a 1.225 times the observer height in feet squared that the Earth should drop away.
That's an absolute. That's a mathematical absolute. Yeah.
Which, if you're doing it within, like you can use 8 inches per mile square up to 1,000 miles. If you're measuring more than 1,000 miles, then you would want to use the 1.225 times square root of the observer height in feet. But it's so close to being accurate. Like it's not even that much of a difference that it even matters, really. Like, because are you going to measure more than 1,000 miles with a laser? However, like where you're standing at, based on your observer height, you should be able to, like, the Earth should. There's actually a curvature chart there that you can look at, and it will tell you how much the Earth should drop away from you. So if you're taking a laser and you're measuring over distances that exceed where the predicted geometric horizon should be, and the horizon just continues to extend out, and you're going by the observer height on both ends, and you're taking a laser, and the Earth does not drop away. Like, what other conclusion can you come to?
And multiple assertions from the same point.
Would you ever come to a conclusion that the Earth is curving? I mean, if you do actual direct measurements, and you should ask yourself this question too: why do you think that the Earth is curving? Why do you think it's moving? If no one had ever told you that, would you believe that the Earth is curving and moving? But what other conclusion can you come to if you do a measurement and the Earth doesn't drop away? Because based on their claims, right, if you're 1 foot observer height, okay, so if you make an observation 1 foot off the ground, according to their own claims, the horizon should never, ever extend beyond 1.225 miles away. If it does, then it's not the sphere they claim it is. And not only does it extend beyond that point, but it's more than 10 times that. At 1 foot observer height.
Yeah. Yeah. You tell it, sister.
So what other conclusion would you come to? Once you make those kind of observations, what other conclusion can you come to?
My textbook says other things.
Crickets.
Crickets. I've never actually thought to look at the place where I stand in this world to actually observe the observable reality around me. And I got to take some time there to exit this conversation. Right? Hey, have you ever
So
made
Maya,
your own? Yeah?
what?
Yeah, sorry, my computer had died.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw
hello,
you
sorry.
hop out and hop back in. So did you hear everything that I said, or is there something that
I didn't get to hear everything because when it died, it cut off, and I had to re-enter the group. So I missed part of what you were saying.
tell me what you did hear and what you do understand? From there.
From what I do understand, going back to what you were saying in the beginning about the measurements and the curve of it, and then all the charts you guys were giving and what the astronomers use to explain it with the 300,000 miles, and why that's incorrect. But then after that, that's when it went out.
Okay, well, it's not like I'm not even going to say it's astronomers. This is what they claim, right? This is what they claim the science.
Wait, so who do you believe is they then, if not astronomers?
Well, it's everyone. It's the government. It's NASA. It's those
Oh,
who put it in
just
the
society.
educational books. It's whoever has the ultimate say, the arbiters of truth in our society. Whoever society agrees upon that is the arbiter of truth. So who tells you, Maya, that the Earth is a sphere? Who tells you that it's a globe?
My eyes and science.
Tell me when your eyes tell you it's a globe.
Well, the same question that I feel like I already asked too many times to the point where you shouldn't ask it again. But the thing I've been saying,
Well, this is
just
the first
about.
conversation I've had with you, so.
Oh, okay. Well, basically okay, so I'll ask you the question. Is if you don't believe in orbit, then how do you explain how stars rotate?
You can't even get the space.
They're not
Why
fixed.
would we even start?
Okay, so what are you realizing that you keep having to use the word belief? If there is a way, if we can test it, if we can measure it, we don't need to believe it, right? We can
Okay, not belief. Just how would you explain it?
explain what orbit. What?
Well, no. Explain. Well, if you don't believe in orbit, why do the stars rotate on a celestial sphere?
They just move along their circuit.
Yeah, but why would they
What's
move?
the difference between rotate and orbit? An orbit is a complete cycle, 360 degrees. It doesn't require over or under.
But they do relate to each other, is what I'm trying to say. Like, because of orbit,
no, they
because
don't.
of rotation.
So in the Marine Corps, I was made to orbit the platoon when I'm running. That just means run a circle around the platoon. I can orbit my house. I can walk a circle around it. It doesn't require over or under or around.
No, it doesn't. But if the Earth is flat, then why does it always go west to east in terms of the way the stars move across
Guys,
the
really
sky?
quick, you guys skipped over some truth.
Well, see, we're not the one that.
That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to get back to the.
Has a positive claim of gravity.
Yeah, I want to point that out. She said she sees it with her eyes.
I know that. I want to go back
Right.
even before that. I want to make sure that she
Prevails and
understands about the curvature.
Truth prevails.
Exactly. Yeah, let's go back to that.
Prevail and Datamod.
Hammer at home.
If everybody shut the fuck up and let me talk to her, everything would be just cool, you know? It's just like why does there have to be 5 people talking at once? I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, okay, so do you understand about the curvature? Do you understand with the radius of 3,959 miles that from where you're standing in all directions based on your observer height that the Earth should start curving? There is a point at which the Earth must start curving. Right, there's a limitation to where your horizon can extend to. Right? Do you understand that part?
Yeah, sure.
Are you grasping what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do grasp of that's what it's supposed to technically be according to our observations or our claims.
Right. So if they tell you a specific size and if you do the math, right, and they even provide this, they provide curve calculator charts online. You can even provide. This is what I don't get is that they provide all of the information right to arrive to the truth, but people still deny it. They still just totally. But they provide the curve calculator for you, so you can put these numbers in, and if they're claiming that it's 3,959 mile radius, and at 1 foot observer height, the horizon can never ever extend beyond 1.225 miles away. Ever. It can't. That's the limitations to how far your horizon can extend. So if ever at any point it extends beyond that, then it's not the sphere they claim it is. But what we have are observations and measurements where it doesn't just extend beyond that, but it's like more than 10 times miles that, right? It's 30 and 40 times, 10 times. We even have, like, there's a guy, he took a long distance photograph, right? And he's not even a flat earther. He just wanted to take the world's longest distance photograph. And he had his photograph was entered into the Guinness Book of World Records. You want to know how far away that photograph was?
Huh? Sorry. Sure. I'm not even sure she has. Huh?
Yeah, do you even know what I just said? What did I just say?
I could not hear the last part. My internet cut off.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the original, because I don't even think you're listening to me. So if your horizon does extend more than 10 times further than the limitations that it can for it to be a sphere the size they claim it is, if that happens, what conclusion can you come to? And this is actually the third time I've asked you this question. And she's going to drop out. This is exactly when she dropped out the last time.
Spiritual.
It's your BC. What do you want to do with it, huh? Shut up, Craig. Shut up. Truth is running shit. Shut up, all mods. Be quiet or get demoted.
I'm not running nothing, man. It's just
you're running that shit. I said you are.
It's hard to ask someone a question, and when they get silent like that, to show that they don't have an answer, when like 5 different people, and then you've got 5 more trying to moderate it. That just adds to
who are you telling? I lose my shit and rant for 2 fucking hours. Who are you telling?
Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe if everybody hears it from the same person, it just goes in one ear and out the other. Maybe they need to hear it from someone else. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. This message is battle mod approved.
Don't worry, we was there ready to mute people if they fucking continue to carrying on. So she dropped out.
That's the same question she dropped out on the first time. And the second time that I asked it, she just didn't respond and started.
You just flat smacked her head, and that's why.
Well, I mean, look, it's like I'm just searching for like a hint of honesty, a hint of genuine curiosity into the subject. Like if she's really looking for answers, or if she's just here to paint us, paint a picture on us, paint a picture with us. And that's what it felt to me like she was doing.
I don't even know. I mean, these are creatures of another world. Yeah, they're unreal.
Hey,
unreal people.
What was that girl's name? I didn't.
Maya, MYA.
Oh, duh! I did. Now I feel dumb. Thanks.
You gonna ban
No
her?
problem, dude.
What are you doing?
No, I take notes, man. I'm writing it down. I'm gonna remember. Why would I ban her?
He got served really bad. He got served big time.
And no offense, but asking me about my moderation on our server, we call that concern trolling, and we ban people for that.
So Snozbagged, I've got a question.
The conversation here is not about our moderation.
Actually, I'm not even in this voice channel. So
You can't censor a person on a private platform. We have rules. You either follow them or you don't. This isn't public. Freedom of speech doesn't apply here. You're on a private platform. By invite.
Well, fuck. I mean, if we've got to censor our own damn speech to suit, we do. Why they do it away? Else just go away with say whatever the hell they want to. Anyway, it's whatever.
You did beautiful work there. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I did appreciate that.
I know I'm wanting to tell her to tell me what to do in the same voice.
Shit, shut up. No, I don't like crazy man voice. I feel really bad that I did. And to me, I get embarrassed when I do that.
No, don't worry about it. Yeah, I did it.
I don't like
I was about to fucking scream the same thing, so it would have only just been said by someone else.
Only better come from the right, side of things.
Made more sense. You saying it?
So can we talk to Snoz?
Well, yeah, because I did have a question for him that I asked him in the chat and he never answered.
Sorry, I also had a dog that needed my attention.
Yeah, would you rather have like a basket full of wrong answers, just so long as you've got an explanation for everything, or would you want to have actual factual, verifiable information that is accurate? And then admit that you don't know the other things, right?
That's the thing that's frustrating. Like honestly, it's not even the fact being right or wrong. It's the fact like my point of view is false. But because it's my point of view, like my perspective. But then when I get answers that explain things that come from someone else's perspective, and it's not a factual thing, you see how that could be frustrating?
What that because it's see when you say it like that, you're saying it as if we're saying you're wrong because it is your point of view and we're right because it's ours. It's not even a point of view.
Yeah, these aren't our points of view.
That's the answer I get.
These aren't original thoughts, not yours or ours.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I don't think this planet has had an original thought for a while.
Planet.
I mean, Earth, whatever.
Well, listen, whatever. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not the guy that's gonna ask you to change the way you talk.
Yeah,
that's semantical bullshit. I'm here for real shit, not semantics.
I mean, I grew up saying that. It's going to take some.
So what do you do when you have this worldview presented to you and someone gives you all these explanations for it and tells you that it is something, and you start testing their claims because you find out and you realize that they're lying about so much other shit? You want to know if this is even true because your reality doesn't match what they're telling you. So what do you do when you start testing these claims? And you start falsifying them, right? And you start falsifying them. Do you just still believe? What do you do with it when you do that? I mean,
and that's where the place that I'm coming from is not a, it's like I know everybody gets frustrated when I like keep bringing up the same thing, but I'm not satisfied with the answer of how atmosphere. Like that whole explanation of like where the sun goes at night, why there's a mysterious object between a light source and the moon that's casting a shadow that we don't have an answer for. It's very
what shadow. What shadow are you referring to?
Answers aren't demonstrable facts. I can't believe you guys can't get around an answer versus a demonstrable fact. Here's the truth. We don't claim positive claims on all that shit. You guys are the ones that say we know exactly what it is, and unless you can replace our untestable fairy tale, then our fairy tale is true. Imagine how frustrated we get.
Right. But I'm not. Every time I've had a discussion with somebody about the Earth being flat, it immediately gets turned on me that I'm an evolutionist, that I'm an atheist.
I don't care about all that.
You can believe what you want.
It doesn't matter.
That doesn't.
I'm here for what we can demonstrate and what we can prove. Facts are demonstratable.
So what shadow are you referring to? I don't know of a shadow.
Like you could be part of a cult and you don't even know it, man. It could be called some scientism, man. But carry on.
Puck, come on.
Maya's back, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry. Carry on.
What shadow are you referring to?
I mean, like at night there's like it changes throughout the week. You can either see a full moon, or there's something blocking the light from.
That's not shadow.
How do you know
in your model? Listen, in your model, that's not a shadow. It's an angle of light.
Yeah, the only time that they even claim a shadow is during eclipse, which is an interesting topic if you want to get into the moon and eclipses, because the Selenilian eclipse has the moon. They claim that the Earth is blocking
Yeah,
the
nobody says shadows causes the phases of the
phases.
moon.
No,
You don't even know your own model.
Well, no. An eclipse is the moon in front of the sun.
It's,
What's
okay,
that?
okay. Well, explain to me what's going on during the Selenilian eclipse, where you've got the moon and the sun both above the horizon at the same time.
Yeah, and it would be a full moon. It's
No, it's an eclipse. It's called a Selenilian eclipse.
You can see the moon and the sun at the same time, man. It's a
Yeah,
paradox.
they're both in the sky at the same time and can be seen in the same time. It's called the impossible. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse.
Because it's impossible, and according to their claims, like it's impossible, right?
But it does happen. It's
So these are examples of explanations that they're giving you that are faulty.
I'm not really.
You think you had.
I'm not familiar with the phenomenon. I've seen the moon out during the day. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the sun and moon are on opposite sides constantly. That's not what I'm saying.
It's posted there for you to see.
So
you haven't heard about this phenomenon because it flies directly in the face of your model. It completely.
Ben Shapiro said you smell like an old fart, Battle Mod.
Anyways, so like, what is this? An eclipse? You're talking about like there's a shadow on the moon during the day.
Do you see the imagery in the live stream voice text? It's 37 minutes past the hour.
Okay, yeah. At that point of the time, I guarantee you the Earth is still in between the moon and the sun. It's the fact that it is a globe, and you see something on one horizon and something on the other horizon. The Earth is still between it. Just because you're on the edge of that.
Incorrect. No, that's incorrect.
Yeah, it's like the angle. It's like that's an impossibility, dude. It's like, how do you even come to that conclusion? Do you see what you're doing? You're making explanations for them, and you're trying to do mental gymnastics to make something work that doesn't work.
No, I mean, just like imagine in your head. This is a you know, you take a basket.
You understand how geometry works?
Can I finish what I'm saying?
No,
if you can see.
Explain what in my head how that works.
You're not okay. So you've demonstrated that you're not
I
even
can't
grasping.
do it
You're demonstrating
you
what
won't let me. Right.
You've demonstrated that you haven't grasped what's been told to you, and now you want to go into an explanation.
If I
about
want to
something
explain, I
you
just
don't
get talked
understand.
over, and that's very frustrating.
Okay.
see an object,
let's let him explain. Go on.
And just on the point of the obstruction, if something is obstructed, you cannot see it. If you can see it, it is not obstructed. So if you see both the
things
sun
can
and
be
the moon
partially obstructed, yes.
partially, and then you will see an obstruction. But if you see both objects clearly, there is no obstruction, and therefore it cannot be the Earth in between. But go ahead.
Okay, in that situation, you cannot see the moon or the sun both clearly. They're both partially obstructed. Correct?
Incorrect. No, you see both the moon and the sun clearly visible.
No.
Several degrees above the horizon.
I don't see the.
I'll post a video.
Listen, this is why I said you have not understood what is being told to you, and that's why you're
Well, I
saying
don't
trying
feel
to
like you're
explain
understanding
something.
what. I didn't even get to say what I was trying to say.
Because you've misunderstood the entire.
I got six people arguing the other point back to me. And I can't finish my.
Wait there. You've misunderstood what's being said entirely. That's why Solar has come in and said what he has said. Right? We're not taught. You keep saying no to when it is being explained to you how it geometrically appears, which is that the moon and the sun both appear above the horizon. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, that video, they're both
360-degree
partially.
function.
No, those aren't both clearly above the horizon. Those are both. The sun is setting. Am I wrong in that video? Is that not a setting sun?
Someone provided different observation.
Okay, if I find me a during the day there's an eclipse of the moon.
I don't really see how you're confused.
Okay, so if you had a basketball and you're
doesn't
standing on that
even matter
basketball,
what you're trying to get at, because your shadow's coming in.
But I can't even get it out because you guys are so have to be right. You can't let me. Like I've been quiet and I listened to what you were telling.
Yeah, but you clearly don't understand what the implication of this observation
You keep
is.
telling me that
because you don't realize the shadow is coming in from the completely wrong direction. It's irrelevant how many degrees above the horizon the sun, the moon is or isn't. It's not going to produce the shadow coming in from the top down. So that's what you need to address.
You can test that in your room right now. You can if you don't understand how the light works.
By all means, present it to us.
You have an object in the middle, right? Let's say you point a flashlight on the left of that object, and you have it completely blocked. Two items on either side of that object, completely blocked from each other, and you slowly raise both of them up. Is it going to be either fully lit instantly, or is it going to be partially lit as both of those things are rising?
Well, the video that I posted, it did show the sun and the moon both above the horizon.
At the horizon, but if
They're above the horizon.
You need to relook at what she sent you, then, don't you, dude? Because you're looking at the wrong observation.
I don't know how else to explain this. It's if you're standing on top of a basketball, if you got Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, right? You're standing on top of a basketball, right? Is it possible for two objects on that basketball for you to see both of them at the same time, but those objects not being able to be in full sight of each other? Does that make sense? Like, you can see both objects, but those objects aren't in a straight line from one to another. The basketball is still between those two objects. Just because you're on that basketball and you can see object A and you can see object B doesn't mean object B and object A have full line of sight of each other.
There's still an eclipse within the two, and those are the two objects that are supposed to be eclipsing, and yet you see them both. Do you see that? Like, I don't, dude.
I mean, it's.
I don't understand what the malfunction is. Like, how can you?
I wish I could just draw like a picture or something real quick to explain it, because maybe I'm not just.
Yeah, go for it. We love the drones that come out of this argument.
I don't know
go
how
for it. We always have a good laugh.
There's nowhere I can draw.
Red anyway.
Oh, there is. Are you on a laptop or a phone?
I'm on a computer. Yeah.
Well,
but I can't post images. I can't.
You don't have Paint. You don't have Paint.
But how do I divide that?
To a mod.
Let me finish talking. Use Paint, and I'll give you permission to post images. If you post any kind of porn, I will ban you.
That's very tempting.
I'm sure it is. You probably got a whole package full of gay porn.
That's porn. That's what he's got. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, like I said, you guys, I don't know why I'm getting worked up about this. Because honestly,
all I have is gearhead porn. Just listen. Is it
ball, baby?
Fuck. Is it obvious B? Is that you?
It's Snozbagged.
Huh? Oh, sorry. What?
That's speaking.
Snozbagged. Okay. Snozbag. All right. Well, I want to know who to give perms to. Go ahead and play with your paint. Listen. I want this image.
Okay.
I do too.
I suck at drawing, so you're gonna have to.
Well, that just makes it all the more humorous. See, every one of us can Google an image that attempts to explain the selenium eclipse. So, but we like to see yours. So to see how close you are to what actual astronomers say.
All right, this is a very crude.
Because you guys act like we're the ones that are unaware or on.
You know it'll be crude. Don't worry, we get it.
And yeah, we're looking at the stars to prove the shape of the fucking plane that we're on. Okay, let's readmit on that.
Oh, bitch.
I'm gonna look at those stars all day long.
You guys got to quit making so many damn rolls. I'm gonna start demoting people who make too many rolls.
I got maple syrup.
It takes 20 damn minutes to find a roll, man.
Hey, I got you.
Crack, you be one of the first people demoted. You done made 15 rolls in the last 2 weeks.
No, I haven't.
I know.
No, I'm
Just
not.
type it in, and
Look,
it's link in bed if you need to
So
know.
his is close. His is close except for the red lines, you know. There's no need for the red lines if the blue lines are line of sight.
Well, it's
So,
just if
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hold up. The red line shows that the light is refracted to your feet. So how then do you observe it?
Well, no, that's the point is like, okay, let's say the source on the left is what produces the light, right?
So
you
I
can.
got. Well, here's another problem with it. Only one person in one geographical position for a small amount would be able to observe a selenilian eclipse, but it can be viewed across an entire continent.
Yeah. I mean, the scale of where we live at. I
How
mean,
is that
there is
possible on a ball?
I think it would only be possible,
possible on a ball? How is it?
Possible.
I don't think it would be possible at all flat.
But it is.
So
But
your
it is.
answer to the selenilian eclipse is refraction.
Well, no, it's the red line interprets. Okay,
It's not refraction.
Let's say the thing on the left is the sun, right?
So without refraction, how then does light curve around that sphere from side to side?
Okay, I mean that's an example. Let me draw another picture. Imagine that.
I haven't hit
completely blocking.
Let me get the most damning portion of this before you get it. Both bodies are viewed to be in the sky at a 45-degree angle. That means your viewer would be looking up at both objects, and they're not on the opposite side of a sphere.
Okay. And I'll draw an example of both of them partially, like an example of what would cause an eclipse.
And would you draw them at 45 degrees, like Battlemod just stated?
At
45 degrees above the observer's eye line.
Yeah, 45 degrees is above the azimuth. It's based off the azimuth, which is a 90-degree angle straight up from the observer. 45 degrees from azimuth. Or
I don't know what azimuth is. What is
a 90-degree angle that's created by the ground you stand on and a line straight through the observer.
That natural science stuff, man. Damn.
See, that's where things get like when it becomes to azimuth and 45-degree angles. Like it sounds like.
So I can give you an image.
Azimuth is suspended.
So azimuth is 360 degrees, and the 90 degrees is zenith. Zenith is right above you. You are the observer. Zenith is right above the observer on the tangent line. And then you create the tangent line is the land. So you need a 90-degree angle to do 45, which you can't do on a sphere. There would be the ground's curving, so there'd be no 90-degree angle to do a 45, which would depict the altitude of a star in reference to zenith. I'll give you an image. I love to point out how much you guys really don't know about your model. I'm sorry about that.
That's what it is.
Still not actually accounting for the shadow
No,
as well.
Nathan. That's celestial navigation. We're just talking about observation. So please don't flood the lobby with. Let him look at that. That's zenith. The star that is observed is at a 45-degree angle, which is the altitude. It's at an east-western azimuthal direction.
That's their math, man. That's their math, dude.
And the nail in the coffin.
Figure it as they like it.
The nail in the coffin is the shadow, because the shadow enters from the top. So even in your diagram with the two little balls on either side of a sphere Earth, the shadow would appear from the bottom of the object where it's most occluded by the Earth.
Man.
But this, in the Selenelian, always occurs from the top.
You stole my
as the
nail,
moon
bro.
is approaching.
I wanted to put that nail in the coffin, but it's all good. We can build a coffin together.
From the top, so it would be the perspective of it. So if the moon and the sun are both above you, the light would still reach the top. That makes sense.
The light.
Shadow.
There would be listen, there'd be no shadow if the light could reach the top. Hold up, he hit a good point. There'd be no shadow coming down from the top if the light can reach the top. But we do observe the shadow to come from the top in the Selenelian eclipse. There's nothing there to create that shadow. That's the thing.
It's the top, man. It's the top, right? You ain't getting more top than that, man.
The way you answered it now is exactly my point, that the light would be reaching the top and the bottom would be shaded. But the actual eclipse occurs with the shade occurring from the top downward until the entire bottom is also occluded. So it doesn't work. That's why they named it the Selenelian impossible eclipse, not just another eclipse or something that's a little bit strange. It has a specific title and it is known to be impossible because the geometry cannot work on your sphere.
I get what you're saying now. I understand that. So what
Just
would
look
be
up the word.
Thank you.
Look
I mean,
up the word
that's
impossible.
one of the things. I'm not an expert on
Here's the
geometry. I'm not gonna.
Here's the thing, bro.
Definition.
Here's the thing. Hold up. When we asked you to explain it, we're asking you to do the impossible because nobody in your model can explain it.
Okay, then
It's impossible.
We're asking you.
How can it be explained in the flat Earth model?
It can't be. We never claimed
the
to.
only model, man.
We have speculation, but we can't explain how it happened.
Yeah, we can't
just
explain
know.
it.
How can you? You
We
cannot
don't
explain
listen.
something that is
Cover this.
impossible.
So we have two
Big
oppositions
picture
that can't explain
thinkers
the same
are
thing.
big.
You know, it's
Listen, big picture thinkers are perfectly fine with ambiguity. They don't have to take every little observation and stuff it in a cubbyhole with an undemonstratable fact. They're perfectly fine with this is what we know and this is what we don't know. This is what we can demonstrate and this is what we can't demonstrate. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. It doesn't disprove what you actually do know.
And yeah,
I-
you're
I
right.
will just say-
neither side has the answer, but that's you're missing the point of pointing it out that their answer is invalid because they're claiming it's something. They're giving you an answer that's wrong, right? They're lying to you. They're giving you an explanation that is false. That's the point.
I agree with that. The purpose of the point.
And okay, I'm not saying that there's something that we don't know. It's just the answer is coming from the other perspective. Like that doesn't make I understand what you guys are saying now. It doesn't make sense that the shadow is coming from the top. Theoretically, the shadow should be on the bottom of the moon. I understand that. That does not make sense. You're right. That blows my mind now that I'm thinking about it.
Further to that,
It's exactly what they have to do. You know, you're not crazy.
But at the same
realizing-
time, there's a lot of things in flat Earth that give me that same how does that
same for us.
Well, that could be. Hold on.
What are those things, man?
Hold on. That could be somebody who's breaking the number one rule. They're giving presuppositions instead of things listen. We don't have to have an answer for everything. You guys think, well, if you can't answer this, I'll stick with my fairy tale. When you don't even look at the 90% of your model that you can't demonstrate. So it's like not having an answer because it's not a fact. It's just a story, not backed by proof.
Well, the same way guys,
if I can finish my statement. So if I can finish my statement. Then you look at our model with the standard. You require a standard of proof for our model that you don't require for your own.
Hey, BattleMod, I 100% respect that answer, and that is the best answer because I agree with you 100%. I have no arguments there. I'm not gonna. I'm done because that.
Can I just say something?
I agree
Well,
with
I
that.
was going to add something first, dude.
Yeah.
I wanted to add the way that you looked at it a second ago. Remember, you said there's certain things inside of flat Earth that you have that same feeling in your stomach about with the Saturnalia, right? Well, a minute ago you believed you understood the Saturnalia eclipse, right? And it might just be you haven't spent enough time researching or looking into the individual points of the flat Earth points that give you that same feeling. Right, it might just be you might need to relook at it from a different perspective, the same way you just looked at something in your own model from a different perspective, right? And then started to go, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Maybe the opposite would be true if you were to look into the things that give you that same feeling on the flat Earth side, and you look at them and go, oh, wait a minute, now it makes a little bit more sense. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So just be open-minded.
Yeah, that's why the only thing I've ever argued was the fact that I can't see the sun at night. It's if that still doesn't make sense from.
Well, light doesn't attenuate. Wait, the light doesn't attenuate.
Yeah, I've been getting the atmospheric light thing. I've looked that up. I've researched that, and it still doesn't make sense.
But is the bottom of the ocean dark? Yes or no?
So if you were a person and you fell on a sunny day, you fell into the ocean and you sank, and that sun would slowly disappear. But what if you're staring at it the entire time?
Right.
How does that sun disappear? How does it look as it disappears? Is that similar to
ocean? That's a medium. That's a different medium. That one.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's why I don't like that explanation.
These different mediums, man. You're telling me to look at the Earth or what I'm drowning in?
No,
water.
that's the explanation.
Crazy medium, man. And then there's the air and the world around me.
Will the four of you stop, please? That's his point exactly. It's not the same medium. It's not the same medium, and it's not comparable. So you can't compare the lots of light in the ocean to the atmosphere. And I agree with that.
100%. That's why I was pointing out that
sweet. So I'm going to now go to your exact example, right? So do you have the calculations for how much moisture is in the air per volumeric distance, so that we can quantify how much it would be across a space or a distance?
Well, we can give a scale for atmospheric extinction of light and the rate at which it's equated.
Well, actually, it's only 20%. So whatever else is fucking beyond that, right? We got what 20% off.
I just posted the mathematics there for it. If you work out the mathematics and then you look at that.
Obviously,
and then you start to establish that the sun away from you, right, is potentially. Listen, and then you start to establish that the sun away from you is at a distance that is extremely, very distant, yeah, and you use those calculations, you'll start to realize, right, that you're effectively looking through something that is something that could block the sun from you. And we see the sun get blocked by the atmosphere on a daily basis. We see this happen all the time.
Yeah, so science has a scale for that. And it's inversely squared proportionate to the distance from the light source.
So just to keep it really simple, Snoz, like Craig said, if you're going into the ocean at about a mile down from the surface of the ocean, it's considered darkness. Now, the sun is directly above you. Just say in this example, the sun's directly above you. You've just descended underwater and you've entered darkness because the light, as it enters the water, starts to refract through the water, and it starts to scatter the light. Till eventually the scattering is so much that you cannot see light even at a mile below the surface. As you penetrate deeper and deeper, it gets darker and darker. The sun is still above you. It's just the water medium which is causing sufficient refraction that you can no longer see the light. And as Craig was stating, in our atmosphere, some areas you have 80% humidity, 90% humidity. As you're looking across water bodies, especially, that humidity in the air refracts the light to a point that it scatters the same way that it does in the ocean, to a point where we experience darkness, even though the sun
I've done the maths. And I've done the maths on this, dude. Here, I'll post the
Listen.
maths again so you can check the numbers.
Listen, the angle at which you look dictates how many air masses you look through. If you look straight up at Zenith, that's considered one air mass. If you look at 45 degrees, 2 air masses. 30 degrees, 5.6 air masses. If you're looking straight across the surface, you're looking through 15 air masses.
Exactly.
That's the density of the medium.
You put a pencil in a glass of water and refracts it so much it looks it's
Obviously-
totally off-center, dude.
Obviously, the water isn't analogous, but I was using that to sort of make it more simple so that I didn't have to go through talking about air density and how effectively that works over distance. But you can imagine when you take the two different mediums.
And
Oh my
the thing that I still struggle with that is I feel like it would be a gradual and not the shape of the sun itself going over an edge. Like it's the same shape, same brightness all the way through, maybe clouds get in the way, but only at that 1 hour during the day in the morning and that 1 hour in the evening that it's either coming up over the edge. Like there's no difference between the other times it's in the sky. It's the same brightness.
Bro, how is your vision? Is it good?
Not very good from staring at the sun as much as I have.
Well, this is the thing. If you could see the sun, then it will be daylight. If you can't see it, then it's nighttime. It's very simple.
Yeah, but if
we don't know how that thing works or how it reacts and what it does with the medium around it. Nobody has a clue, and whoever says they do, they lie. We might have a hypothesis, but that's about it. So to say that on a ball it's like this, on flat it can't be. That's just it doesn't make any reason or sense or logic.
It's under a medium within a certain
depth. All we know is it
doesn't matter.
All we know is that when we see the sun go up, we see light. Yeah, we see colors. That's it. Anybody try to give me any better explanation than that? You can't. It's due to perspective. The thing moves away from you, and that's it. Then you can't see it, and it's dark.
A moot point. A moot point is what I used to.
Yeah, it's rendered you. Yeah.
Moot point. Yeah.
If you just truly think about it, it makes no sense because you can't see forever. You go for an eye test and give you the chart in front of you. You can't see past the fourth line, but you want to see the sun. Apparently, that's 93 million miles away forever.
I mean,
it makes no sense.
So I can't see the sun when I'm outside. That's it.
Here's one for you. How is it when the sun is?
I feel it.
How is it when the sun is out? How's it when the sun is out? There is no sunlight or rays of light going in between the sun for the vacuum of space to Earth. You cannot see any sunlight, but magically when the so-called sunlight hits Earth, it makes everything light up. Why is there no sunlight in between?
There's a medium, there's nothing for it to refract off in the vacuum of space.
Exactly, because nothing can go through the vacuum of space.
Light can
so
still
then
travel,
if it's through a vacuum, then it cannot reach its destination. Hence the meaning of vacuum. It's devoid of any matter.
If that were true, though, we wouldn't be able to see stars.
Exactly.
Like
so that
but we can, yeah.
Put up another question to you. Is that thing up there that we call the sun 93 million miles away, or is it much closer? And is it a rock? Maybe it's not a rock.
I mean,
these are the questions
the sun
that need to
being
be asked.
a ball of hot gas is just a theory. Like, there's no, we don't know what the, I mean, I agree with that 100%. The fact
where's
that
the gradient end? Where's the gradient between vacuum and gases? I mean, where is the magical gradient?
But at the same time,
I'm a pirate too. Yeah.
Like,
where's the
you said that you had a telescope, right? Like you like to look at the night sky, right?
Who hasn't had a telescope since 1982? Really?
Well, I don't have one personally. That's why I was going to get it.
Actually, I got 12. I live on a farm. I rather enjoy it. So do my kids.
That's right, man.
At least my children are honest. When I show them Venus at its closest path, they don't argue that it tries to look like it doesn't resemble what NASA shows us in the images we look of it. And they don't, because they've been to observatories also. They don't try to say that there's better technology. So they're made from radioscopic images. They get telemetry data, and then they have artists fill it in and make it pleasing for your eye. They say this, but we got kids who tell us, well, maybe they use better technology.
Yeah, and that's ignorance of kids. Like it's I agree 100%. Like that's you can't look in a telescope and see what you see on the Discovery Channel.
You can't see a rotating sphere either. It's monoscopic. You need stereoscopic to see 3 dimensions. You can't see 3 dimensions through one eye.
Right. But in order to be able to see it, that means there's light that's reached from it to your eye.
Well, that's a given. Yep.
So
do you know why it is?
Atmospheric refraction.
Well, I've already covered that with air masses. I even gave the gift. So when you're looking at zenith for 45 degrees of angle, 30 degrees of angle, you're looking through 1 air mass and 2 air masses, meaning that the attenuation of light is lessened when you're looking straight up or at 30 degrees. But when you look across the surface, it's thicker. That's why as you look across the surface to distant stars over in distant areas, you can't see them because you're looking through 12 air masses. But when you look straight up, you can see the stuff above you because you're only looking through 1 air mass. So everything is
reverse sloped armor. The reverse sloped armor effect.
So everything above you and closest to you at the least angle, it is more observable, and that's why they call it your sphere of view.
Right. But like, my thing is, like, you can.
But do you understand this point? 1 second. Do you I want you to understand this point.
He's saying that it is easier to see through the angle of degree straighter up than it is at a.
No, you're looking through the least densest portion of the atmosphere when you look straight up. When you look at an angle, you're crack. I don't need help. So you're looking through the least densest portions when you're looking straight up, or at 15 degrees or 30 degrees. That's why at 45 degrees, when you're looking through 5 and 6 air masses, your sphere of your view starts to decrease, and you don't see things outside of that angle because you're looking through the most densest portion of the atmosphere, or more layers of it at one time.
On angular resolution. Right.
Yeah, beyond 30 degrees, you're looking through 6 different layers of atmosphere. That's why it's called 6 air masses.
I thought we could only hunt deer and fucking moose and everything within a few hundred yards, because I could never see that thing.
Well, listen, I've hunted moose and deer and elk in the daytime in the mountains, right?
I smelled the shit them within a star scratch, man.
Come on.
Their theory.
Listen, I've never seen a moose refracted over a mountain and shot at an illusion.
You know it, man. That's right.
And I do shoot at long distance. If you hunt elk, you know damn well you're going to shoot an elk from half mile, quarter mile. Because if you make one noise, the entire herd of elk will run 10 miles away.
I don't want to have to drag it out of there. That'd be work, you know. You ever drag a fucking deer, an elk, or a moose out of the real life of the world? Of the rugged properties?
In the Colorado mountains, the days are shorter, right? Because the sun's blocked.
That's right. That's reality, man. That's hunting. That's survival.
The whole point.
What these people are talking about, man, it's hypothetical fucking nonsense, man.
Just wanted to add to the point is, right, if you can't, like, to understand what Bam was saying, even more so, the reason they started to slope armor, right? Think about that reason. Because if you have a straight plate of steel, right, the thickness of it, and also, obviously, what you also have, obviously, is the fact that the rounders land flat to the armor, but so you have less of a ricochet.
You only had to penetrate one layer. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, it's just like as soon as you slope it,
you had to
as soon as you slope it, you've got to penetrate through a much thicker layer, effectively, right?
Yep.
And so if you then add those slope layers into lots of layers of slopes, right? Then you start to really realize exactly what you're dealing with when you're changing your altitude, or you're looking up instead, up at celestial bodies versus changing your altitude, looking down at the ground. You know what I mean? You really start to realize it. It's the exact same reasons why the Russians come out with the T-34.
Well, they saw right through it. That's right. And that's why us, I seen our guys. We come up with like an infrared technology now on our P1000s, and we can see for 1,000 miles the Isle of fucking whatever, this mountain, 1,000 miles away. That's the same theory, right? Cut right through it. It's unexplainable on that ball model.
Hey, you Canadians got all them snow technologies. You be coming out of snow banks in your boxer shorts with a rifle.
It's all those icebergs. Yeah. I chip off an iceberg.
What about refracted moose?
Man, I pull up some reality icebergs, man. That's right.
Hey, we should point out the truth, though. That's an air rifle.
You should shoot at a refracted moose and then wait there. You should shoot at the refracted moose, right? Then take into consideration the Coriolis effect. So you should be shooting in front of the refracted moose also. So that the refracted moose, and then you should account for the curvature of the Earth with your bullet drop, right?
Well, you must. You must.
And then so then when you take your shot, your deer, especially if you're shooting, depending on the direction you're shooting. Obviously, remember the moose is either going to rotate into the ground.
I don't remember it being that complicated, but carry on. Yeah, I know, right? If that's right? Yeah, carry on. No, you don't think about that when you're hungry, right? I'm hungry. I'm going to show up, man. I'm going to take that fucking thing down. I'm not thinking about no trajectory of the Earth. This is a flat plane that I live on, right? And because that's what it is. They teach pilots that. Pilots learn, and it's written in U.S. documents that we must fucking learn to fly a plane on a flat plane, right? I mean, that's the aerodynamics of it all. I don't know. They're all full of shit. But you can take it right down to hunting. Yeah, you can. We're not thinking about that.
Hey, did Ben Shithead get kicked out or leave, or what happened there?
Possibly.
Who asked that?
Oh, I did. I was just wondering what happened to him because I didn't see him in here.
Went to the synagogue.
Ben was on his way to spitting a bunch of insults. You guys want to play party yet?
No, that's why I stopped talking to him to begin with, and I went on to do something else. I started playing the game.
Man.
What you playing?
I was playing Undermine.
I don't know that one.
It's a roguelike game, basically. Remember old school Zelda on the Nintendo?
Yeah.
It's just like that, man. But you have a boomerang, but it's not a boomerang, it's your pickaxe that you throw. You don't have a sword, but you swing the pickaxe like a sword. So, yeah.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Like Gauntlet? Can you be like on a 4-man team?
Well, it's top down. No, it's one person.
Oh, it's one player.
It's a roguelike. It's a permakill. So once or permadeath. So once you die, you're dead.
Shit.
But it has a meta system to where like over time you can build certain attributes up, like keep more gold after death.
Deadly. I haven't played an old school fucking. It's like the overhead view, right? Yeah. Deadly.
He's talking about Roblox, dude. Like, come on. It's not exactly a cutting-edge game.
Roguelike.
I don't know. Are you playing it on Linux though? At least.
No, I'm playing it on my PC.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's all right. That makes more sense. I was gonna say if you're playing that on your mobile, then I was gonna call you a beta, but
Yeah, I'm strictly a Steam guy. I just play those Steam fucking bullshit.
I guess it's available on Nintendo Switch now.
It is available on Nintendo Switch, and it's available on your phone, but like it's just complete pants. But Roblox is a world of decrepitness.
Oh,
what happened to that dude that was talking about the Earth? Is he done? Is his questions done, or?
I think we fucking passed him, man. I think he just walked.
Hockey Puck. Did you used to have a different name?
Yeah, bro, I'm over nappy, man.
Wait. Do I know you?
Yeah, you totally know me, bro.
Yeah, it's
I
old dude.
swear I've spoke to you so many times.
Yeah, bro. I know.
No, I was just wondering what your name used to be. That was all, because I don't recognise you under the term Hockey Puck.
Oh, okay. I'm old man nappy. Or fucking, that's about it, man. Fucking, we're the Commonwealth. Man. We're the Commonwealth, there, brother. Fuck. Is that not good enough?
Wasn't it amazing to actually hear someone understand the contradiction in a Selenelian?
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, we should clip that shit.
Like,
I might clip it.
Thinking about Zanuck and those guys who will argue for 4 hours that there's nothing wrong about it, that everything is exactly the way it is. And you sit there and you think, how can they not be grasping what I'm saying? How do I say it so that they can actually
How do you sit
understand
there for 4 hours talking to these guys? They're never going to get it. They're zealots. Solar.
That was pretty record time with him. I think that's why
I
he
still
dipped.
have this
I
hope.
think his brain was breaking over it, so he needed to go process.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
I know that, Solar. I know you have a hope, Solar, and you're probably the best guy that I know to fucking get him to see it. I'll be honest. You really do lay out a picture very finely, my friend. And yeah, I appreciate you for you doing it as well.
Yeah, I learned from all you guys.
No, I know you did, but I'm just saying, you lay it out just nicely.
As soon as he started to try and draw it, it's just what
he realised probably, yeah. I started to draw my own diagram of it, based on my heliocentric model, and which I think is still more accurate than their model, and I gave up because obviously he got the point, so I stopped doing it. Do you think I should finish I should probably finish it, shouldn't I? Yeah, it is quite funny. I should do the cracked globe Saturnalia eclipse.
That was a smasher.
How come you call it Saturnalian?
Crack, I just want to correct your word.
I think is yeah. I'm not very good at Saturnalia or something. Say it again, Solar.
Selenalian.
Selenalian. Selenalian. Or Selenalian eclipse. Anyway.
So it's S-E-L-L. Selenalian.
It's one of those ones, mate. That's one of those ones that I find very hard to pronounce for some reason. One of those words. We've all got one of them.
But it's an L and you're using
that's why I try and tend to not talk about it, to be quite honest, just because I can't pronounce it.
No way.
But there's no words. Your vocab is probably one of the best in this room. Selenalian should be old hat for you.
No, mate.
Just go look at the spelling.
It should be.
So look at the spelling.
Selenalian eclipse.
Selenalian.
Don't get tongue-tied, man. That's what it is. Yeah.
That's
I'm
surprising.
I'm
You're
trying to
very
learn.
articulated, and I never really see.
Yeah, well, it's to do with the way my so when you're trying to make the sound with the S, right? Yeah, a lot of you guys have got all of your teeth on the right side of your mouth, so I don't know if it's to do with that. Like I've got a few of my teeth smashed out.
Yeah, but you do the S sound.
I can do the S sound, but it's the S sound continuing it on.
Saturnalian.
It's the idea. It's the idea. It's the understanding of what's going down. Yeah, I get that. But it's kryptonite. It's kryptonite, and that's what we saw tonight. It's
Well, I've got that YouTube Plus shit, so I might just clip it out the YouTube channel because it's just that moment where he goes, oh. Because you can only do 15-second clips, I think. Unless someone can teach me how to change it.
Well, yeah, you got to update your profile or something bullshit. But nobody's going to be on YouTube anytime soon. Like, who gives a fuck?
No, I mean, I can download it as a little clip and then we can post it on here.
We're here now.
That's what I mean. I can post it on here. If I clip it as a 15-second clip, dude, then I can post it on here. Yeah, I can just post it on here and it will show up as a little clip. So the next time someone comes in, we can show them a globe of getting it in 2 seconds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What happened with the my chick? Did she spiral out? I missed the ending of that conversation.
Oh, she spiraled out, dude. Yeah.
And
She didn't spiral. She just left. She just got flat smacked into the ground by Truth.
A girl did it.
But then she jumped.
Good
did she
woman
jump back
did
in here? Did she jump back in here and just insult battle mode? Call them an old fuck?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think she's
And she's in university and she went into fucking straight up child mode.
She watched it. She saw it in her security album, and she figured this is what it's right, and this must be true.
She's alright though. She's alright though. It's just one of those reactions. That's what happened.
I didn't ban her.
Textbook.
She's still here. Ben Shapiro took that walk of shame though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro went the way of the ban. Maya did not go the way of the ban.
The Marching Band, the Marching Band.
Did they come? Are they friends or something? Did they come in as a group?
Well, I don't know.
'Cause I guess Maya did that to save face or some shit.
No, she addressed points. She attacked points. She didn't attack people. At least not that I heard. So,
well, she jumped in at the end and then said something to you, but it wasn't really like that bad. It was just a sort of like my connection's dipping out, so like FER, I'm out type thing.
oh well, I think I was getting snacks. So
She said,
She didn't
I
get
don't know if she
banned
was
for it
with a
anyway. Not
friend
by
or
me
something,
anyway.
But she said, "Oh, so and so says battle mode's an old fart." That's what I heard.
Oh well.
What?
49's not that old, and what kids fail to understand, they'll be there one day. That's not an insult.
Oh yeah,
it's karma. Because one day they'll be there, and with their actions, they already said it was cool to put down old people. So I don't want to hear them bitch when they're 49 and someone calls them an old piece of shit.
Mate, someone called me an old piece of shit the other day on one of these channels.
One thing about age, with age comes experience.
Some 19-year-old
I took it as such a compliment, Battle Mod, to be called an old piece of shit. So,
yeah, I'm only 49. I still beat down 20. I still beat down 20-year-olds. I don't give a fuck.
You can even be considered old, dude.
They wouldn't come to my town and say that shit. They get challenged either for mutual combat or sign the waiver. I'll show you who's young and who's old.
Man, I wish we had signed the waiver.
And the difference is experience. Application, motherfucker.
But it's actually a compliment because, like, if someone's saying that you're old, it implies wisdom and life experience.
Yo, Iggs, get back to me in DMs. For real, I need to have a chat with you.
But you know, in terms of these guys, when they ask, the way that I see it is, imagine you're in a sales environment and this client is sitting in front of you and you've just told them what they were going to get is not the right thing. And they believe you. They're sitting there looking in your eyes and they say, all right, great. Now you tell me what should I get? And then you get up from the table and say, I'm not going to tell you what you should get. You make your own decision, and you walk away from the sale. That client is going to effectively be more confused because you've shown them that what they were going to get is wrong.
I'm with
but
you.
You've given them no alternative.
Sold though. They already showed up. They already bought the shop, man.
Puck, he's got a point. Let him drive that point home, please.
Okay, cool.
It's a valid point, and people need to hear it.
They already bought the shop in his mind.
Yeah, and I didn't even hear it. So say it again.
Just in terms of, like, if you've got a sales environment and you've told the client that that's not what they should buy, and then they turn and look at you and say, okay, well, what should I? You tell me, what should I buy then? And if you get up from the table and walk away claiming that I'm not going to tell you what you must think and you must choose your own thing and you've lost that entire sale. You just spent the last hour telling them not to buy that product, but you don't even give them an alternative. Now, when it comes
I'm with you.
When it comes to the anti-flat earthers like your Xanax and them, yes, then I don't give them models because effectively they just want to try and pick at it.
No, but if you want to sell your product, hold on. If you want to sell your product, you're right. You should have a pitch, brother.
There's got to be
obviously, there's got to be a middle ground, hasn't there? Is what you're saying.
No, there's got to be a pitch. You can't just say, "Go do your own research."
Listen, what I'm saying is, Batmod, the middle ground between falsification is independent of replacement, right? We have that, right? Which we say, which is a true statement, okay? But what he's saying is also true. So I'm saying we've got to know when to not waste our
What
breath.
Flat saying is you got to have the full money. You got to have the full money. You can't just show them nipples. You got to show them it all. You got to let them know what they're going to get, what they're buying. So when you start telling people to do their own research, you start getting rude, you just lost this. Hell, you fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I would like you to finish, bro.
Yeah.
I'll start muting people if I got to, so you can finish.
You know, for me, what I like to do is get someone to concede on something, anything, because then it's middle ground to move forward on. And it's the same thing with closing a deal. Once you've got them to realize that that product or the heliocentric model is false, and then they look at you and say, okay, well, what could it be? Our normal response is, I don't claim a model, blah, blah, blah. And we get all defensive. And that's like standing up from the table, telling the client, you're not going to advise them, fuck them. They must choose their own thing, and then they must suffer with the consequence. Whereas at that point, like a guy asking about the moon, we could have said to him, you know, maybe the moon's its own light source. Maybe we could have given him some alternatives and then claimed, we don't know definitively, so we're not going to hang our hat on this, but at least give him 2 or 3 other options to consider. In the same way that when I first heard flat earth and like someone said water level and my brain was spinning, my first question was day and night. And they said, well, the sun moves above us. And instantly I could visualize an alternative to what I thought day and night were. But if we never say the sun moves above us, the guy's standing there in his mind thinking, well, it can only be a spinning sphere to cause day and night, because he doesn't know the other product that you're offering. And when you create some kind of not that, but this, at least then now the guy could leave. He could go away thinking, is the moon its own light source? Doing a bit of research into that. But we all say, no, there's no model. And then it goes quiet. And then the guy says, well, okay, so if heliocentrism is wrong and you won't give me any nugget of alternative, then how strong can your alternative be? Crack's right that falsification is independent of replacement. But especially with these normies, a real normie, someone who just understood the Selenelian, or someone who just understood the next step, maybe they need a breadcrumb or two.
Yeah, I agree, bro. I 100% agree. That was a perfectly well said statement, bro. Like 100,000,000%. And like that's the difference. But like obviously in this room, the issue is in this room, right, bro? Is how careful we've got to be, because you know, like Xanic and all them, lot, right? Yeah, they're listening. This is why we want to create the FE beginners room and not have that live stream, so that we can show people the alternative a little bit, so they can see it.
Well, listen to what he said. Because I think he's right. We should give presuppositions, but we should be careful to label them as presupposition or thought experiment.
Right.
We should label it as that. Because they want it. They want their security blanket.
And not to jump on another guy if he's giving a presupposition. And, you know, like sometimes we'll get into our own battle inside saying, but you can't prove that. And you've lost the client again.
I know. I so hate that shit.
It goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. It's that's the information society with which you live in. That's your educational paradigm. That is what you've been taught. That's what you've been told. And I can't fathom them. I can't hate them on that because we were all taught the same construct. We're just asking people.
Logical inference is the key to presupposition for replacement.
Yeah,
that's exactly it. That's exactly it. So that's the happy medium ground.
Like some self-teaching of
like
the way the
we
world
don't
is
have evidence
from where you stand, man, and that really fucks with me, man.
Come on, Huck. Hold up. So, like the dome, we can't prove there's a dome, but when you prove that gas pressure is based on gas pressing on the walls of a container, it becomes a logical inference, and it should be stated that way.
It's an absolute. It's a law in my world.
Well, so containment becomes a logical inference.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, of course. And that's what I was trying to say. That's the happy medium. Like, that's the middle ground that I'm talking about, Mod, right there. Do you know what I mean? Like, so, and to be honest, Solar's correct. Solar is correct. Like, when we, attack like a presup of someone on our own side, especially if it breaks all to pieces.
I'd like to nominate him for the first Flat Earth Class 101 professor.
Yeah, innit? Because
and give him the authority to shut everybody up who likes to monologue, so he can teach his principles.
Those are good.
That's what we should do in the FE beginners room. Is have like a couple of
Why
scholars.
Is he not gold yet?
I don't know, dude. It doesn't
You
make
guys
any
don't
sense.
like me for some reason. I think you think I'm a dodgy individual.
No,
no.
Listen, all the guys above me and the people who are equal to me, they've been on vacation, damn it, so it's up to me to do all the nominations. Give me a sec. But nomination is all I can do.
I can endorse it as well.
Yeah, for me, what's been so incredible about a place like this is that, when we all try and take Flat Earth on our own, we sometimes engage different types of personalities that we can't progress with. And it's so amazing to come to a room like this where there's so many different personality types and so many different skill sets. Every person in this room has an excellence in some aspect of their life.
I like that you point that out because I take advantage of that. How many times have I asked you, bro, you're calmer, why don't you cover this guy? He's triggering me. How many times? Quite a few.
And then how we sort of learned from each other, and this entire, I think it's getting quicker and quicker of showing someone their inconsistency in a polite way that they can actually receive it. And that just excites me that we're getting better, that we're improving, we're taking bits from everyone, we're learning gems. It's an evolution from, say, 5 years ago when I would tell people the Earth is flat, or 6 years ago, and then we'd get into this heated discussion and I wouldn't know how to get them to that checkmate move. And now, by practicing in this room, it's like, I don't know if you guys play chess, but when you have a chess board that says there's 4 moves to checkmate or 6 moves to checkmate, then you've got to look at the board and try and determine where would you move, where would your opponent move for all 6 moves to get to the point of checkmate. And it's like, yeah.
But at the same tone, there are friends, and we have to welcome them in at the same note, right? Like, we can't always be playing for death, for checkmate. Sometimes we just gotta let people in, right? That's a tough distinction, right?
Well, that's why it worked when Truth was talking to Maya earlier, because she wasn't trying to cut Maya's head off, right? She was going back and forth with her. Right, whereas
that was amazing.
Yeah, so that's the difference. It's like often, some of us have this. We have a point that completely destroys whatever supposition that someone's putting forward, right?
Yeah.
We have a point that destroys it so hard that we just want to quickly just like tell it at its most hardcorest level, and sometimes. Yeah, and sometimes we come across as assholes that are basically grim reapers with scythes walking around, and we should avoid that a little bit.
Agreed. As a community, right? As we is, right?
And just as I said, truth prevails loads into the room.
We have leveled is new. He just got VC verified. I'd like to welcome him to the room. And
No, he's not new.
he's not.
He-
Well, he's been here for a
no.
couple of weeks, but I haven't spoke to him yet. Maybe some of you guys have, but I wanted to direct him to the live stream voice text.
Roger.
If you want to,
1 second, Roger. Is that who?
Yeah.
Post
Is that who we think it is? Sorry,
I don't
Truth.
know. I don't know. Just let him
finish.
No.
All right.
Anyway, if you want to grab the links that I just posted in the live stream, it's like they're of the wiki will give you a lot of observations, and the other one will give you a laser measurement.
Yeah, just Leveled had most difficulties with his microphone the last time.
Yeah, I fixed it.
Yeah.
I fixed it. So, I mean, if someone wants to go to the FE Beginners with me, I'm happy to go there.
Well,
I
if
have
it's-
some questions.
If you're okay speaking in a larger room, I mean, it's cool. I guarantee you your question's not dumb. Well, I can't guarantee you that, actually. I mean, I don't know. I can go to FE Beginners if that's what you'd rather do, but it's like you can ask beginner questions here if you'd like.
So, my question previously was about why people in the north, which is, for example, England, see that the stars rotate counterclockwise around a fixed point, but in the south, say, for example,
You know that's an apparent thing, that they don't actually rotate different ways. It's impossible to have two different rotations on one globe that's spinning one direction. It's an apparent thing because you're looking north when you're viewing north and you're looking south when you're viewing south. So they're going from left to right and right to left because of the way you're viewing them. So it's an apparent thing. There's no actual different orbit. They all go east to west, bro.
okay, maybe I should go to the beginner's stream then, because I don't understand what you just said.
Can you see the voice text?
I just
posted it.
said a globe only spins one way. How do you have two different rotations on a globe?
I think, yeah, what we're trying to say is like that they all spin from east to west. So, and then, if you're looking north or south, then it's either other.
Right, so a good way of looking at it, dude, is what's the explanation on the globe as to why they... Right, so on the globe, they spin the same direction, right? Yeah? Is that what you're saying? What exactly are you asking? Reiterate your question, because...
So, there have been 3 people that responded to me, and I'm not really comfortable with that. So if you want to go to a private channel or something that we can do one-on-one, I'm happy to do that. But I just...
Dude, listen, we're not here to, like, bash your head in or debate you because you're not coming in a debatatory fashion, right? Like, in this room, you'll get out what you put in, right? So, and we literally, just before you came in, we were just talking about not cutting people's heads off with sickles and all this sort of stuff. So, we're all happy to walk through this with you, right? You're not going to glean anywhere near as much from speaking one-on-one with the people that are here. All of us know a little bit about something. There might be things that I might know more about than one person, and then there might be someone in here that might know loads about what you're talking about comparatively to me, right? So the one-on-one thing sort of doesn't really help or work unless it's that you're looking secretly for a one-on-one debate with someone. Then you need to really be honest about what it is that you want. But I promise you, no one's here to cut your head off, all right? We'll walk through it. If it's something you don't understand, we can carry on walking through it. You know what I mean? You're anonymous in this channel, so it's not like you have to feel silly.
Just he wants to go to Epi beginners, that's what we created it for. If somebody wants to go with him, they should just go.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's just the last time I was on here was the same day that I'm sorry. Give me a second.
It's a hard day.
It was the same day that Mike Hughes died, and
I remember Mike Hughes, Danger Man. Yeah,
he wasn't a flat earther, but hey,
No, that was Rob Skiba, I think. Just level.
kind of choked up about it. That means
listen, I just know it's kind of hard to get clarified points when there's 30 fucking people trying to talk to you at once. I get it.
It's true.
That's all.
No, just
Can I give a simple analogy for your question? Just leveled?
Just give me a
Well, let him finish what he was going to say. Actually, let's just give him a sec. What are you going to say, dude?
It hurts. It hurts when a person that contributes to a community passes.
Yes.
I feel that deeply. I don't know. Look, I'll be totally honest. I don't agree with him. I don't agree with you. But that shit doesn't fucking matter when he mattered to the community.
No, trust me, I bawled my eyes out, dude. When I got the phone call.
Daredevil community?
You know.
That community? What community, man?
It doesn't matter because
He wasn't a flat earther, right? You understand that, right?
like it doesn't matter.
Wait, Rob Skiba wasn't a flat earther? What are you talking about?
Oh, he's talking about the jetpack guy. The guy who was a daredevil.
Yeah, Mike Hughes didn't listen. Mike Hughes wasn't a flat earther. He didn't contribute to our community. Rob Skiba was, and Rob was also a pastor.
Yeah, I know Rob. Yeah.
I think who is it? Right, let's find out who he is actually referring to first. Then,
okay, is that all right?
I met Rob personally. I like him. He was a good man.
No, I just didn't know who I thought Just Level was referring to Rob. Sorry, dude.
Oh, he's talking about Mr. Hughes. And another great patriot. I mean, beautiful rocket guy. He built steam engine freaking rockets.
Yeah, dude, he's steam powered rockets.
Like, who would do that, man? I would do that. Like, that's awesome, man. Fucking Mike Hughes? Yeah, damn straight shit. But flat earther? No. He put a logo on his ship before he shot up. Yeah. You know, because he was, there was a big heyday there in 2012 or whatever. And there's a guy who's told him to put this fucking sticker on his fucking thing. And that's what he did. And
someone paid him to do it.
He's a salesman or whatever he is. He's a salesman. He's selling a product. He built a steam boiler and blew himself up with steam into the air. It's fucking magical. Beautiful.
It was a sponsored thing, wasn't it? With the tag on the side, with the flat Earth thing. Well, no, because when we were trying to get the word out back then, right?
Yeah, that's all it was. I mean, oh my god,
we were putting billboards up, dude. I remember
there's billboards.
I was chipping in towards billboards. I was chipping in towards lots of things.
On my own truck, fuck straight through all the prairies. You know, the flattest plains on our
found
nation.
it more effective, Puck, not to put any of the flat Earth memorabilia. Like, I never walked around with research flat Earth written on my chest, right?
I did,
and there's a reason. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, right? Because there was a reason why I didn't do it, because I didn't want someone to look at me and instantly assess me as a flat earther, right? Because I feel like flat Earth's a little bit of it's one of those terms that boxes you in a little bit, right? I think
I didn't care. It was the truth.
It was the truth, and I'm not saying that. But we needed the guys who are walking around with the research flat Earth t-shirts on. I'm not saying that it wasn't needed. I'm saying for myself.
I'm not that guy. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not personally that guy. I'm one of the people that I want people to.
Doom Truth who walked out there on the boulevard and fucking California and stuff and did. Man, what balls do those men have? Right?
I would have done it. Listen, it would have been easy for me to do it. It's not that. It was more a case of I didn't need to do that, right? So, like, again, I don't want someone to judge me based on my T-shirt. So they already have a representative idea of what flat Earth means in their mind, right?
But we have to give them their props for doing what they did, though. Like, I mean,
of course, because that's what a lot of people saw and went, well, okay, what does that mean? I'll research it. But what I'm trying to say is I was one of the people that was trying to preach this stuff to my friends and my family, right? You know, and I was trying to really shake them off the heliocentric model. So I didn't want them to have a sort of presupposed idea of what it was that I was presenting to them by me having that written on my shirt and have someone else present it to them. I wanted to present it to them.
That's the thing about family; they're just regular people, man. They only have their own presupposed positions in the fight, and then half the time it's half-ass, right? And it really is, because we put our heels in and we say what is flat and what is not, and that's the horizon. That's all there is. And you know what? You haven't been there, and you can't lie to me because you're family. Because I know you haven't been there, and you haven't judged that, and you haven't looked at it. And that's the beautiful part about being family. I can call you on your shit, right? These other people, I can't call you on your shit.
1 second. Oh, there he is. That's all right.
That's the beautiful part, and that's a part we're
I'm just gonna ask this guy who he wants to speak to.
I
just had a question for Just Leveled, and then he left.
He's
but I see
gone.
he's come back.
Yeah. Has he come back?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to just say to him, if he does want to go into the Flat Earth Beginners Room, like, whom would it be that you would prefer to do so? But like I did say, you know, you're not going to glean all answers from one person, and I don't think in this room currently, I don't think anyone's in the mood to sort of like cut anyone's head off type thing. You're not coming in with a debatory attitude, so I don't believe you're going to receive back a debate level type of answer. You know, you might, if you don't understand the way something's said, then just say, you know, and it's fine. You know, you can work through it. Or, like I said, if not, you should ask someone directly who you would like to explain it to you one-on-one or whatever. See if they would be willing to go down there with you.
Okay. So I don't understand how a flat Earth model matches with the.
You cut out there a little bit.
Matches with what?
Where the hockey puck is, I think his mic cut out a little bit.
Okay. Well,
But before we go on to the second question, can I just answer the anti-clockwise versus clockwise rotation that you asked about the star rotation?
Yes, please. This is solar?
Correct, yeah.
Please.
So what BattleMod was trying to say about that it's entirely optical. If, for example, I was staring at a clock on the wall, I would see that clock rotating in a clockwise fashion. If I took that clock off the wall and I looked through the back of the clock, which way would it be moving then?
Counterclockwise.
Counter. So just simply based on whether I'm staring at a clock face on or whether I was looking at the back of the clock and watching the hand still make exactly the same motion, based on whether I'm staring at the front or the back, would be whether it's clockwise or anti-clockwise. I don't know if you saw the live stream voice text just above this channel. Can you see it? Just leveled?
I can tag you in there if you know how to.
Yes.
find your ass. You can see it with the curve calculator there. The last thing that was posted by Truth Prevails. Yeah, sweet.
Yes, I see.
No worries, dude.
So if you go up to 38 minutes past, you'll see someone turning like a cardboard tube with orange sun rays on them.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
So what that is the demonstration of is that tube is being rotated constantly in one direction. And if I look at one side of the tube, I will see a clockwise rotation. And if I look at the opposite end of the tube still rotating in exactly the same way, I will then see an anti-clockwise motion.
Yes.
And it just depends on the viewer and whether you're facing north or facing south. The stars all rise in the east and set in the west. That's undeniable. They all rise in the east, set in the west. Then whether you're facing north, it'll appear anti-clockwise. And if you're facing south, it will be clockwise. Make sense?
It's the same exact explanation that's given for the globe, am I correct?
I just want to see that he got that.
Yes. I'm sorry. I've been warned not to interrupt. So if you see that I'm not responding, it's because I'm afraid. Because I've been warned.
It wasn't like it was. It's just normal conversation. So when he stops, like and he asks you a question, it's a good time. Like you just look. It's not that big of a deal, dude. Just talk.
Yeah, my warning was to the whole lobby, and it's in the middle of a other person's sentence isn't the time to talk. That's an interruption. When you talk in the middle of somebody else's sentence, if they're done talking, bro, then the floor is open to everyone.
You're good, don't worry. No one's going to cut your head off if you talk over the end of someone's sentence a tiny bit on accident. You seem
So did you get the point?
Like I just did then. Sorry. Okay.
So did it make sense, Leveled, about the anti-clockwise versus clockwise being based on the observer and which direction the observer is facing that effect? Does that make sense?
So, based on the video, if I rotate the tube in one direction, it will rotate clockwise on one end when I'm facing that end, and it will rotate counterclockwise or anti-clockwise when I'm facing the other.
Yeah. Precisely, yes. But the tube is only turning in one direction. It's just based on where you're observing it from. Does that make sense?
That's a really good gift, that is. Well, a simple question to ask at this point, because he's not answering back. So I know you want him to tell you whether he understands your point or not. Right?
I'm going to violate that right now. I'm not answering right away because I don't want to interrupt anyone.
No, that's my point. So you can answer now, dude. Feel free to answer.
Okay, so if I face one direction of the tube, then I'm observing an anti-clockwise direction. If I face the other direction of the tube, I'm seeing a clockwise direction, right?
Correct. Like you understood with the clock as well. If you were looking at the clock, it's clockwise, but if you're looking at the back of the clock or through the clock from the back, it would appear like it's moving anti-clockwise. The motion of the clock never changed. Just you as an observer, whether you're facing north or south to the clock, that makes that apparent motion appear to change.
So from Europe, I would see a anti-clockwise rotation of the stars around a central.
That's not south. That's not south. Sorry. You have to be.
No, north is anti-clockwise. He's right. If you're facing north, keep going.
Okay, I'm trying to give a lot of time in between the responses because I don't want to interrupt anyone. I've been warned about that.
No, dude, listen, right? So I'm going to tell you now, right? Moderator here, right? You're respectful, okay? We can tell you're not trying to interrupt anyone, right? So you're not going to be had a go at if you accidentally speak over someone or you cut in accidentally at the end of someone's sentence. You don't need to leave massive gaps between answers and stuff like that. It's more of a fluid conversation. Trust me, you do not need to worry. You would only really be punished if you came in here with a bombastic type attitude and you were like, in a debatory sort of like, manner of speaking, and you were like all over the place. You're not going to get punished, is my point. You were warned about speaking over people, yeah, but don't think on that too much. You're not coming in that fashion of like trying to talk over people. It's more about intent, not what actually happens in here. You'll find out.
Yep, makes sense. Okay, so if I'm in Europe and I look at the center of rotation, which is around Polaris, I would observe a counterclockwise rotation of the stars. But if I'm in South Africa, I would look toward the Southern Cross. There's no like specific star, but like I would then observe a clockwise rotation, right?
Correct.
Okay. I don't.
Well, it depends. It depends where you are. So you would have to change. You're not going to just stand in one position and then look and observe toward the south and start to see a counterclockwise rotation versus a clockwise, because you haven't changed your position yet, right? So if you, for instance, and we can show you this with long exposure, or you basically using time lapse footage or long exposure footage photography. We can either show you a time lapse video, or we can show you long exposure photographs, for instance, of pictures of stars taken on the equator, right? Obviously, if you change your position to the equator and you look to the north, right? Okay. And you take a long exposure shot, you're going to see them rotate in that fashion, okay? Then if you turn yourself around and you look to the south, you're going to see them rotate in the opposite fashion. If anyone has any examples of that to post, that would be absolutely brilliant, because I don't currently have, so I'm on my cousin's phone. So the point would be, what Battlemod's point was earlier was effectively on a globe, this would be impossible if we don't take into consideration perspective as well, because obviously on a globe, for instance, right, to have the stars rotating in the same way, you're going to have to basically understand this point on it being a perspective issue of looking north versus south and your position, right? Because if not, we're going to effectively have to dissect the globe, right? If we take it to the globe model instead of on a flat plane for a second, just thinking from that paradigm, right? And we have the north sector of the globe, the northern hemisphere, right? And we look at the stars above, right? And they're rotating in one direction. But we agree that all stars rotate in the same direction. If you flip that upside down and they're still rotating in the same direction, right? How would that be possible without perspective or understanding perspective of the way that we look at things, right? It wouldn't be possible, would it? Because the globe would then have to be cut in the middle and be basically rotating, one hemisphere rotating one way and the other hemisphere rotating the other way. Does that make sense?
So, I'm going to try to summarize. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, it was you, the question, so you should answer just level. Don't worry about what he said.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I were standing at the equator and I look north, I should see a counterclockwise rotation around the horizon, right?
Correct.
And if I turn around and look south, I should see a clockwise rotation around the horizon, right?
Correct. Why does it sound like it's still a question?
Because I'm trying to understand.
So you saw the GIF, you understand that anti-clockwise and clockwise are simply perspectives based on the observer. And you've rightfully said, based on whether you're standing at the equator facing north or south, you will see a different rotation. Makes perfect sense in alignment with that GIF that was posted.
Yes.
So back to your original question was, how can stars move clockwise in the south and anti-clockwise in the north?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be a satisfactory answer?
So I don't understand why the stars would change their direction of rotation from the equator if the Earth was flat.
It's all about perspective, like whichever direction you're looking.
So if you go back to that GIF, the GIF of the tube that's spinning, was that tube spherical or flat? Or was it just tubular, and therefore it doesn't matter whether the ground is flat or curved? The effect of the things turning above it are independent of whether the ground is spherical or flat. It's not a flat Earth proof per se, but it's often considered a globe Earth proof. And they say that the flat earthers have no answer for this. And as you've seen, there's a very simple answer. We've even got GIFs for it.
Yeah, I don't really understand how that shows that the Earth is flat.
It doesn't, but it's claimed that that shows that the Earth is spherical.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. All right. No. I don't. Huh. Okay. Let me. So, if the globe is not a sphere, it does not then mean to me that the Earth is therefore flat.
And that's absolutely correct. Because that would be like someone giving you only two choices.
And false dichotomy. Exactly.
A false dichotomy would be you can only choose one or the other. The thing about if you discover that it's not spherical, it now leaves question marks as to what it is. And then you go do further investigation to find more evidence to support that. So like I said, this is not a flat Earth claim at all. It's a ball Earth claim that they say because stars move in different directions, therefore sphere. And as we showed you, whether looking at a clock or a rotating tube, it doesn't matter what you're standing on. That rotational effect is simply due to the observer either facing north or turning 180 degrees and facing the opposite direction. That's what causes that counter rotation. So it's not a flat Earth proof, but it's also not a globe Earth proof, which it's touted to be.
I see. Okay. So the fact that the stars rotate counterclockwise when I'm on the equator and facing north, and they rotate clockwise when I'm facing south, is not proof that the Earth is a globe. Is that
correct?
Yes. So what does it show then?
It simply demonstrates that based on the observer, you will see two counter-rotating. It's kind of like if you and I were facing one another. My right would be your left, and your left would be my right. But if you turn around, then your right is my right, and our lefts are both lefts. But if you stand and face me, my right is your left. It's just got to do with the observer. Now, I can't say definitively on my right is towards the right if you're standing facing me and that is your left. So left and right are also due to the observer. If I'm facing north, my right is east. But if I'm facing south, my right is now west. So it's a pure phenomenon based on the person doing the observation. And when you realize this point, then you'll start to scratch your head and ask, well, why was the globe Earth so excited about this point? It's one of the points that they say flat earthers can't answer. Counter-rotating stars. Ha ha ha, we've got them. The Earth's a globe. Does counter-rotating or clockwise versus anti-clockwise star rotation, does that prove anything about what you're standing on? No. It's based on the observer, whether he's facing north or south. Got nothing to do with the sphericity of the Earth. And like
My Australian brothers, you guys are awesome. Right on, man.
You know,
that is cool.
Like,
yeah, man. Sorry, yeah, it is what it is. It's what it is. It's your perspective of where you are. I don't think he realizes he's dealing with Southerners, Australian people. I'm at the north, this guy's at the south, and we're all checking each other out. It checks out. You know, man.
So I think he was getting at, like, all this star talk, like, what does it prove? And it doesn't prove anything, globe or flat kind of thing. But look to that, who was that dude who did he put water in his telescope and to see if it was the stars that were moving or if the Earth was moving.
Oh yeah. That's Macadaber. Macader?
No, that was Aries. It was Aries failure.
Aries failure, yes. Yeah.
Because it failed to indicate rotation of the Earth.
Absolutely. Yeah. And where was that test taken? Probably in Europe somewhere. I don't know. I mean,
so I'd like to see that test done again. Wasn't it done like 50 years ago or something?
Yeah, but they don't talk about that. They don't talk about that one.
That's I'd like to see like an up-to-date test of it again.
I don't know. We got satellites. They're unproven. Yeah, unproven satellites with metallurgy skills to withstand the atmospheres of the thermosphere. Yeah, they're floating around there. Oh yeah. Not even a boat would even live. I mean,
so just leveled. I interrupted you when you were starting a second question. I don't know if you want to raise that one.
I don't know if he dropped out or if he hopped out. But he's out.
Apologies, carry on.
Oh no.
And I'm all for helping people, but if it takes half an hour to try and understand, you see it left to right, right to left, like, Jesus.
It's like living in the Matrix now, right? We already see the bullets coming at me, and you're deflecting them, and you're dodging them, and you're weaving them. I don't even know where they even come from anymore. I'm shocked. That was a good sheepish little attempt. I mean, I liked the whole character that he brought. Everything. It was pretty good. Is that a real person? I don't know. Am I a real person? Yeah, I think I check out. People don't show up like that, cheap like that. Fuck off. No. Pardon my language. Carry on there, fine people.
It's like, raising your hand to ask your teacher a question and then spending the next 20 minutes telling your teacher that you don't want to interrupt her. It's like you raised your hand to ask a question. Ask your question, then let your teacher respond, then ask if you're still unsatisfied. It's like...
And then question the question,
Are people this nervous for everything? Like, do they ask permissions to stand in queues?
Oh,
Do they continue to ask permission while standing in the queue to stand in the queue?
Doesn't that give you a question, right? Yeah, exactly.
And then he got it. Like, he understood it, and he said the point at least 3 times perfectly. If I'm facing this way, I see it this way. If I'm facing that way, I see it that way. But it still came across like a question. And I don't understand. Like, if someone explains something to me and then it makes sense, I will assert it to show them I understood. Not pose it back at them 5 times in a question format.
That's it. But if you show them pictures too, like, come on, like, you should get it in 5 minutes. Like, come on.
But this is something that I find daily, is that people just want someone to believe in. They don't want to do their own research. They just want to find someone that they think is credible enough that they can now take every word out their mouth as gospel. And when you're trying to show them some hole in their logic, they now have to make this really awkward decision. Do I trust the person who had told me that, or do I trust this new person? And because we're anonymous, they can't trust us off the bat. So even though we're making sense and they understand, there's still something inside them telling them not to trust us because they don't know who we are. And we spend our whole lives going from trusting people. We never go to fact.
Well, this is why, Flat Earth Solar, this is why I wouldn't be the guy who would walk around with Flat Earth, research Flat Earth on my t-shirt. Because, again, instantaneously they make a presupposition about what the Flat Earth is because they've heard about it, not from the people that actually know of it, right?
Yeah.
So to wear that t-shirt would be for me to present myself as someone that knows of what they think of what it is, not what I know of it. That's why I wouldn't wear that t-shirt.
I'm
right?
on one particle.
I kind of look.
Yeah. Carry on.
I kind of looked at that whole t-shirt thing. It was about 2016, 2017. Every dude and his uncle started selling Flat Earth t-shirts. I found it just as bad as sticking a Flat Earth sticker on Mike Hughes's rocket. It's kind of... It's trying to be out in your face, but it's actually just commercially driven. I want to sell shirts, and I'll put anything on it to try and sell it to people who feel like empowered by putting that thing on. You and I both have the ability to disarm someone through our language. So we couldn't write that on our shirt. So I would rather engage with someone, see where their understanding is, and even progress them one step. Teach them about 9/11. Teach them about a fake moon landing.
Is good publicity, right? That's what he said.
You broke up.
Sorry, brother.
Coffee fuck. Have some better mic control, dude.
Oh, I said any publicity is good publicity. That's what Mark Sargent said, and that's where the whole Mike Hughes thing came.
Yeah, but listen, this is where I take issue with Mark Sargent completely, and I don't give a fuck.
I'm not saying not to. Yeah.
Wait there, Coffee Buck. What did I just say? When I said have some better mic control, what I mean is that right? I'm not. I don't want to have a go at you, but I'm saying just have a little bit of better mic control, because on the live stream, right? In here, with me and you can understand each other perfectly fine when we speak at the same time. But when you go and listen to the live stream, the bit rate is so much worse because of the rendering. No one on the live stream that's listening can understand anything that's being said if we speak at the same time.
Oh, those gypsies who fight, who are Irish. I get you. Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a prick. Sorry, mate. But yeah, like Solar just said, right? if you have the ability, or you have your own personal capability and you have your own potential to argue a point yourself and convey it with your own language, you don't need a sign or a written sign in order to point someone toward a directive. Like I often saw people, this is one of the things Nathan Thompson did really badly and did so all the time. He would walk up to people with t-shirts that said research flat earth on them and then get a bad interaction with a person. And I would say to him, because at the time I was trying to teach him how to approach things a bit better, because I helped him sort of build his platform on Facebook quite a bit. Really, I really did help him out as much as I could. And then I stopped doing so because he basically wanted to have this not warfare. He didn't want intellectual warfare. He just wanted a form of warfare, right? And I started to realize that very quickly.
Confrontation for confrontation's sake.
Yes. So because I say to him, "What are you expecting? A good." And to be honest, those types of people were needed in the movement as well. The people that were just creating confrontation for confrontation's sake, because it drums up hype, obviously, and drumming up hype sometimes is a good thing. But it's the setting that you do it in which. Yes, like to flat smack someone, but it's the setting in which you do it with. Look at the Scottish guy called John. He did it in a much better way. I'm sorry. Like, he still created those confrontational moments where he went straight up to people on the street and sort of, posited questions to them to show them the, inconsistencies in that which they saw as their paradigm, right? And it worked, right? Still, but he didn't have to walk up to him in the fashion of the way Nathan was. And I was just trying to get that across to Nathan, and it's a really clear point, of like, dude, you're expecting a great response from people, because you would say, well, I'm not getting the responses that I get from people that I know personally. I'm like, no, because those people respect you as an individual and they respect your opinion because they know your intellect and they know who you are. These individuals on the street you don't know, however, they see research flat earth written all over your car. They see research flat earth written on your t-shirt. They already have a presupposed ideal of what that is, right? They apply that to you, and then now they're not arguing against you. They're arguing against the framework that was already pre-set out for them.
Absolutely. Yes.
Correct. It's like pre-engaging their defense system before you've even engaged with them.
Exactly that.
Yeah, it's tough to have a defense on that. It is brutal.
It'd be like trying to sell Camel cigarettes while wearing a Marlboro t-shirt.
Even though you're right. Yeah.
Solo, you should like that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though you're selling the same product, right? You're representing a different version of the same product, right? I go up to someone with Camel written on my t-shirt. I'm trying to sell them Marlboros, right? Yeah, of course. People could say, well, no, that's two separate things. Research flat Earth's the same thing. No, it's not. It isn't. Research flat Earth doesn't necessarily mean research flat Earth to someone. Their research of flat Earth up until that point may have been Simon Dan. It may have been Professor Dave,
anymore.
So we can't walk up to people and expect great results when we already engage someone from a position. Like I said, like Sola said, engage in someone from a position of engagement already. So it's very hard to sell the Camel cigarette when you're wearing the Marlboro t-shirt. It really is, because again, remember, it's the same product, but it's just in a different packaging.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, very similar product.
Yeah, and that's yeah.
Yeah, great analogy. I was thinking along the same lines.
That's right. There's certain battle stance that you have to make, and
like I was thinking about like Coke versus Pepsi, and it's almost like if someone's a Coke drinker and you want to convert them to Pepsi. Now, if you sat down at a table with them and started screaming at them and then stood up and told them that your product's superior and fuck them and no, and you walked away, that person's going to open their Coke, drink their Coke, and never give a damn about you again. And the real secret is, how do you get them to now take your Pepsi because maybe Pepsi has less sugar, or you start to highlight the benefits of the new. But to make it, to close the deal, there has to be a reception or a receiving of the message. And if they can't receive the message, you've failed. So it's like posting something on the shirt would be like, there's 12 spoons of sugar on Coke, and then you're handing them a Pepsi. And now they're thinking about sugar. Well, how much sugar is in your Pepsi? It's like the research flat earth is like an inconvenient trigger word. And you now triggered them into that false, like you said, now you've got to unpick what they thought before they even walked up to you. It's tedious.
Yeah, that's very tedious. Like I said, the best way for you to sell the Coca-Cola instead of the Pepsi would be to walk up to them with no, presupposition of what it is that they're looking at with new information, and to effectively crack open the bottle and let them have a sip, and let them try the product.
Yeah, I'm a bit hypocritical. I'm a bit hypocritical on that in terms of my name.
Right.
Like when I go into unrelated chat groups, I normally talk to them for a couple minutes or whatever, and then eventually someone will say to me, "Do you believe the flat earth?" And I've indirectly triggered them just by having my name, it is.
I do the same with my name, bro, with the crosses in my name. Think about it. Guy Incognito, we see you've just come in. Your VC verified. If you wish to speak, you're more than welcome to do so. Feel free to interrupt any of us ramblers on us at any time. If you have any Earth-based questions of any variety, you're more than welcome to ask away those questions. In fact, we implore you and ask you to do so. It would be appreciated if you do ask questions, and we will try and answer your questions to the best of our knowledge.
Thanks, I will do. If right now I'm just kind of listening in while I do a load of boring work admin, but if the conversation goes somewhere where I've got something to say, I'll jump in.
Fair enough.
No problem, brother. Just thought I'd recognise you that you came in. But yeah, Solo, you are right. Again, looking at my name versus your name, what could that mean? What it implies. Because people obviously see the crosses in my name and they instantly go, "Oh, he's a flat earther because he's a Christian," right?
What I try and do normally, like what we were describing about leading someone on an intellectual path that sort of leads to the eventual outcome of the topic, I like to get them to say the word, and normally to ask, could that mean it's flat? Or they ask something like that. I don't raise that in my general life. I just simply try and ask a question that just picks at the inconsistency until someone will start to say it themselves. But the moment that word is said, F-E, it's the biggest trigger on the earth, and their eyes glaze over and you've lost the person. So they were with you the whole way. They had all the understanding. There's logic. There's all the stuff going on. And the moment that word gets dropped, they glaze over and they look at you like, "No, you're talking bullshit. I'm not interested."
I've seen the world.
Right, so this happened to me the other day, right? I was in someone's house, right? And I had them speaking and I made sure to speak to them for a good hour on key flat earth points. And I made sure not to drop the word flat earth in there at all. Spoke to him about light attenuation. I spoke to him about perspective. I spoke to him about the way that we see things. I spoke to him about the reversed armor effect of the atmosphere and the density of the atmosphere. I showed him my mathematical calculations on the density of the atmosphere and basically the
It
Ronnie
all
Merrick.
leaded, it
Massive,
all leaded that way, though, right? It all the
well, no, but they were an intellectual hockey puck. That's the point. And they understood it all. And then I waited until the inference, right? The inference then came when they started to realise. Because they said a couple of extra things. They had agreed with me for an hour, right? And I said to them, "You realise everything that you've agreed on me with." I said, "You believe in the globe, don't you?" And they said, "Yeah." And then at that moment, right, their eyes started to glaze a bit. And I said, whoa, don't cook this, please don't. I said, because you just agreed with everything I said for the last hour. I said, and everything I've just said has all been flat earth proof, right? And it hit them at that moment. And before their eyes could glaze over, all right, they had to recollect the last hour of flat earth proof that they had just effectively agreed with. And it really illustrates the point that me and Solo are sort of trying to say, I guess, is that don't allow people to have the presuppositionary angle of attack almost, right? Like, you're attacking someone from the angle of flat earth already by having an antecedent relationship by wearing a t-shirt, right? You got the antecedent relationship to the attack, the t-shirt,
have the animosity of the attack.
It's a good idea sometimes to present yourself as it's a good idea to present yourself as that which you are, which is someone that's presenting information to someone, right? And present the information and let it show for what it is. And then after that, then you can tell them what it infers, or let them naturally realize what it infers. Because half the time you'll get about 50 concessions. Like this person, right? If I was to have went to them and said flat earth before I spent this hour talking to them, they would never have conceded on anything I said. But they conceded on about 50 points before flat earth was mentioned. And then by the time flat earth was mentioned, they were like, fuck. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Because from that ability, I didn't give them the ability to presuppose the position I was taking and why I was saying it, right? And what I was trying to infer. And by doing so, when the inference eventually came, they were stuck in a position where they couldn't strawman me. They couldn't be intellectually dishonest. They couldn't do any of that, right? And people always say to me, how do you know so many flat earthers?
Right.
One sec, cocky puck. People ask me often, how do I know so many flat earthers, right? And this is why. Because of understanding psychology. So if you understand psychology, right, you will be able to be a much better preacher of this. It's that simple. And people can try and tell me we're not preaching. We're not trying to convert people. Okay.
I'm not.
That's you. That's you.
I'm not.
Well, I'm sorry, but I actually am.
It's the truth.
Sorry, no, I actually... No, listen. I'm telling you, I am.
Take it or not, that's just what it is. I'm not trying to convert anybody. It's the truth.
It's not about conversion. I'm trying to convert them away from the globe, though. And I will 100% admit that. I'm 100% admitting that I am trying to get them away from the globe.
Well, I want to save my brother just like I want to save my sister or anybody, man. It's the truth. And people can take that as it is. Take it as it is.
I'm not trying to convert people to flat earth. Right?
I don't have to,
right? Okay.
Because you realize what the world is around you. I don't have to convert you. You're going to understand this,
right? I'm trying to convert people off of the globe, and then from there, I want them to make the logical inferences as to what it could be afterwards.
The truth will set them free. The truth is what is the truth, and that's all I have to say. I'm not trying to conjugate anything over anybody. I'm not trying to sidewine anybody with anything. Nothing but the truth. I'll lay it out straight up. Straight up. This is where I disagree with you. I will state it up straight up. This is my truth, my personal truth, and this is my volume. And these are the volumes, and these are all the volumes, and these are the chapters, and this is the story, and I'll lay it all out for you. And that's my truth. And you can take that whatever you want with your grade school and everything I ever known, and call me what I is. right? I only knew what you knew before I showed up. But I showed up to here and I found the truth. And this is what it is. And I laid it out. And that's up to people, man. That's my take on it, bro. Yeah, I'll throw that banner up. I'll throw that banner up. I mean, that's my take on it. Take me on. I'm a hockey puck. Take me on it. It's the truth. It's level.
Yeah, different horses for different courses.
That's the way I feel, man. It's cool. That's cool. I'll work in so many situations. When my situation, I don't know. This is the world I led. You lead your world the way you want to lead it. But I led my world the way I fucking lead it. And I led my world out there. The message is out there, and they come to me. And I let that lightsaber out there, and there's a flavor out there, and they can suck on the tit of life, or they can fucking walk off, man. You know, there's truth out there. There's truth. That's it. I don't know. It's hockey puck for you. Peace. Nothing wrong with your observations, but those are mine. Thank you for letting me say them. Yeah, man.
Solar, I was going to ask you a question. So when I say what I just said a minute ago, right, which is that I am trying to convert people, right, and I'll say it again, I'm not trying to convert people to flat Earth, right? I'm trying to convert people away from the globe because I think there's enough evidence that we could say that the globe is completely falsifiable. So why would I not try and take them away from that position completely?
Absolutely. But there's those people who won't want to go away from that position because that's the only position they know. And we can't even talk them out of it, man. We are.
Well, this is what
we are witchery to these people, man. Like, in their
I think
minds.
you're spot on. There's only one truth, man.
I know that.
Yahweh, the Lord.
Yahweh Sabaoth.
That's where we are.
Yeah.
All roads lead to the top.
So, Craig, I also felt that like it's almost like I'm called. It's like there's something to this that I need to. I don't know what. I don't know how. I think I'm still trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
But in some way, I think that this is the greatest way to discover your creator. And that if we possess the ability for us to have seen the creator's creation and we help others to see the creator's creation and thereby return or at least open the communication channels again or whatever God does thereafter, that's his business.
Right,
but
so that's why. So wait, so that's
it
why.
does
I asked
feel
the
like
direct
it's
question.
religious. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
not
no. That's
religious,
why I
but
asked you
it's
that direct
spiritual.
question because I'd really love your take on things. I know that Hockey thought I was saying it to him, but so would you say then that you would agree with me that you are trying to convert people off the globe, right? The same way, like, because I'm happy to admit that I am actually trying to convert people away from something. I'm happy to admit I don't give a shit. I'll say it.
Awesome, man. We're on the same street. Yeah.
Question though. I say
1 sec, Hockey. I'm asking
to my family and friends. I tell them it's through understanding the creation, the true nature of the creation, that you come face to face with your creator in a way you never could have. And I'm unashamedly trying to bring people back to the creator, but not in a way that the Bible or the church used to do it, in a way that there's this magical fairy in the sky. He's kind of like a genie, and you ask him for things and he gives you things. And, you know, it's just entirely belief because it's all faith. There's no proof of him. You've just got to take it because this man says so. Not that version of it. It's here definitive. This is level. Level can't have arisen by itself. It is enclosed. That means someone enclosed us in here and is above us, watching our every move.
Yeah, it infers.
You know,
a
welcome
creator.
back to your creator. Like indirectly by you acknowledging it's flat. Welcome back to your creator.
Let me give you a psychological rundown then, okay, of why you feel called to this, right? Because you have a propensity to want to explain this in this way. You also have an ability to do so and a capability to do so well and correctly. Not only that, this is why it feels like a calling to yourself and also to I. That's why when Glover's sort of coming here, like as of late, I've tried my hardest to step off the gas, to not try and even say too much to him and try and fight for the mic, because I don't believe it really works in here. It's more about the audience. And then if I'm being rumpused in any way, shape or form, then I'm just like, I'm out. There's no point, because I can't get my point across. And I'm one of those people that, you know, people say that I'm a monologuer. I am, that's true. But monologuing, if it's all information that can be understood, is technically not monologuing. And then when I do stop monologuing in English hours, I get many people ask me, where are you? Can you please come back and monologue for us? You know? So it's kind of like, I don't really know where people want me to be at. And if that's the case, then I sort of use this place as a way of me sharpening my sword and understanding what other people are understanding, and for me to go forth and to use it in real life. But my point on Flat Earth Solar, what you were saying of your calling, right? Your calling is because you're capable to do so, right? Then you're understanding that there is a pre-belief system that stands ahead of that which it is that you're trying to convey. And that pre-belief system is the belief in science, right? That's why we've currently took this angle of attack. We've changed our angle of attack because the armor now that guards against the idea of a creator over this creation, right, is scientism and is science, right? So we ourselves have realized that as preachers of that creator, right, and I'm saying it in those terms, even though I have a word for it myself that I would like to use, you know, the reason why me and you are called to do so, and why many others in here are called to do so, I genuinely believe so, is because it comes down to the fact, again, like I said, being capable to do so, but we're understanding that they have an authority that they already believe in, that is their God, right? And their God says in their book, the earth is a ball and it is created by a big bang. You know, George Lemaitre, you know, hypothesized this idea of an expanding universe, and thus out of the Catholic Church created more atheists than probably God knows how many. This is why we know they're the beast and the harlot, right? You know, they're the one that leads people away from the very cause they claim to be a part of, right? And we know this, right? So my point is we're trying to undo the work of previous anti-creator preachers that previously proposed themselves to be preachers of a creator. So we first have to align ourselves to the authority that in which that they believe in, and then show them that the authority that they believe in fact, by their own definitions of that authority, it still makes no sense, that which they believe in, right? You know, because they're believing in the words of the scientific explainers, not the scientists.
No. That's a fucking whole mouthful. That is a whole mind brain full. There.
Yeah.
People couldn't understand that, man. They couldn't even comprehend that, man. Like, for real.
So like I agree with what you said there now. It's such a, like, I've never been so focused on one topic like this so consistently that's God related, that to me it seems like there's something else going on, and things in my life started to change for the better once I started to share this. And my understanding of this place has been so enriched for the sake of knowing the information that I know now. And it's like I say, I look into some of my Christian brothers' eyes, and to them, it's a fairy tale that they believed. To me, it's now definitive, both scientific and
Yes,
from a
brother.
religious perspective, it's entirely proven.
Yeah, it edifies it. It edifies it and it increases it.
And in terms of like the monologue thing, I think just know your audience, like especially with a brand new, fresh guy, take his hand and walk slowly. But yet at the same time,
It's impossible sometimes solo in these rooms, and you know it because the moment you try and do that, then other people want to jump in, and like I just did then when you said that, Sorry, dude.
But I agree because I'm also potentially guilty of it myself. But there's a wise saying that says, if you can't make the complex simple, then you don't understand it. So if you can't, which I know you're capable of, summarize your point into one sentence and get them to respond, rather than potentially, like now in that last statement, we were talking about the Big Bang and the Catholicism and the understanding. My mind went on about 1,000 paths while you were talking. And when it got to the end, I'd forgotten some of the good ones that I actually wanted to comment on because now I was on a new path. And that's where sometimes keeping the point short can sort of keep the guy with you and
But
not have him scattergunning.
Right, so I guess that's me just presupposing that everyone else can think in the same way that I can, or it's again the way that I think, right? And that's what makes me unique, right? Again,
But and that's the audience. Like I love information like that. I'll go watch a 3-hour documentary, full speed, just information after information, and I soak that shit up like it's amazing. Now other people can't even take 5 minutes, and they're already thinking about what they want for lunch, or they're distracted in their own little minds or their own limited beliefs, or limiting beliefs where they think that they couldn't comprehend all of the stuff that you just said. But effectively by summarizing it into as short a sentence and getting a response from someone makes it incredibly accurate, because then they're coming along with you on every point.
Well, I know how to do
Because
that.
I'll say a long paragraph, and then people will shout at me, especially on the baller side. They say, "Oh, we disagree with everything you just said," and then they want to bring up 10 or 15 different things that I've just said, which are pretty standard and demonstrable.
Yeah,
really not worth questioning. But that was just a short paragraph. But they want to attack every word in the paragraph. Then I realize, okay, question format. Is this? Yes, no. And we progress like that, because if I say a paragraph to them, they're just going to go all the way back to word 2. They want a definition of word 2, and they've lost the entire point of the paragraph, or the nuance. Because also you and I, we have nuanced points. Some people want to jump in thinking that they know what we're going to say. It's very seldom that someone can finish my sentence. Same with you.
Well, I find this is what's happened with me a lot of the time, is that people think I'm going to say something that I'm not, and then often they think that I'm actually taking what I'm saying somewhere else when I'm actually not. And I often get stifled, bro. So because if I just hear one person just chime in as I'm trying to speak, right? Like I've got this type of brain where like I can't fucking focus, dude, right? And then all of a sudden I'm like, boom, and I'm like, my head's gone completely off of my own train of thought. So I start repeating myself, right? And then now I become less concise. And it's almost like I can't be concise while other people are trying to speak whatsoever at all. And like you just said, like people will presume that what my point is actually to detract away from that which we were speaking about. No. My whole point may have swung out in 15 different directions, but by the end, the whole point in me doing so was to swing back in. This happens with me and you all the time, doesn't it, Brad?
Yeah, exactly.
And you think my cousin's with me right now, right? And I just, in the end, I would tell him, look, just shut up and listen to what I'm saying and let me finish, right? Not you, so I'm just saying this is what I would say to him, right?
Yeah.
It happens all the time. And by the end of it, right, when you actually do listen to what I'm saying, do I not always swing it back, and it always comes back to what originally we were speaking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you don't see it at first. That's the point. But then my failure there, Bran, is that I'm not understanding the way that you're thinking enough, and I'm expecting you to be able to go along with what I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
And in that format. So it often is about us establishing psychologically where people are at and how and what we can or cannot say.
How it will be received by the other person, and whether that reception of that information, I said this earlier, it's like, can you convert someone? They have to be able to receive the point for the point to actually take merit in their life. So if you're shouting it at them, generally they're not going to receive it, even if it was 100% accurate.
Good.
But like I say, I try and keep it as concise as I can these days, and then ask for an acknowledgement. If you think about, they often say like everyone's dumb, etc., or you've got to try and make it very digestible pieces for them. Thinking about a school environment, you would say, okay, what's the introduction? We're going to be talking about X and Y. All right, introduction. Then you're going to talk about what is X, what is Y, why am I bringing them up? Then at the end of me making my point, I'll have a conclusion saying, why did we discuss X and Y? Is because X and Y, blah, blah, blah. And if you start packaging the information in very short, sharp, tutor-orientated way, they almost get frustrated because they can't argue it any longer because it's really digestible. But if you just
you give them no ground to dish gallop, you give them no ground to pick on a point or a point that they, you know what I mean? You don't give them tangents to run off on.
But also in terms of my mind, I can always see gray, and other people only see black and white. And it's trying to, like people
Oh, dude,
say,
I've seen it with you.
Generally,
I've seen it. I've been there when you're debating, and I'm looking at the grey with you, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Over at Gems, there was I can't specify the exact example, but one day you were positing a very, very good argument, and it was to do with light, and it was to do with the sun, and it was extremely well thought out what you were saying, right? And oh fuck me, it was a perfect example of what you were just talking about. It really was. But like, I can tell the propensity of them to want to start to try and get you to become rude, right, with them, because they want you to become rude so that they can detract away from the information that you're saying, because the information that you're saying may land on some of the audience, right? So they're like, shit, we need to shut this guy up. That's why they've got people like Branch in there. That's when they unmute people like Branch.
Yeah, in business, you often call it like target segmentation. Because of my marketing and psychology understanding of people, to me, I can always go one step further. So someone will say, men do this. And then I'll say, which men? Between age 20 and 40 or 40 and 60 or which group? Okay, it's the 40 and 60. Okay, what are their incomes? What are their demographics? What are their level of location? Now, in marketing, you refine all those to get down to the 100,000 people out of 4 million that would fit that exact profile. They like to play golf. They like outdoor activities. They might drive a Jeep or some kind of Dodge SUV. You can segment someone even further and further and further and further. And even at that point, I'm still saying this is ambiguous because we can still go further. And everyone else is satisfied with saying all men will do X. And I'm saying incorrect. Is it the young men or the old men, the rich men or the poor men, the educated man or the uneducated man? There are so many ways to segment that group down further and further to be precise, but some people are happy with being imprecise. And that is a challenge. Like I say, for me, there's probably 10 or 15 gray options. They can't even see one gray option. They can only see the black or the white. And I'm trying to present them that there's actually 15 gray options, light gray, medium gray, and dark gray options within the black paradigm which you live. Can you experience these with me? Like, can you use your mind? Just follow along, finish a sentence. I'll try and be as concise as I can. And then you tell me what you thought. And by doing it it may be condescending. Some people do say that I come across condescending.
That's your
But
accent.
if I'm trying to teach you 15 different things of gray and you've never seen gray, well, I'm sorry if that appears condescending. It's not to try and elevate myself. It's simply to promote the discussion. And if you're limited by your own imagination or your mental agility, then I'll rather keep quiet and let someone else talk.
Listen, your tone only sounds condescending when it's the words that come out of your tone are ununderstandable to the brain of the person who you're trying to give the information. So you're the transmitter, they're the receiver. They're not receiving because their capability to, receive the frequency isn't there. So thus, they feel inadequate. Sorry, dude, it's not my fault that your, quartz crystal isn't carved to the right shape, right? I'm trying to help carve that crystal to that shape. Can you not take my intent online instead and understand that I'm trying to carve a crystal that will fit inside of that fucking receiver so that you can receive it? That's what you're literally trying to do. That's the condescending tone that they hear. Condescending tone they hear is literally you there, sat there, trying your darndest, effectively, and I've heard it. You're trying to carve a crystal that will reverberate at the same frequency so that they can understand the grey the way you understand the grey, so that they don't see it as black, right? But they're not seeing it as that. They're seeing it as just, I don't understand it. This frequency isn't being received. This transmitter is purposely changing this frequency to a frequency that I can't understand. No. The frequency that you're understanding on, remember, we're in a debate. We're already in a position where we're saying we don't agree. So we're obviously trying to change the frequency. That is a inclusionary part in what we're doing here. So taking offense over that would be ridiculous, because that is literally what we're trying to do here. But then again, to further it, like I said, they should more see it as he's not being condescending. What he's trying to do is carve a crystal so that I can receive the information, so that the transmitter effectively works with the receiver, right? And that's what they don't see. They see it the way their brain sees it in the way that allows them to continue in cog-dis. And the reason their brain does that is because they don't want to have a polarity shift or a paradigm shift, right? Because they don't want that paradigm or polarity shift, right? They effectively just implicate him into a position of saying, no, he's being condescending, and he effectively is trying to stomp all over my head. And that's why it's important that we stay calm when we're talking to Globers and stuff like that, so that they can't use that either as an excuse to detract away from the information that we're giving them. Solar, you're very good at doing that. Just as a bit of feedback, not that you asked for it, but you're very good at coming across as genuine, concise. Sometimes you monologue, but I don't see it as a monologue, because every piece of information that you say swoops back toward the original point. At the same time as a monologue is only a monologue if it's if it basically contains no useful information. That's a monologue, a real monologue anyway. It's a repetition.
Well, I'm still back at the crystals idea because that's phenomenal. If you think about the information as like a beam of light, if that facet is at the wrong angle, it cannot receive that beam of light. And by talking to them, you kind of shaping that facet to be more
I knew
receptive.
you'd like that.
And then, yeah, awesome.
So, right, say that again. Solo, say that bit again. Because I spoke over your reply to my thing about the crystal.
Okay, that's silent.
Yeah, just give me 5 minutes.
Oh shit, no worries. Yo, Martov, how is it, brother?
Hey, good morning.
Just saw you pop in. I would have said hello straight away, but obviously, mid-flow of convo. Just thought I'd say hello.
Yeah, I was just listening in, Still kind of half at work. So.
What was that, dude?
I'm still kind of half at work, so.
Alright, fair enough, dude.
Can't really talk much anyway.
No, that's alright. I just thought I'd give you a shout out since you joined. Exo, if you can hear me, I don't know where are you? You should Exo. Why don't you come in to the PC?
What do you want with Exo? Like check.
Any of you heard of the book, The Personal Atmosphere? Frank Channon Haddock.
What's up, crack?
Get or get got. Yo, what's up, brother? How is it? You right,
Hey,
dude?
bruh.
How is it?
Yeah, I just took a 5 minutes, a cigarette break.
Nice, dude.
It's good. Thank you.
What were you smoking? Benson and Edges, right? Equivalent.
No, Marlboro or Drum.
Yeah, I don't know what the equivalent at the minute. I shouldn't be smoking, but I smoke Gold Leaf JPS. But I smoke tobacco, not tailor mades.
Mm-hmm. I know those. Yeah.
Do you smoke tailor
When I
mades?
was
Do
in
you smoke
England.
straights or tailor mades, or do you smoke tobacco?
I smoke tobacco too, like rollies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll ups. What, you smoke drum?
Yeah.
Whoa, brother! That's flu cured. I don't like flu cured. Flu what?
It's called flu cured tobacco. That's what it's called.
Oh, yeah. I find it very good, actually. Good quality tobacco.
It's
That's
very good
why.
quality tobacco, but
Yeah.
and it's one of the cheaper ones as well. But in my country, anyway. But I just don't like the taste of flu cured tobacco. I don't know why.
Yeah, but depends also if you smoke with filter or without, you know. I use a filter to smoke, yeah.
Yeah, I use. Dude, I'm the weirdest smoker ever. I smoke menthol, yeah, right, with licorice papers,
Yeah.
either with
I know
either with
those.
Sterling tobacco or Gold Leaf JPS. Those are the two tobaccos I smoke. The only two.
Pipe tobacco, though, right?
And I smoke, like I said, menthol with licorice papers. So I'm the weirdest smoker that ever existed.
I smoke marijuana. Fuck.
Hey,
that's a different level.
Oh, yeah.
I don't smoke cannabis, mate.
Oh,
I've
mate.
probably smoked more
It's the only
cannabis
thing to
than most people alive, but I don't
It's the only
anymore.
way. It's the only way, man. One love, man.
Can't smoke cannabis at work. I'm gonna do
Neither can I.
shit all
Neither can
day.
I.
Listen.
Yeah.
Listen, weed,
still a good
cannabis isn't for everyone. Cannabis isn't for everyone. So
I was talking
we
about
can't say,
But yeah.
you know, because cannabis makes me ill. It fucking makes me extremely ill. In fact,
It's your problem. It's me real.
no, I'm just saying when you say it's for everyone, it's not. You know.
No, that is not. Apparently not.
So I hate that. I hate
disagree
that.
with that. I just
One
sorry,
love.
guys.
It's
But,
the route of administration, right? So smoking cannabis is not
let me
for everyone.
let me make my point. Let me make my grey. So there's different cannabis strains, each one exhibiting a different feeling. Then there's also growing the cultivation for yourself and making sure that there's no chemicals or anything harmful added to your supply.
Absolutely.
Now, I
makes you blush properly.
I almost considered myself a connoisseur, where I would go and try every new flavor I could to try and feel the experience associated with that THC and CBD combination. And then I settled on a couple that give me the greatest reaction or the greatest enjoyment and the most healing benefits. And I don't cough on them.
With that.
I grow them myself organically, and I convert them into oils and smokables.
Right. Okay. Listen.
Now,
Solar.
after pursuit like that, most people have a bad experience and then decide that they will never use that again.
No, dude. I smoked cannabis. Listen, I'm not speaking from a place of incredulity, right, or a place of ignorance here, right? I'm someone that has grown my own cannabis. I'm someone that understands about strains, which strains work with which types of people. I, in fact, actually was someone that would advise people exactly on that, right? You know, because the issue of hybridization of cannabis is that it's very difficult to get a ratio of a hybridization of sativa versus indica that actually in variation is very different from the next anyway. Obviously, we still have a great variation, right? We may have a 60-40, we may have a 70-30, but even a 50-50, right? Like, you know, remember sativa indica, lots of the strains now are hybrids, right? Again, a dominant sativa is something that I would like to have, and something that's high in THCA, which is why I was so excited when the strain was found, the Ethiopian landrace strain. They already found one landrace strain there in Ethiopia, but the secondary one, the one that died, the guy that died, that was from one of the seed plants, the seed dispensaries. He died, unfortunately, of a tropical illness. And that guy, he found one of the highest yielding, meaning it had a 1.8% natural high yielding. This is grown outdoors, highest THCA yield. And THCA is more of a stimulant.
Bob Marley strain is outdoor and has a very high THC.
Hey,
It's the cannabis
Yeah.
cup now, 29%.
But the point I was making is that you take that same sativa indica blend of 70-30 or 50-50, whatever you were describing now, that same blend to 100 individuals are going to give 100 different reactions
100%.
based
100%.
on the individual's body and their ability to process the blend
Yeah, it's that
in
endo
that
system,
proportion. So,
I'll be that
like,
guinea pig. I'll be
no,
Wait there, because I
so
made a
the
statement,
gray.
right?
So,
And I
so to
want to
me,
make sure
what I found
Solo, I
was
really want to clear up my statement though, dude, because I don't want people straw manning what I'm saying, because it's not a straw man on what I'm saying, it's a straw man of what they think I was saying, right? Because Hockey Puck said, there's only one way. It's cannabis, right? And I simply disagree with that based on exactly what you're talking about right now, Flower Solar, right? Okay?
What?
That was my contention. So basically what you're explaining as almost a rebuttal to what I said is actually what was my rebuttal to what he was going to say, but I didn't get a chance to say it. Do you get what I mean? Is actually
that's why there's more to my point, and that's why if you'll let me finish, then I can explain.
Yeah, I'll let you finish now. That I just wanted to make sure that was clear, so that everyone didn't think I was one of these anti-cannabis people, you know.
No, so my contention was that you haven't found your strain and then grown it yourself. Because when effectively there's a very subjective experience based on individual strains. Your friend might say this is the greatest strain, and you have some with him and you think, no, that wasn't the greatest for me. Now it's exactly the same bud, two different people having a different reaction from it. But people will then form an idea of the entire category based on subjective experiences of certain strains, which may not have been in the right ratio or proportion for the way that their body would have preferred to digest the THC. Why I brought this up was you said THC is not for everyone, but everyone has an endocannabinoid system.
Cannabis. And when I meant what? Right, this is why I wanted to clear up what I was
that's
saying.
incorrect. But that's incorrect because everyone has an endocannabinoid system.
I actually said, listen,
can only be
wait there a
triggered.
second, dude, please, because I don't want to argue on this point. If you rewind back the thing, I said smoking cannabis isn't for everyone, right? And that's all I'll say, and I'll stick to that because smoking cannabis isn't for everyone, right?
I agree. I agree with that.
But I agree with your point. Cannabis is for everyone, right? But the ratios in which the THC to CBD, right? Like you said, right? You could have two strains, yeah, bro, right? Or one strain, for instance, right? And it would react with one person differently, right? Or you could misequivocate, right? And completely rule out. And the reason why I'm a little bit like, because it's like me and you are on the exact same level of understanding on this. And I don't want you to think that I was arguing from a point of like ignorance at all, because I'm not. I grew up in a country where it's illegal to grow cannabis, but I was probably around more grown cannabis than the majority of people, and I've probably consumed cannabis, and I do know my strain that reacts well with me, right? And the point is, smoking though, I haven't got a strain that reacts well with me. Okay, so for me, the strain that works well with me is Northern Lights is one of the strains that works extremely well with me. Any purple strain usually reacts pretty well with me. But like you said, you could rule out a whole strain basis based on a ratio of a hybridization, right? So you could say 60-40, let's say sativa dominant, right? But then let's say you smoke it, yeah, and then you rule out the rest of all of those ratios when actually you could have a sativa indica dominant again, sativa dominant 60-40 that doesn't work for you because of the THCA levels or one of the other many cannabinoidal differences that occur when you take into consideration the way that it's grown and the different parts that are grown in the compounds, right, and in the phytonutrients almost of the cannabis itself, right? You know, we have flavonoids as well involved in this at the same time, and So taste could come into it, and taste itself, believe it or not, can create a psychosomatic effect where, because the cannabis effectively tastes not to your liking, it doesn't mean that it can create a psychological effect where the brain's so powerful that you start to have an adverse effect based on the taste because it's not what you're used to, right? So, like, there are many different things that come into this. It's very nuanced, right? But, like, I do know the strain myself personally. It works well with me. When I say cannabis being smoked isn't for everyone, the reason I say that is because me, it doesn't matter now. The strain that I find the most edifying for myself, right? It doesn't matter if I smoke that now. It doesn't have the same effect on me as it used to. And it's grown the same way. And the reason why this is the route of administration, dude. I have extreme hypertension, right? Cannabis, unequivocally, it does speed up your heart rate, okay? No one can say it doesn't. I suffer from hypertension, so it's my body, not the cannabis, that's changed, right? So that's why I say, that's why I'll clear up. Smoking cannabis isn't for everyone. But I will say the route of administration where it passes the blood-brain barrier into the endopleasure system, into the cannabinoid receptor, like you're saying, yeah, I would simply state that the strain, Northern Lights, for instance, was always the strain that I could smoke, and I would have no adverse effects. I wouldn't receive any hypertension, but now I do receive hypertension from it, right? That is more to do with the route of administration. If I eat, however, and I ingest, if I go and make myself some butane harvested oil, or I make a rosin press and I actually, make myself some rosin, or I make myself a form of bubble hash, and then I consume it in the way of eating it, the same strain, the route of administration, I change it over to, me absorbing it through oral, yeah, so oral absorption, that strain does work for me still. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's just a route of administration. That's why I say smoking cannabis isn't for everyone.
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
That was more the point I was trying to make. So that's why I got a bit defensive, because I didn't want people to think I was arguing that point from ignorance. Sorry to butt in and be a bit over talking.
Craig, I would never assume that you would be talking from ignorance. Like that's not even.
I posited it in that way, dude. No, I was ignorant of. I was ignorant of that.
It's not even the psychedelic effect. The endocannabinoid system is every cell in your body has these little keys to help flush waste and toxins, your nerve cells, your fat cells. All of these things can only be triggered by a THC CBD combination, and the THC A's and B's and the CBDCs and the CBDC A's and all that list. And that list is, in my mind, is like a key that's been cut. Now, a key that's cut has different valleys and peaks, and it has to fit into a specific lock to get every single pin opened to get that lock to turn. And cannabis, in its general, essential value, if you don't like the psychedelic property, you should still be consuming it in an oil form in microdoses, because the beneficial properties outweigh anything your news has ever told you. You prevent tumor growth. Your blood circulation is improved. Yes, your 100%. Heart rate is increased, but your muscle density isn't weakened by that increased heart rate. Your protein synthesis is improved. Your vision is improved. Your memory is improved. All of these things are improved by having it in some form in your system. Whether it's by smelling smoke, or consuming an oil, or eating the seeds, or eating the leaves, taking it in some fashion is hugely beneficial to the body.
Well, right. Can I say
when I was young, quickly? my family would always say, "Oh, it's illegal. You can't do this." And I would say to them, from the research I've done and my experience, this cannot be negative. I feel better.
It's kind of like DMT, bro. Your brain then should be made illegal, because, in fact, the compounds found in the cannabis, right, are found, in fact, in the brain. So if you're going to make DMT illegal and cannabis illegal, then thus we as individuals should be illegal, right? That's something that I like to say to people when they try and say it should be illegal. And no, I wasn't trying to say that you were right. I wasn't trying to say that you were saying I was arguing from ignorance. I was trying to say that I, in the way that I made my statement, actually inferred that I was arguing from ignorance. So I wasn't trying to claim you were saying I was arguing from ignorance or presuming I was arguing from ignorance. It was more that I actually said something and I didn't think about the way I said it correctly. I sort of said it and realized that very quickly people could misconstrue what I'm saying. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
that would be that would be my fault.
And that's why I say, like, for me, my mind just wants more precision, and I guess
That's why I
sometimes I
said
need to just
smoking.
turn it off.
That's why I said smoking's not for everyone, because it really isn't. And because the route of administration, right, is really important. And like I said, my bodily change, right, or me as I got older, right, it became the route of administration of strains that previously worked for me, right? For instance, Pot of Gold, Northern Lights, or, Pot of Gold being a very obscure strain that a lot of people wouldn't have heard of. It was created locally where I live. And then did eventually go out, and I think it may have even won the Cannabis Cup at one point, but in Amsterdam. But my point would be that effectively, like you're stating, the different variations and levels of THC versus the CBD. And I really want to comment on what you were talking about a minute ago, and I'm sorry if it's a bit of a monologue, but this is really, really important for people to understand what you said, Flatter. So look, we have these inside of our bodies, and why is it that we have these things in our bodies that align with cannabis? So there's an inclination to believe, right, or to know that we should in some way at least consume a form of cannabis, right? My point on that would be with the pollen count in our air. We can count the pollen count in our air, right, of various types of different plants that grow, okay? Right? What is it that can grow on 90% of the surface of the earth? Cannabis can, okay? Right? So my main point would be this. I believe where you're from locally, environmentalistically speaking as well, right? And obviously botanically speaking, and talking about pollen, right? And the pollen count in the air, I think cannabis was degraded, purposefully so, in order so that Big Pharma was able to have a market in the first place, right? I believe we're being deprived completely of the natural route of administration, so the ROA, right, of how we're supposed to absorb cannabis. And I think that's why we're all seeking out ways to add it to our body, even in extrapolated and extracted forms that are high in concentration, because we have such a deficiency. That's because I believe the very air that we breathe in is lacking of the pollen count of which we're supposed to absorb. And that pollen count would include THCA, THC, and CBD, and CBDA, and CBDB, and all of the various 400 compounds that are created. But so if hemp is able to be grown on 90% of the Earth's ground, right, and we understand about how hemp in its natural environment, if left alone, it produces seeds. Eventually seeds do end up cross-germinating. Sometimes you end up with a male-female plant, like a transgender, right? And then sometimes we end up with just cannabis plants grown in hemp fields that accidentally grow, right? And I would simply say from the hemp, you're still receiving the CBD, right? And then the CBD to THC ratio, that's my main contention, is the cannabis that you receive from the dispensary that's like 23 to 25 to 26% THC in ratio to the CBD is not the natural level of CBD to THC content. That's why I think now, in the format that we're speaking in, I think you might not even be able to find your own strain that works with you, because the strain itself, let's say, for instance, a sativa dominant works extremely well with you, right? And it's this particular strain and it's this amount of THC. You still need the CBD ratio to be of a natural level. So I always implore people to take CBD supplements when they're smoking cannabis with high yielded THC values inside of it, right? And that's really what RSO is, something that's really amazing because it's full spectrum, right? Rhesus Simpson oil is full spectrum, and it does account for the CBD ratio to THC ratio value. And in doing so, it creates a more harmonious effect in terms of what it does for the body, in terms of, not just destroying cancer, but also being something that would be a preliminary to the stopping of mutation of cells. But when the very cannabis we smoke itself is also being grown in areas that are being mutated versus the electromagnetic frequencies they're receiving, being half grown outdoor/indoor, and then the seeds themselves and the actual genetics of the seed, right? You have a 400, generational growth of a seed, right? For instance, this is where autoflowers come from, right? You have a successful growth and it's got very hardy genes. The fact is, cannabis is extremely easy to grow. People that are not botanically or green-fingered, they may in fact be very, very green-fingered in terms of creating, growing cannabis, because cannabis is incredibly easy to grow. There's a reason for that. It's because it is a weed, but weed determines, and weed has been something that's a demonized word, and there's a reason why it's been demonized, and it's to do with Big Pharma. And it is also to do with the fact that it is a medicinal thing that we need. And like I said, the fact that we have these natural cannabinoid receptors, right? I do genuinely believe that we're supposed to be taking in a pollen count of cannabis. And I think that's supposed to be the route of administration, because, naturally we drink water, we drink, and maybe we're meant to be cooking with it as well. Or maybe we're meant to just be harvesting it for the fibers in order to make clothing or to build houses. And we would absorb a lot from doing that alone. I think we've been led away from the capabilities of what cannabis could do for us naturally by people playing around with what cannabis is. But now cannabis has been played around with, I think people really need to think about how the route of administration is affected, and then also about the THC to CBD ratio and how they take that in.
That was quite the report. I just wanted to get high. Thanks.
And then, yeah, so like when I said cannabis isn't for everyone, I hope I said smoking cannabis isn't for everyone, but I meant to say smoking cannabis isn't for everyone, really, is what I was trying to say. Because anything is, especially what do you do when you create an SOS fire, right? You put green plant material on top of a fire because it's effectively, it creates more smoke, right? It quells the smoke, right? It stops it from fully oxidizing, and you have an effect there, right? But in doing so, regardless of what anyone wants to say, you can still receive cancer from smoking cannabis. I don't care what anyone says, because unless the cannabis has an equal amount of ratio, meaning the ratio of the cannabis has the equal amount to get rid of the carcinogenic nature of smoke itself, you can still get cancer from smoking cannabis, right? Anything carcinogenic in nature can cause cancer. So we have to be careful with that as well when we advise people with cannabis, and smoking cannabis as a form of a cure for cancer, for instance. Often I hear people say this is why RSO was created, Reese's Simpson oil was created, because of that misnomer and that misunderstanding on what cannabis can do for the body.
Once again, it's just about precision. It's been demonstrated scientifically. Tumor-based cancers cannot grow in a highly THC environment or where the endocannabinoid system is activated. But other types of cancers, lip cancers and blood cancers and lung issues, but it won't grow a tumor because effectively the endocannabinoid system kills off the blood supply to tumors.
100%.
So as soon as the tumor starts to form, it constricts the blood vessels supplying oxygenated blood to the tumor, and the tumor will reduce in size and disappear. And so I was very specific earlier when I said tumor-based cancers, because that at least has been demonstrated. But once again, we've only legalized it in the last 10 years. So we've only got 10 years of research on what this magic plant actually can do. But it's actually just a gene expression. Every strain is effectively, it's like human beings. We're all the same race, but we're having different gene expressions, dark skin, light skin, this color eyes, this capacity, this running ability. Each one is its own gene expression, and in its own right should be seen as unique. And even within a cultivar, like a plant will produce 1,000 seeds, go plant those 1,000 and you'll see not all 1,000 come out the same. And that's where the feminization of the plants is actually a real skill to ensure that you've got that same genetic coming through every single time, or else cloning to ensure you've got the same genetics. But to me, I look at each plant as almost like human beings. In the same way I'm fascinated to hear about or learn about people, I'm interested to see how each new cannabis plant will react with my internal endocannabinoid system. And figuring out that lock mechanism. Like they used to say, there's THC and CBD and then 400 other chemicals. And they would try and make it out like those 400 chemicals are bad. And as the research continued, they've shown that the human body uses each one for a different process. And then for me, that was one of my wonders at this creation. I thought to myself, okay, a plant that can give me nourishment, I can understand how it can evolve. That thing makes an apple or an orange and I eat it and I get something from it. Okay, great.
Yes.
But how the hell could a cannabis plant evolve with 400 plus molecules or chemical compounds, and my body uses every single one of those for the benefit of my body? Like that to me seemed like a golden handshake or an interlocking of puzzle pieces that are beyond probability. And it's that kind of wonder when you start to look at this natural world that leads you back to the understanding that if the creation is this magnificent, imagine what the creator could be.
Yeah, dude, 100%. I love the way that you said that, because it's true, the unlocking of the key, right? Like my lungs, it's not that the cannabis strain itself that agrees with me, right? So these cannabis strains I spoke on, I understand that they came from the same gene format because of the growers, and I know them. They're coming from cloned, or not clones, sorry, not clones. They're coming from cuttings, right, from the same plants, right? So, and these are 9 to 1,000 generations, or 9 to like time. Well, no, not that many generations, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? Successful grows in terms of
consistency. Yeah.
It is 1,000 generations because each individual grow could be considered a generation, right? Obviously, people would be like, well, wait, there's 3 months in a grow cycle to 4 months in a grow cycle, right? And I would say, yeah, but like I'm talking about these plants having cuttings taken from them and then growing 1,000 plants off of 1,000, but doing that again 100 times every 3 months in and in 100 different locations. You get what I'm trying to say? So by the end of it, you have a gene, and you end up with the same plant every time, and it really is. It comes back when we've even sent these plants off to the lab, and they come back with all the same ratios and levels. The only time the levels change would usually be the CBD to THC level would change slightly, and that would be the grower's fault, i.e. height of the light used versus how much exposure to the light, or versus growing it outdoors partially and then growing it indoors partially. There was a slight change in gene variation in one of the strains of Pot of Gold that I used to really like, when LEDs were introduced instead of just straight up, the old original, bulbs that were being used. I don't remember if they were halogen in nature. I think they may have been. I think they're a mixture of halogen. They were using halogen tubes mixed with standardized normal bulbs, but then we changed it over to LED. But the gene expression actually, because of how many successful grows there were solar on the cuttings taken, the gene variation was so slight. It was only a percentage of THC increased by about 2%. Yeah.
Why do you say
and they-
tooken?
Hmm?
Taken. Why do you say tooken? Makes me think of J.L. Tolkien.
When did I say tooken?
Things
Give
tooken
me
from.
It's just obviously one of those things that I say, mate. It's where I speak. I can't police my language too
No, but
much.
the point is valid. Effectively keeping that genetic from cuttings, and if you maintain the mother plant, even over the course of a mother, she can change her hormone levels, and like you say, depending on light, how well she's still cared for. She's often a neglected afterthought, and her babies are the primary focus. But to me, I look at that as well, and I think I watched like the Strain Hunters and those guys going around the world.
That's the guy that I was on about.
Out of 1,000.
That's the guy I was on about. Yeah.
But that 1 out of 1,000 is like the Usain Bolt who can do a sub 9.5 second 100 meter. Now finding that specific
Ethiopia.
one, imagine we'd only cloned whoever the sprinter was that first broke the 10 second. Imagine we found one that was decent. Same like with potatoes. We started cloning potatoes to become more voluminous, to produce more mass, but thereby lost nutrition, lost a lot of the benefits of what a potato actually used to give us.
Well, that's why we've gone back to baby potatoes now. Like people are really interested in, Jersey baby potatoes again now because of this sort of
variance.
But they're realizing it in the taste
expression.
They're not realizing it in the gene expression, but they're realizing it in the taste. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's really quite funny, that is. And I've said this to growers that I know when they've swung out and not cared for the mother, right? Yeah, and they've only cared for the children. And I've gone, well, your taste is changing because you're taking cuttings from the children of the children, right? I said, go back, swing back, and remember the mother, right? You've got the original seeds where you started off with them, but then they're like, I've had successful grows for, let's say, 300 generations with this plant now. And I'm like, yeah, but the taste is changing, right? The taste is changing based on the variation of the gene expression, based on the various different changes in the THC and the CBD. I said, so start again. If you're not willing to start again, then at least do get one of the children, get a cutting, and then graft in one of the cuttings from the mother, right? And then,
well, in a perfect world, the cutting or the child should be identical to the mother, so it's a new mother, and thereby taking another cutting from the new mother is still identical. But I'm saying in a perfect world, that is how they think of it. But in terms of what you just said, the nuances in terms of the hormonal action, sometimes they'll take cuttings as it's entered flower rather than in germination stage. And each one of those have sent different hormones, or certain genes are now turning on and certain are turning off. So then you can get that taste variation based on, especially if they're taking cuttings late into flower and then sending them back into germination and then back into flower. You've effectively added a whole bunch of hormones that were never in the original mother. So it's all those little subtle steps that you should be controlling. But like I said as well, I love to go and experience all the new ones. If I do create my own seeds, I like to propagate all of them just to see, run them out, to see if there's any really spectacular gene that came through, like an Usain Bolt or a
1,000,000%. Well, it's like what you're saying with the strain hunter guy. Yeah, you remember the two that did it? You had the French guy, right? He died, of a tropical disease. Yeah, I nearly cried when he died because what they were doing was so revolutionary, because they found that, like I said, the 1.8% naturally grown outdoor, So the plant only produced about, I think, like 8% THC or 7% THC grown outdoors. Was untouched, bro. It was the Ethiopian land race, right? Much like we said we have races, yeah. And that it's why the Jamaicans, why their cannabis works so well for them. It's grown outdoors. It's local to their area, right? And it works very well for them because whatever their genes are based on the food they eat from the soil, right? And the cannabis that they eat is grown from that soil too. And, they go along and they rub their hands along the plants and they, effectively implicate themselves into creating some form of finger hash, right? But the finger hash they're creating from their land race, right? And they've kept it very baseline and they've really looked after the mother, right? They have very little bad experiences when it comes to the cannabis use. As a Jamaican, if you go to Jamaica yourself and then smoke their cannabis, sometimes you may be a little bit left like, well, that wasn't that great. You're not receiving the same thing that they're receiving from it. I can tell you that much. Either you've overstimulated your cannabinoid receptors via introduction of a higher yielding THC cannabis and a lower yielded CBD cannabis. People forget that the reason why THC was increased in cannabis was because we started to grow it under lights. We effectively cut off the light spectrum from it, the full light spectrum of the sun. We made it to where it was receiving less vitamin D from the sun. So the THC trichomes propagate at a higher level. Why? Because THC trichomes, when you look at them, they're literally like little magnifying glasses that go down to the stem of the foliage, right? And these little magnifying glasses are like little balls that go down so they can receive light from nearly every angle because they're a sphere, right? And then the stem goes down from the trichome down to the portion of the actual plant material or the flower, which is still leaf, really. It's leaf that has more THC in it. That inculcates itself into a wrap, which is the way that bud is formed. And they've looked after the mother and they've kept continuing to grow outdoors. Whereas we took this plant indoors, added maybe hydroponics to it, didn't flush it correctly, you get a much different effect from it. I've found myself.
That was my second point that I mentioned about growing it yourself.
Yes.
The individual who tends to that garden, there's a sympathetic handshake that occurs between the energetic nature of the human and the receptive plant. And there's been many studies that have shown that your plants that you grow for yourself will often be higher in certain molecules that your body is actually deficient in. And your plants want to correct that. It reads you and gives off something. Now, like I say, I went and I chased every flavor under the sun. Been to Amsterdam 4 or 5 times in my life, on crazy trying to search out the best flavor and the best types. And like I say, I really went when I realized that there's this huge connection or this overlap between this plant and humans. I went looking for what's the best strain kind of thing. But when I started to grow it for myself was the first time I truly experienced exactly the right high, exactly not the hunger or the munchies that you get from other strains. It seemed like all of these things were just in the right proportion, that it balanced with me.
Yes.
And when I smoke other people's now, I actually don't achieve the high I can on my own. And it feels very different. And most times I'll reject, even if they've got the best chronic, I'll say no thanks, because I don't know who grew that. And I don't know what energy he was imparting into the plant or what deficiencies he had.
Yeah,
or,
exactly. It's not just the deficiencies he imparted from his own frequencies that he puts out. It's also, it's his microbiome that influences the very plant he's growing, right? This is where people think talking to plants is mad. It's not. You're harmonically letting out your own frequency and your resonance, and you want your plant to grow on that resonance and frequency, with a similarity to your own, right? And then touching it as well, you're also inculcating it in a electrostatic and electromagnetic field where it's already growing locally to where you're existing in, and you're introducing information into it, and you're introducing your microbiome and your own bacteria and bacterium, and so the plant harmonizes to you. And love.
And
love. That love is all of that. That love is all of that combined, bro. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, that is the love
when
right
it's
there.
when it's your crop, you love that crop. And you,
I really glad we've got this far on this now.
They experience, like, to me, I've always wondered, why is it that, like, when I pick fruit off of a tree, I feel compelled to say thank you. It's almost like it's given it to me and I'm thanking the tree. And ever since I was a child, if I picked a flower, if I uprooted something or whatever, I would always just say, like, thank you, because now I'm going to take that home and I'm going to do this or blah, blah, blah.
It's intent put back into the system that grew it. Exactly.
And it's the same when you're harvesting your bud. It's like you're thankful for this bountiful harvest that you've just achieved. And if you can remain in a state of, like, grace and awe with your plants, even on the curing process, I've noticed changes. Like I say, when it's you and yours, and you love yours and you tend for yours as best you can, it loves you back in a way that other strains simply can't.
So what do you think about my hypothesis or my idea, right, which would be that our route of administration of how we're meant to absorb cannabis, right? And I agree with you when you say that, again, tumors can't metastasize when you take in the THC, but like I said, route of administration is very important. Like, as a smoker, right, the THC passes the blood-brain barrier instantaneously, right? It doesn't really implicate itself when it's being smoked into my blood and my genetic system, or it can't create some form of genetic blockchain for there to be a key recognition via me smoking it anymore. And not only that, it doesn't.
It is circulated everywhere.
It fires off. It circulates everywhere. I get that, but I'm saying the amounts that are yielded into my blood, right? And then, not only that, my route of administration of smoking is completely destroyed, and that's not due to the plant. That's due to abuse of my own lung system. So my alveoli and my bronchioli are not absorbing the amounts that are needed from the plant that does work with me anymore, because I've destroyed that part of me. Unfortunately, that's not the plant's fault. I get that. Don't worry.
But this is the thing that I've found, is that growing my strain for at least over a decade, I have never built a tolerance to it.
No, of course you won't.
Every other strain, when I was purchasing from someone, if I bought,
you will build a tolerance.
After a week, I'm already, like, over it. I'm thinking, what's the next strain? Because it isn't even touching sides. But yet, with 100%. My own, I can have multiple in a day or one in a day, and I'm always achieved what I needed to achieve.
You're getting the same effect every single time. Yeah, but that's because the plant,
I can't explain.
Changing.
Like,
no, you can explain it.
Someone does it themselves.
Right. So, all right, we can explain it between me and you, okay? Right? And we can understand it, right? It's the love put in, it's the microbiome, right? So the plant starts to understand the information that your body and the information your body enacts upon and acts on throughout the day. It understands your day and night cycle and the way that your pH balance and levels, and it's more than that. Obviously, there's more that goes into it than just your pH level and balance, but it's everything about you. It's experiencing the electromagnetic frequency of where you live and exist next to where you're growing your cannabis, right? It changes and ebbs and flows with that the same way your body does, right? So the plant effectively has inculcated itself into a position of adjusting itself to the same field parameters, electromagnetic field, the electrostatic nature of the air around you, the atmosphere around you, the oxygen to carbon dioxide mixture around you. The plant is effectively grown itself and has harvested itself, because the plant, even in the curing processes, is still absorbing and taking in and curing, right? Meaning it's still in that electromagnetic field. And we can understand it because we've been through this, right? We can understand why the cannabis now aids you no matter what, right? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I've been through that myself, bro. It's just the route of administration of smoking it was destroyed for myself because the plant wasn't able to absorb the amount that was needed into my system through my blood-brain barrier, right? Into my blood, right? And the circulatory around it. Why? Because I had destroyed the route of administration via normal smoking and tar coverage of my alveoli, right? So the plant wasn't at failure. I was at failure and my body was at failure. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So the route of administration then had to become ingestion, right? Ingestion, and I had to create my own extracts and oils, and then extracts and oils, and then I would have to ingest it. And I would ingest it, and usually I would grow, and this is the way I always did it, Solar, was I would grow cannabis, yeah, that was high yielded THC cannabis, right? Successful growth and cuttings of successful growth and continuation of that genetic, right? And in a localized area to where I am, so the same information, the same microbiome from me, and the same love was always created. But I would also grow a hemp variant that was high yielding in CBD and is very low in the THC yielding, maybe even like 0.5% or 1% THC, right? A legal plant, in fact, in England, right? But I would grow that so that I could extract the CBD, and then I would realize that, right, I would look back at what cannabis used to be, grown under sunlight, yeah, okay? And I would look at what it used to be, right? And I'd look at the ratio of what the CBD to THC ratio was. So let's say I'm taking in 2 grams of cannabis a day, right? And it's 20% THC. That's 200 milligrams of THC. And I know that with myself, it works out that I actually take in about a 10% percentile CBD to THC. I would then have to factor in the fact that the cannabis itself is growing, let's say, at 5% CBD, yeah? I would then have to create, but I wanted the CBD to be the same CBD that was in my plant, right? Yeah. So I was growing female and male, and I was extracting my CBD from the same mother and from the same father, right? And effectively, in the end, I would end up with an extract of CBD isolate, right? Full spectrum, okay? Where I wasn't taking anything out and even leaving in the small percentile of THC. But then I would counteract it so that I was taking in a CBD value that was equal to that which of it being not genetically modified or it not being grown under lights. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So, and I was making sure I was creating a ratio of CBD to THC that was very, very similar to that which it should be if it was naturally grown. And I had the best results I ever had. And even when I smoked that, it wouldn't cause me hypertension. Do you get what I'm trying to say? That was the key I unlocked, yeah? And then I wouldn't get the hypertension even when I smoked it. But many people would mix it with tobacco. I had to stop mixing it with tobacco if I wanted that same effect, right? But then I realized, right, was this, that if I just had the isolate of the CBD, which is the same strain, the same love, the same everything, the same type of plant, and everything like that, and the same as my high-yielding THC plant, I would equilibralize the CBD to THC ratio to what it should be as if it was grown outdoors in, let's say, Ethiopia as a natural land race, right? But more localized to where I was in the Northern Hemisphere, do you know what I mean? And on my longitude and latitude, right? Of a natural plant. And I effectively started to do that, yeah, and in doing so I started to be able to yield a much better result in terms of what I was getting from the cannabis. And I mean, it would get me stoned every single fucking time, right? And I genuinely believe the relationship of the CBD. You were growing your cannabis outdoors, I can tell already. I didn't have that option. Okay. So because I didn't have that option, I was growing it indoors and then growing the hemp outdoors, right? And I was getting the high yield of CBD, right? And the low yield of THC. Remember, the THC trichomes, the reason they create themselves under lights is because they're deprived of the vitamin D, and then they begin to increase their trichomes in size because they're trying to basically amplify the vitamin D that they can get, right? So they start to yield themselves higher THC. But then I'm like, okay, I want this plant to be as if I grew it. So I grew it outdoors, right? In the summer. I grew it outdoors in the summer, and I had my ratios of how much CBD and THC content it was there, right? I had it tested in the lab. And I sought to grow the hemp outdoors, yeah? And then I would make an extract out of that would last me the whole year, right? Okay? And I was doing this with Pot of Gold. And then that isolate, I make sure I had enough of it from the summer grow of the hemp, and I'd make sure I had enough to ratioize it to what it was like when I grew it outdoor as a higher yield in THC / CBD, female plant, right? And that was when I got my best results. And then I changed my route of administration from smoking to eating. And I got the best results ever then because the key was back, because my lungs weren't working in the way of absorbing it, right? Now they were working because I had a different route of administration. And that's really where my statement comes of cannabis doesn't work for everyone smoking it, and because people don't understand the nuances of this, and I'm glad you do, and I'm glad we've had this conversation because it's fucking something that people don't understand, and at all. It's quite rare to find someone that understands that shit on that level. Very interesting.
Agreed.
No, I find it very interesting that you're one of the people that understand that.
Tell me about like the calling thing again. Like on your side, why do you devote so much time to this? Or how do you justify the amount of time that you dedicate to this?
On the cannabis or on the flat earth?
The flat earth.
Well,
I think we've exhausted that previous topic.
Same calling, bro. Again, it comes down to the simple sheer fact, right? I have the capability of talking about this stuff. I don't really come here to preach it to people, right? I come here and I speak occasionally, right? I'm a moderator now, so I'm meant to really sit back and let other people speak and let them get to where the levels that some of the moderators are at, right? That's why I don't understand why you're not gold yet. I thought you were gold. That's why I sent you the DM I sent you. I didn't realize you weren't gold, because we want the people that are best equipped to argue these arguments, arguing the arguments, right? So moderators usually chime in when they feel there's a lacking in what's being explained, right? So the call-in is this. The call-in is, again, I have a directive. Some people might not, right? Mine is, again, they follow a religion. They follow the religion of scientism. If I turn around and explain to someone the earth was created, and then on the fourth day the sun was created, let there be light, there was already light, right? Okay? Then I say to them, the sun was created on the fourth day, okay? Then they go, whoa. That's bullshit. That's a bullshit story. That can't work out. And I go, why not? And they go, well, because my book over here, my science book, tells me it can't work out because of the evolutionary cycle of the universe and the way the universe was created. Well, then why do I want to have this calling of the flat earth? Well, again, it flies in the face of the heliocentric model. I have the information to undo the very authority they believe in, and then I can start to assert, okay, there is a form of light that does exist, okay, that isn't just from the sun. We have the electromagnetic spectrum of the earth itself. We have lightning, where lightning can cause us to have a form of daylight in a lightning strike that we had in Britain, right? We had purple daylight at nighttime, right? Because of the shorter light spectrum was inculcated via the lightning, right? I can start to point to very scientifically explained things. It appeals to the authority of which they claim to believe in at that time, their religion. So I use their own religion against them, right? So I started to realize that the atheists were actually religious in nature, very religious in nature. And then I realized that for me to undo their religion in order that I could assert that which I believe, which is that we have a creator, I needed to undo their religion first, right? And I don't know if I realized this after the calling was put in my life. I didn't realize this first. I had this calling going back to 2014. And then the calling started to become apparent as to why I was doing it. At first, I didn't understand why I was doing it. Now I understand why I am. Do you get what I mean? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm a bit tired. I'm very tired. So.
I was going to ask, are you going to go to sleep? But yeah, you summarized that at the last sentence where you said, I didn't know why, but now I know why.
Yes. So, I really didn't know why at first, and now I do. And that's only really become apparent in the last year and a half.
But is converting someone from the globe really what your goal is? Is that...
No. My goal is to get them off of the globe so that they're able to see things in an objective fashion, so that they're able to see that there is no way other than the creationary method of the earth being that of which there is a creator. That's my objective. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with this shit. I wouldn't care. It wouldn't matter, would it? What would it matter if the earth was flat or not? Again, yeah, we could save lots of money, and it could be about them hiding resources and us, them making sure they hold on to the amount of resources they've got, and obviously hiding bits of land from us, right? And hiding that land would be crucial because it could be a frontier that people could travel to, and people could then all of a sudden have the same amount of gold as all the gold that's in existence, which would then implicate them in positions of, all of the assets that they gained now being valueless, right? You could say it that way, right? But I would say my directive and my reasoning behind why I'm doing what I'm doing, and the reasoning as to why I'm doing it, is 100% to undo the globe so that the authority they once believed in is undone, so that a new authority could be asserted. That new authority would be the understanding that there's a creator. And really, I'll be honest, my belief on that would be that I want the creator to be asserted as what I believe it to be as well. I'll admit that as well. And who I think the creator is. I can admit that and be honest. Hence the cross is in my name. That's me being intellectually honest by putting those crosses in my name, even though I know it still creates an angle of attack and creates a presupposition of why I'm talking about what I'm talking about. That's me trying to be honest and true to who I am. That makes sense. Oh, we have Ariel in the house. Ariel.